Good morning. Good morning. I'm Sarah Weitzel, Deputy Chief of the Media Bureau. On behalf of the Bureau and our very hardworking partners on the Advisory Committee on Diversity and Digital Empowerment, I'm thrilled to welcome you to today's symposium. This is a special day. It marks the first time we've gathered luminaries from across the broadcast industry to share their wit and wisdom with us on what we can do to promote broadcast diversity. We're excited to have so many members of the advisory committee here today, and we look forward to hearing from a very diverse group of speakers. But given that today's agenda packs about as many speakers and panels into one day as is humanly possible, I'm going to waste no time in turning things over to Chairman Pai, who will kick off the day. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah, and good morning. Welcome to the FCC's Symposium on Media Diversity. Thanks to everyone for coming. We have got a great day lined up for you. But before I get to the program, a little bit of history. On my first full day as chairman a little over 2 years ago, I spoke to the Commission's terrific staff here in this very room. And I said that my highest priority would be bringing the benefits of the digital age to all Americans, regardless of race or gender or religion or sexual orientation or anything else. And consistent with this pledge, I moved quickly to recharter the agency's Advisory Committee on Diversity and Digital Empowerment, a committee that had gone dormant. Now, when it was chartered in July of 2017, I charged this important committee and its leaders with developing real-world solutions to spur diversity and digital empowerment, especially in underserved communities across this country. I asked them to bring recommendations that could be quickly implemented in order to get solutions to the public rapidly. And one of the deliverables to come out of this advisory committee is today's workshop, and boy, have they ever delivered. To start, we have got a special guest, NBC News White House correspondent Kristen Welker, who will be giving the featured remarks of this opening session. We have had politicians and journalists and many other luminaries come to this room. This is the first time we've ever had a movie star, the star of Transformers 3, here at the FCC. So thank you, Ms. Welker, for being with us. In addition to that, we also have 8 all-star panels on tap. You're going to hear from experts in broadcast radio and television, over-the-top content providers, finance, media mergers and acquisitions, and groups that specialize in training those who are interested in media employment and ownership. Now, building out 8 panels takes a lot of work, and that means that I have a lot of people to thank. First, I want to thank the Advisory Committee's entire Broadcast Diversity and Development Working Group for its great planning efforts, and especially the chair of the working group, the indefatigable former FCC Commissioner Henry Rivera. Henry and the working group have done a fantastic job putting together a wonderful program in such a short period of time, including several weeks when the FCC staff was furloughed. So Henry and your team, thank you for herding the cats so ably and quickly. Thanks also to Diane Sutter and Anna Gomez, the chair and the vice chair of the Advisory Committee, for their outstanding leadership. Thank you to all of the experts who are going to be participating in today's panels, including the moderators, for all of the advanced preparation for today's event. And thank you also to our team here at the FCC, including the Media Bureau, led by Chief Michelle Carey, along with Deputy Chief Sarah Weitzel, who you just heard from earlier, and Industry Analysis Chief Brendan Holland, the Designated Federal Officer Jamila Best-Johnson, and Deputy DFO Brenda Villanueva, the Office of Communications Business Opportunities, led by Sanford Williams, who is the Chief, and the many other staff members who have worked extremely hard to make this symposium a success, in particular those who enabled us to use this commission meeting room today. Finally, thanks to 3 of my colleagues, Commissioners O'Reilly and Carr and Starks, who are also here this morning, if not in the room yet. Make no mistake, promoting opportunities for women and minorities in broadcasting is a bipartisan issue at the Commission, as evidenced by the presence of 4 of our members. Now, this work can have a very important and lasting impact. What happens in these walls today is not limited to just today. On Monday, I had the privilege of speaking at the Women in Cable Telecommunications 40th anniversary celebration, led by Maria Brennan, who is here today. And I pointed out that empowering women to turn their potential into power in the communications sector isn't just good for women and their communities, and it's also good for business, and it's good for America's future. The best evidence of that last point was hearing an African-American female executive describe how she had an interest in learning about engineering when she was a child, and how she pursued that interest in school, and then how she was leading now in a prominent media distribution company. And critically, how she was determined to pay it forward by sharing her story with young women, including her own daughter, who I'd had the chance to meet, in order to enable them to dream big and to set their ceilings as high as that ceiling could possibly be. It was inspiring for me to hear, and it was a useful reminder that the communications sector holds special promise for all Americans to be able to achieve their dreams. And I would hope that this sector will be the leading edge when it comes to reflecting the richness of and diversity of our great country. Now, aside from today's workshop, the advisory committee has been busy keeping up on other initiatives. The Broadcast Diversity and Development Working Group coordinated comprehensive comments on our proposed Broadcast Incubator program. Those comments were a big help as we developed and eventually adopted the program last summer. This is something that had been talked about for over a generation. We finally got it done last year. We anticipate being able to begin accepting applications to participate in this Broadcast Incubator program later this spring. This will be a big step forward towards increasing diverse participation in broadcasting. And by that time, we hope to have all of the forms and processes in place to launch the program. If anyone wants more information now to prepare for that application process, we have some materials available today in the back, and we hope that you'll visit the FCC's webpage on the incubator program. We've already done one webinar on the nuts and bolts of how the program works, which you can see also on that website, and we'll continue to do more outreach. I hope that today might also be an opportunity for existing broadcasters who are in a position to help to connect with small broadcasters who are in attendance and to start thinking about partnerships. Many of the moderators and panelists today are experts in finance and broadcasting. I think they're wonderful resources for those who might be interested in applying to participate in the FCC's incubator program. So anyway, after all of this blathering on my part, here's the bottom line. I hope that this workshop makes a difference for you personally and professionally. I hope you'll take time to introduce yourself to each other, to network, to make connections. This day is for you. And one last piece of business before I hand things over. As I mentioned earlier, we initially chartered the advisory committee in July of 2017 for a 2-year period. And I'm pleased to announce today that I will start the process of rechartering the advisory committee next month. I can promise you this. The Advisory Committee on Diversity and Digital Empowerment is a real asset to this commission and to the country, and it will not wither away on my watch. On behalf of the agency, we are so grateful to all the members of the current committee and working groups for sacrificing their time, for devoting their efforts to these important issues. And now, it is my pleasure to turn the stage over to our featured speaker, Kristen Welker. Ms. Welker is more accustomed to the rarefied air of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, so we are very grateful that she could find our way to her humble abode here in Southwest Washington. I had the pleasure of meeting Kristen earlier this morning, and I think you will find very quickly that she is one of the most talented journalists we have. She's a real believer in the cause to which we are devoting our efforts today, and she's seen it all in her incredible career in broadcasting, from local news on both coasts to covering the White House today, and as I pointed out, a few IMDb entries along with that. In doing what she does, in showing up every day and working hard and calling the balls and strikes, she has been a terrific advocate and role model on broadcast diversity issues, and I'm really excited that she took time out of her exceptionally busy schedule to be here with us today. Please join me in welcoming Kristen Welker.
I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Commissioner Pai, for having me for that really warm introduction, and it was so great to spend some time with you this morning. It is really such an honor to be here because diversity is a goal and a value that I hold very dear. So I want to thank all of you for having me and for showing up today. I think it really speaks to the fact that this is clearly something that's important to all of you. So thank you for having me here. I am excited to be a part of the Commission's first comprehensive symposium on media, diversity, and broadcasting. I think it's fantastic that you are doing this. It shows your commitment to diversity at all levels. A little bit of a background about myself. I've actually covered the White House since 2011, so that has spanned 2 presidencies, hundreds of news-making events, thousands of miles in foreign travel, including a number of different legs on Air Force One. And I have to say, it has truly been the honor of a lifetime to participate in and to cover our democracy at the very highest levels. And of course, it is a great challenge every single day. As you all know, this is a unique moment in our country, in our nation's history. The news cycle is moving faster than ever before, something that Chairman Pai and I got to talk about earlier today. And the press is frankly coming under more scrutiny than ever before, which creates new hurdles every day for the media. But one of the bright lights, I think, about this remarkable moment in which we find ourselves is diversity. And you are seeing an increasing commitment to diversity everywhere. That includes the White House Press Corps. And frankly, the White House Press Corps has never perhaps had more gender equity or diversity. If you just look at our own NBC News White House team, which I am so proud to be a part of, you may not know this, but 3 of our 5 correspondents are women. 2 of us are African American. The leader of our entire unit, a woman named Stacey Klein-Schmerling, is a woman. She's a young woman, and she has risen up through the ranks with incredible grace and success and strength. Our bureau chief, some of you may know him, Ken Strickland. He is African American, someone who served time on Capitol Hill and the White House. He's an incredible leader. And a number of our producers within our White House unit are women, and frankly, they are simply the best in the business. They are incredible, and we have an incredible team, and I'm just so proud every day that I come in to work with them. And I've actually noticed over my 8 years being at the White House that the entire press corps has actually become more diverse. When I first arrived in Washington, I would often sit in the front row of that press briefing room and look around and realize that I would be a lot of times the only woman of color sitting in that front row asking questions of then Press Secretary Jay Carney, Josh Earnest, who of course served under former President Obama. And it was remarkable to kind of look around and have that realization. And in 8 short years, I can tell you that the number of women sitting in that front row, the number of people of color, of women of color, have actually increased. That means more access to asking questions, pressing the administration at the highest of levels. And that has been really remarkable to witness and to watch. And why is it important? It's important to have a diversity of voices when it comes to our media and broadcasting coverage because it informs the type of stories that we cover, how we cover them, the questions that are being asked, making sure that we are asking questions on behalf of Americans in every different race, socioeconomic category. Having said that, and I don't have to tell you this, it's why we're here today. There's still a lot more work that we need to do collectively to make sure that women and people of color are getting opportunities at all levels, not only to be correspondents and managers, but bureau chiefs, presidents of news networks. So this still is clearly a work in progress, and it's still, frankly, an uphill battle. And I first realized that there were still great challenges to be faced very early on in my career. My first on-air job was in Redding, California. It's market 133. I called it do-it-yourself news. I did all my own camera work. I wrote all my own scripts, which I still do. And basically, operated my own teleprompter when I anchored the weekend newscast. I even did the weather. I learned so much from working there. And one of the things that I learned and one of the things that I realized early on was that I was the only woman of color on air in all of Redding, California. Now, it is a relatively small market, but still, that was a remarkable feeling to have, to be the only woman of color on air. It made me realize that I was under immense scrutiny every day. And frankly, on a daily basis, it made me feel like I had to be perfect. I'm sure some of you have had that feeling at various points in your career. I had that experience again when I arrived at a mid-sized market, and I recall one of my colleagues saying to me, "You must feel pretty lucky that you're here." And I said, "Oh, I do. I feel very lucky." And this colleague said, "Well, you know, you got the black slot." And this wasn't that long ago. And it sort of stopped me cold. It stopped me in my tracks. And it made me realize that at various media markets throughout the country, journalists of color are still in short supply. And I think it underscores just how uphill of a battle we still have when it comes to making sure that there is true diversity at media markets all across the country. And even more recently, and again, I don't have to tell you guys this, but when I arrived at the White House, I was keenly aware that the majority of those who held power in elected offices here in Washington were and are men, and it underscored again for me the long road ahead. And it only added fuel to my fire to be a good journalist, not only a female journalist, a journalist of color, but just a good journalist. And I really got through, I think, some of those challenges. And to be honest, when I arrived in Washington, I felt pretty intimidated for all of the reasons that you feel intimidated coming to Washington. But I got through it by making sure that I prepared hard, by working even harder, and to strive to always do my best every single day, and to let those little voices of self-doubt in the back of your head, to sort of push that aside and to keep reminding myself that I deserve to be here, and it's important that I'm here as well. I also think a critical part of making sure that there is diversity at all levels is making sure that we are mentoring the next generation of broadcasters, of folks who want to be journalists. That's something that I take very seriously. I try to the extent that I can, have coffee with some of the younger journalists, make sure I'm having phone calls with them, answering their questions, trying to help them sort through what are the next steps in their career. I think it's important to do for young women journalists, young journalists of color, but frankly, young journalists in general, so that we are instilling these values, this set of values in the next generation of journalists. And I deeply believe that diversity relates not only to gender and race, but also to socioeconomic status. And I think in order to recruit a diverse talent base, it's important to look beyond all of those obvious places, to recruit from areas where people have important but also underrepresented life experiences, because of course, what is the key to being a good journalist? The key to being a good journalist is being able to understand a broad range of experiences. And in order to have a broad range of experiences, you have to have actually had a different perspective and to bring that to the table. And I think that that makes journalism better. I think it makes our media markets better. Frankly, I think it makes our democracy better, the more diverse we are. So I just want to thank Chairman Pai for having me here today. It's a real honor. I want to thank the FCC's Media Bureau and the Advisory Committee on Diversity and Digital Empowerment for all of your efforts to highlight this important topic. I also want to thank Commissioner O'Reilly, Starks, and Carr for your hospitality and participation. I know that the work that you all are about to embark on today is really important. Again, this is the first time that you're all coming together in this type of a setting, but I think it underscores everyone's commitment here in this room to making sure that we have more diversity at all levels, and I'm so honored to be a part of it. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much for taking the time to share those remarks with us this morning. Next, Commissioner O'Reilly is up.
Well, thank you all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I will be brief, especially since I've been told to be. Welcome to the commission. I see many people here are more familiar with the commission than I am, so welcome back. I'm probably not the perfect prototype for this event as a shorter, fatter Irishman, but you should know that I have great interest in this topic, and being here is important to me. We have a lot of work to go. I want to make a couple points, and then I'll get out of your hair. Number one, while there are remarkable success stories to date in the diversity of voices area, so much more work to do, and so much more can be done. Number two, we must be willing to challenge the status quo. Our old rules and practices haven't worked. Have to be willing to try new directions. Number three, new rules and the incubator program will provide new and exciting opportunities for new entrants. Please take advantage of this, whether you're on the operator owner side or on the prospective interested side. We would love your engagement and help make this a successful program that the chairman has built. Number four, we need your help in designing and implementing an incubator program on the television side. Our incubator program is designed for the radio side. We need just the same on the television side and need your help. And I've gone to a number of different groups and said, please help us design, and people are going to provide some ideas, and we could use your help as well. So I want to thank you. I'm suffering from a cold, as my entire household is, so I'll try to keep, not touching things up here. I wish you well for the rest of your conference and the rest of your day, and know my door is always open on this very important topic. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, and now we'll hear from Commissioner Starks.
Hello, good morning. I know you guys have a long day ahead of you, and so I'm excited. I'm glad I'm catching you here in the morning versus later once things really get going. I'm sure it's a jam-packed day that is going to be fulfilling. So welcome to the FCC. I know the chairman and obviously Commissioner O'Reilly already welcomed you, but here's my welcome. I was sworn in just a little bit over a month ago. I'm Jeffrey Starks, the newest commissioner here at the FCC, and wanted to come down a little bit this morning. Thank you in advance for the very important work that you're going to do here today. Advancing media diversity is a goal that is deeply important and, of course, personal to me. I think I speak for a lot of folks in the room when I say that it is critically important to celebrate the success stories and the entrepreneurs and the pioneers that we have in this room. But I think we all long for a future where diversity in the media space isn't just a success story, but it is the story. And a story so commonplace that it is altogether unremarkable. A future where it's no longer a surprise for our kids that when they turn on the TV or the radio that they see folks that look like them, that look like America. That is something that I'm working for here every day, and I'm eager to hear your work throughout the day. And I know we, of course, have a ways to go. We all know that. And I hope that this event really does move us forward. It's work that has to be done. And so I encourage all of you to tell your stories and tell them truthfully, tell them hard. Don't leave out the barriers that you've faced, the hardships that you've overcome, and lean into them and help us here at the Commission better understand how things really are, the lived experience, the boots on the ground experience, what we can do from a policy perspective, and how we can help leave the ladder down for the next generation of folks that are coming onto this space. And so to everyone in the room, I really do hope, obviously within the contours of what has been outlined, that we really do memorialize what y'all talk about here today. Share your transcripts, your reports, your white papers, blogs, social media. This work is too important, like all of us being busy folks, where it's just one of those things that washes away. And so this discourse can't be lost to the history here, the history of the FCC and where we need to go. Please do know that my door is always open. I'm just on the 8th floor here. And so I'll look forward to talking with folks that have identified a problem, and more importantly, in solutions. We can all identify problems, but we need to be in the solutions business here as well. So thank you all for having me this morning. Again, I'm Jeffrey Starks. Please follow me on Twitter because EEO is something that I'm really focused on. I want to be able to share your stories and the successes that we have from the day, and I'll look forward to seeing you guys all later. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, another very hearty good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. I'm Diane Sutter, President and CEO of Shooting Star Broadcasting, and I am privileged to serve as the chair of this current FCC Diversity Committee. And it is a labor of love for all of us who serve, and many of them are here today. But especially I want to thank Henry Rivera and the Broadcast Diversity Working Group. They put this entire program together. The chairman was very interested in this, as you know, wanted to have a day that would share success stories and how to make it work. And so you can leave from here with practical information, contacts, and resources that you can use to help move you forward in your career. And so the chairman requested that. We got together to work on it. The commission had a slight hiatus for the better part of 5 weeks, and poof, a symposium came together. So we thank you all for being here. The goal for each of us, I think, is to make it so that we are no longer having women and people of color be the first or the only anywhere, and making sure that our broadcast industry reflects that of those we serve. And today is the day that we're moving forward on that. We thank you for being here. And now I'd like you to meet the man that put this all together, Henry Rivera.
Well, good morning, everyone. We're glad you're here. On behalf of the working group of the advisory committee, we worked very hard to put this together, frankly. And you're in for a great deal of information going to be coming your way. You'll be drinking from a fire hose, but I think it'll all be worthwhile at the end. So thank you very much, working group and panelists, for being here and agreeing to make the trip to Washington. I have to thank Jamila Bess Johnson. I don't know where she went. Oh, there she is. And really her entire team here at the FCC. They worked very hard to put this together, and as Diane mentioned, due to the furlough, they had an even shorter time to put this together than we did at the working group. We've got a jam-packed agenda for you, as you know from looking at your package, and I want to get right to it. But before I do that, there's just a couple of housekeeping things I want to go over. Everyone will have an opportunity to ask questions of all of the panelists. And if you want to ask a question, there's a microphone here in the center of the room. Please use that to ask your question. The moderators will reserve about 10 minutes of each panel for questions from the audience. And those of you who are viewing this online, you too will have an opportunity to ask questions. You need to send your questions to live questions, that's live questions plural, at fcc.gov, and we'll get your questions asked. Second thing I want to ask the audience is that not to come up to the speaker's area here after the panel. You may want to have a private conversation with one of the panelists, and that's fine. We encourage that. But let them all get off of the dais here, because the next panel will be coming in right behind them. And we'd like you to take your conversation out into the hall, if you would, please, so as not to disrupt the proceedings here. And that goes for side conversations that you may want to have with a colleague or something. If it's going to be extended or you need to take a phone call, please move out into the hall. Now, the 1:15 panel will take place immediately after lunch. And because, again, we've got such a packed schedule, we're going to start that right on time. That's going to be the watchword for the moderators today, to keep the trains running on time. So if you leave the commission for lunch, you have to leave yourself enough time to get back through security and get here at 1:15. There are places that are listed nearby the commission for lunch in your material. There's also a facility within the FCC that you can utilize for lunch, but you will have to be escorted there by an FCC person and staff person, and then escorted back. So will the person who is going to do the escorting, will you identify yourself? Okay, so if you've got, see Jamila if you want to go down to the FCC facility for lunch, and she will find someone to take you and bring you back. Moderators, we've got a timer here. Please respect that time. About 13 minutes left in your panel. You should start winding up and getting to a point where you can open the floor for questions. There'll be a yellow light about 5 minutes, and then there'll be a red light when your time is up, when your panel's got to stop. So when you see that red light, please stop your panel, move your panel off the dais so that the next panel can come in. All right. Well, with that, let's get started. Sherman, I think you're up. Your panel's up. Let's get them up. Thank you very much.
There we are. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Sherman Kizard. I'm the Managing Director of Kizard Media Partners in Chicago, and also a member of the FCC Diversity Committee. So I want to welcome everyone and again say thank you for coming out this morning, being a part of this historic day at the FCC. As it's been mentioned, we have a power-packed day, and we're going to really jump into what's going to be a very important discussion. But before we do that, I wanted to introduce my co-moderator, Ms. Suzanne Gordy of MMTC.
Hi, everybody.
Morning.
It's nice to be here today. It's an honor to be with these pioneers in our industry. So thank you for attending.
Chairman, Commissioner Rivera, I just have to take a point of privilege because I saw someone who's joined us today, and I have flashbacks of him at the University of Oklahoma running touchdowns, and that's Congressman J.C. Watts, who's with us today. Congressman, it's a privilege to see you here. Pioneers. Pioneers are described as the first to settle, and either settle land or be the first to settle in terms of whether it's business and a myriad of different other categories. And I thought it's just so appropriate that today that we kick off this symposium with the leading pioneers in the broadcast industry, both across African American broadcasting and Hispanic broadcasting, and we have some real pioneers. And again, in the interest of time, I'll jump right into let them have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about them as we move forward into questions. But Raul Alarcon, who is the chairman and CEO of Spanish broadcast systems, SBS is the largest Hispanic-owned broadcaster in the country with radio and TV stations all across the country in major markets, along with other related businesses in our industry. Mr. Alarcon is one of the strongest advocates that you'll find around creating more minority owners in the industry. And we're so privileged to have him with us here today. And we want to give Mr. Alarcon, would you tell a little bit more about you and your story, please?
Thank you. Thank you. Sherman, there we go. Thank you, Sherman, for the introduction. I just want to take a moment to thank everyone at the FCC, the chairman, of course, for this, having the initiative to undertake this symposium, and Henry also, Enrique, gracias. And thank you, Sherman, for the introduction. I've always said, and I will state here today, now that I've been given an opportunity, that minority ownership and diversity in ownership of media is a very important stance that has been taken for a number of years here at the FCC, and I'm so encouraged that this is now going forward. Everyone is taking a look at this, a serious look at this, and taking the time to really study this. Spanish broadcasting system was born in 1983 precisely because of policies, and I was speaking about this with Commissioner Rivera yesterday very briefly, policies that were implemented at the FCC in the late 70s and early 80s. I would not be here today. And all of the things that the company has been able to achieve in its acquisitions of radio stations in the major markets and then television in the major markets, certainly in Hispanic areas in the U.S., I would not be here today. None of that would have been possible, and none of all the millions of lives that we've touched would have been possible had it not been for an incentive in terms of creating and promulgating ownership of the media, as was the case back when the program was started. I'm referring to the Minority Tax Certificate Program, which was a very successful program and which really got us started in terms of the first acquisition of our first AM station in New York. And we were very lucky, very fortunate, and we were also very aggressive in taking advantage of that incentive to what is resulting today as Spanish Broadcast System, a company of which I'm very proud to be the chairman of, operating radio and television and digital and concerts and events around the country. But it all started with an emphasis on ownership of the media, which I think is a very important initiative that the Commission back then and now is looking at very carefully.
Thank you. We're again excited, Ms. Alarcon, about having you with us. And again, when I think about pioneers in our industry, certainly what you and what you're doing at SBS is important. Equally important when I think about pioneers in this industry, it's hard not to think about the role that Mr. Russell Perry has played in he is the largest African American owned broadcaster in the company. I'll make that distinction, privately owned. Mr. Perry has broadcast properties in over 4 states: Oklahoma, Georgia, Arkansas, and South Carolina. And he has built one of the more successful privately owned minority broadcast companies in the country. He's also had the opportunity to serve as the Commerce Secretary for the state of Oklahoma as part of his career. He owns a publication company as well, but along with a financial institution. So there isn't anyone who's more respected than Mr. Russell Perry. So Mr. Perry, thank you for being with us. And if you take a minute to talk a little bit more about what you want to share with us about your company.
Well, thank you very much for that great introduction. I don't hear that often. But To the commission and to my personal friend, I'm honored to have my former congressman here as an Oklahoman visiting us today. It's a pleasure, JC, to see you. My venture has been quite interesting. I'm a newspaper publisher, started my newspaper industry in 1979. I never looked at broadcasting as a friend. I looked at it as a competitor. And the interesting thing, the most rewarding thing in my venture has been that I hired young people, and they encouraged me during that period of time. We had no broadcasting entities representing African Americans in the state of Oklahoma, not at all. So they convinced me to, eventually it was a hard job, but they convinced me to look into the possibilities of acquiring a radio station. And in doing so, I discovered that it was AM daytimer dark, owned by Devon Energy, one of the largest oil companies in our country today. And I pursued it in that manner and was successful. But one of the things that I discovered early on in moving in this venture was access to capital.
There we go.
That's our problem. 10 times our problem is African Americans. And the second thing that I discovered in this venture was that broadcasters, you don't own the license. So going into a commercial financial institution and asking them to finance your project and asking for, can you imagine walking into an African-American young man walking into a commercial bank asking him for $1 million?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. So in doing so, I backed up, and I realized in my career that I wanted to pursue three things. I wanted to be successful in publishing because it had brought me where I was today. And secondly, I wanted to learn how to acquire capital. And then the third thing, I wanted to seek broadcasting entities. And that was one of my greatest challenges, but we've been successful in the eyesight of some people, and we are learning as we go. I have many, many stories I could share with you that would be most interesting, I think. In fact, as I look here and Congressman Watts is here, I think he and I discussed something on a national level at one time. It was very challenging, access to capital. So we have plenty of time, and I'm open for questions. And Kizar, I think that's all I want to say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Again, it's a privilege and honor to have you here with us. And again, when we think about this topic of pioneers, I couldn't see us having this discussion without you. So thank you for joining us. Again, along that line of pioneers. When you talk about Roberts Broadcasting, hey, these pioneers in terms of African American television ownership, no one did it better than Steve and his brother Mike Roberts, in the footprint that Roberts Broadcasting had as an African American owner of television stations and markets across, again, 4 states: South Carolina, Indiana, Missouri, and Mississippi, my home state. And Steve Roberts and Mike Roberts, again, trailblazed in that whole area. So to have Steve Roberts here with us today is certainly a privilege. Who also is a member of the diversity committee, particularly the working group. So Steve, if you'll just take a minute to tell our audience a little bit more about what I may have missed, that you want to share about Roberts Broadcasting.
Thank you very much, Sherman. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. As I said to Chairman Pai yesterday at the MMTC conference, as one who's been around the FCC for many years, it was an honor to be able to serve again on the Diversity Committee, because it's very, very important for us to have that established, not only for here at the Commission, but for our friends on the Hill, so they understand that we who are out here in the fields in the area of telecommunications are still very concerned about what the status of minority ownership and programming is. Let me I'm a storyteller, so let me tell you a quick story. And I always tease Sherman because he's a good friend and fraternity brother of mine. He never gets it all right. So let me get it right. If you look at the Roberts companies, in particular our different divisions, Roberts Wireless, Roberts Broadcasting, Roberts Tower, we're the only entity in the United States that's been probably in front of the FCC as a privately held company more than anyone in the last 30 years. Over that time frame, we have owned 15 full-power TV stations, 3 low-power, 3 radio stations. We created the only minority-owned telephone company in the United States. We were in an auction in the mid-'90s where we bid, along with rural telcos, small businesses and minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, for telephone license, cellular licenses for the auction of CD, E, and F. And after a year of bidding, we became the only minority-owned telephone company in the United States. We covered 6 states, and we were affiliated with Sprint. But let me go back further than that. As Royal had said in his opening comments, had it not been for the incentives that the FCC had, the Roberts brothers and all of our great associates over the last 30 years would have never been in the broadcasting business. It's real simple. We applied for our first license in 1981. We were both freshly out of law school, elected officials, and we knew very little about the broadcasting business, except that we were both involved with radio in college. So kind of on a whim, we applied to the FCC for a license that was a full-power TV station, license that was available in East St. Louis, Illinois, which is the St. Louis market. After 6 years of very competitive hearings, we were awarded the license. But had it not been for the incentives that the FCC had for women and minority-owned businesses, we would not have received our first license. So as you can imagine, once you've been through a very painful, expensive 6-year process, that you really understood the system. I mean, I was up here at the FCC so often, some of the people started calling me by my first name and assigned me an office. But the good news is that once you understood the process, when we did the next 4 or 5 licenses, it was a lot easier. We understood the process. I know we will talk a little bit about access to capital, and I will share some stories about how tough it was, even though we had a very strong record in terms of productivity with our stations. The important thing is that there's still opportunity here, and the FCC and Congress still has a very important role in ensuring that all of us, if we're minorities, if we're women, if we're small businesses, if we're rural companies, that we all still have an opportunity to be at the table, but we do need a little incentive and a little help. So I know we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Only you as my fraternity brother can beat up on me a little bit like that. But we're excited about the insight that you'll bring to today's discussion, this morning's discussion. What's unique about this panel with the pioneers that we have here today is that they're across major markets, mid-sized markets, and small markets. The next pioneer is someone who's been blazing trails in a pioneer state of Tennessee, and that's Johnny Shaw, who's the chairman and founder of Shaw Broadcasting LLC in Jackson, Tennessee. Mr. Shaw takes that, in addition to being a broadcast owner, he takes the whole importance of public service to a whole different level. He's been a member of the Tennessee legislature for for better than 2 decades, and he is someone who is just entrenched and super serving the people of West Tennessee, and so it's certainly a privilege of having him here today, John. So, Mr. Shaw, here's your opportunity to make an open statement around your story and what you're doing.
Thank you, Sherman. Thank you very much to Commissioner Pye, all of the commissioners, and our chairman, Mr. Riviere, and all of you ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try to make this in maybe a 60-second commercial here. My beginning of broadcasting started when I was in high school. I got hired as part-time announcer. But my motivation started when I heard the statement, "We cannot put the commercial on air because it's a black voice." And I made the statement to the manager of the station, I'll just own my own station one day and put my voice on whatever I want to put it on. That's where it all began. We are a family-owned business. We're owned solely by my wife and myself, and I would say the kids, because they'll get it when we're gone. We started this business back in 1987 when we bought a daytime AM, and we did very well there. It wasn't long before, when nightfall, we couldn't stay on air. We had to look at some of the options. And of course, in research, we found out that there was an FM frequency in our area. My wife applied for it, being an African-American female. We got it, and we went on the air in 1997. Both stations together, we've been in business for a total of 32 years. I've made myself a whole lot of loans that I've never paid back, but I've paid everybody else except for myself. There are several challenges that we'll talk about later, I'm sure, along the way in this business, but I will tell you that it's been one of the greatest rewards that I have ever, adventures, I should say, that I've ever taken in my life, and that is to be the voice of my community and to serve the people of West Tennessee in the area that we serve them. I'm also a Baptist preacher of 38 years at one church. I've served 18 years in the state legislature in the state of Tennessee, and I'm ready to move forward on any questions that anyone may have. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. So 2 of our panelists have talked about access to capital, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Perry. So our question is, how hard was it? Could you tell us your individual stories and what you went through, and how did they make it easy for you? How hard was that? We know they didn't make it easy, so let's talk about that.
Steve, I'll take it first.
Yeah, you could.
Go
Sure.
right ahead.
First of all, I discovered early on that most commercial bankers were not aware or understood broadcasting.
Right.
And when I started in this, let me back up. In commercial banking, and when I started, it was all about assets. What are you going to pledge for your assets?
Hard assets.
And then when I walked into the commercial lender, and he asked me for assets, and I said, well, I wanted to buy a radio station. He says, what assets do you have? I said, well, and I was very ignorant to the point. I said, well, I have the radio station if you loan it to me, and I have a little cash. He said, then this is the question he came up with. He says, well, can you pledge the license?
Wow.
I said, I'm quite sure I can. And when I went to the attorneys, they said, no, you don't own the license. And then right away, I think I have been somewhat of a visionary person, and I reversed it, and then I approached to see what kind of assets that came along with the radio station, the land, the tower, the equipment, and I was able to convince them, and they were lack of knowledge as well, that I could make this work. So I had somewhat of a relationship with the bank, and I owned my other assets that I pledged was my publishing company that it was debt-free, and I pledged that. And let me go back to even get to the publishing company. I was working for a publishing company at the beginning, and I had two doctors who were owners of the publication, and as a conservative Republican, now don't run me out of this room now, we just differed editorially, and so I thought it was time for me to move on, and I had $12,500 saved, and went to my wife and told her I thought I would go out on, and I pledged everything that I owned. I pledged my home, my furniture, for $125,000. In 18 months, I had repaid that loan.
Wow.
So that said to me the need that existed in the type of publication that I had in mind of publishing. And then came along, we didn't have a radio station in the black community at all. And so these youngsters that were working for me came to me and said, Mr. Perry, we need a radio station. And my attitude was that I was against radio broadcasting. But they finally convinced me to seek that, and that was my next phase. I pledged my publishing company and all of this. And then we came up, your broadcasters will understand this, we came up with, from a zero, and our first book, we came up with a 4-3 share.
Wow.
That's good. That's great.
With the AM daytimer. But now here's where the challenge came. We came out with a 4-3 share that first book. That next book, 3 major corporations, radio corporations, were playing African American music, hip hop music.
Mm-hmm.
So it made me think that, now here's the thing, I said access to capital. It made me think, well, what in the world am I going to do? So I looked, and it was a frequency available in Oklahoma City, top 50 market, and it was selling for $18 million. And there was no way that I could approach purchasing a radio station for $18 million. So then I got on my wheels and I said, well, I can't afford it in Oklahoma City. And so I went to Tulsa, the second largest market, and I located an individual who had a construction permit. He had not been able to put it on the air. And I bought that construction permit for $1.5 million. And I didn't know how it would work. I took a $1.5 million guess. And we finally got it on the air, and it fell a little short for the areas that we wanted, and it was going to take me another $50,000 to increase the signal. And I made another business decision. I thought it was worth it. So I had roughly, maybe after legal fees, and there's another thing you have to really, as a family-owned small company, you're talking about a lot of money with these, just going through the process of acquiring it from the legal standpoint. And so it was a training point for me. And to make a long story short, and others have to talk, I took it step by step. I'm a leverager. Leverage every move that I made. And that's one of the processes. And then when I looked up one day, I had about 10 or 12 towers. That's right. That's right. So I formed a tower company. That's right. Broke it off. That was another revenue stream. And then I went to work on buying other stations throughout. And what I discovered there was that don't pay too much for these broadcasting stations. I think if you go back and look at where we are as African Americans acquiring broadcasting companies, over the years we've paid too much for them. Debt service can be mean. Yeah. This is a tough business, and I'll tell you something else I've noticed. take this as a business, not as an entertainment vehicle. You can have them both. But primarily, this is a major business. And it's a serious business.
Can we move to the other panelists too?
Oh, very
because
good.
our time is running short.
Sure.
No problem.
Oh, yes.
That's right, that's right. Well, I'll jump in and I'll keep it real short
Okay.
too. Reverend Shaw, I thought Reverend Perry was going to keep going with the sermon for a while. So those Oklahomans, I think, being from Missouri. Mr. Perry is absolutely correct. When you're a startup, it's not like you have lenders who are standing out there because their bottom line, I've been on 6 different bank boards, their bottom line is, what are your assets? How are you going to pay back your debt? So as a startup, it's very, very difficult. So that for any budding entrepreneurs out here who are interested in coming in telecommunications, I hope that you'll look at family, friends, other resources you have to go in the business. That's what we had to do. As Mr. Perry said, Mike and I are both lawyers, so we were able to save some money in our filings, but still we had to have FCC counsel here in Washington. So that's why we were here often during our application process. I know Raul is going to talk about tax certificates. Now for us, because we were startups, it was very difficult to use tax certificates because we had to buy, and we did later, existing properties where those incentives were there. But the bottom line is that I think the lending environment is better today because I think lenders versus 25 or 30 years ago understands the nature of broadcasting. I think that they see that there is real revenue possibilities because every week you hear of new folks with new ideas, and next thing you know, they're millionaires or billionaires from them and stuff. So I hope that not only can our diversity committee, but the FCC can, empower others to start talking more about the incentives that we need from Congress, but more importantly, how we can incentivize the private sector to invest in minority, women-owned small businesses again. Thank you.
Right.
Very good.
Mr. Alarcon?
Yeah, I would share, and I think we probably would all agree that it's a very difficult process to get started. I think it's critical to understand that that first station is so important. Right.
Yes.
That first station is everything. And I remember going to the closing of that first station, and it was $3 million back in 1983. I had never heard of that amount of money in my life. And I remember I went to the closing, and the seller of the station, a lovely man, Herb Saltzman, came over to me, and he was incensed at the closing. And I was ecstatic at the close. And he said, Raul, I don't understand. You've signed personally, your father signed personally, your wife has signed personally, your mother signed personally. I saw your little dog outside in the hallway. They have basically taken collateral of everything. But you know what, Sherman and ladies and gentlemen? I sit here today and it's 35 years later, and as angry as he was that day, I was overjoyed because I was getting my first shot at this business.
Sure.
And I am grateful to Mr. Saltzman. I am grateful to the original banker who I spent 6 months trying to convince to give me the loan. Yeah. And we did sign everything. We signed everything away.
Everything.
And then we found that we went on the air, we were in Spanish, and so we had the difficulty of convincing advertisers that a Spanish station would do well in some of these large markets. But you know what? I have no regrets. And again, I will state again, and I think everyone here will agree with me, that ownership is absolutely key. And you've got to, you have to be willing to sacrifice, particularly for that first station, because then it's going to be performance, and then it's on you.
Yep.
It's on you, But that first station is critical, and for me, it was a tremendous challenge, but here I am, and I am as enthusiastic today as I was that first day, despite his anger.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, and I will try, I'll say amen to everything that's been said. I'll try to take a different approach. One of the things I discovered early on, and I'm going to skip part of this to just get right to the point, is that when you are purchasing a radio station, the first person you got to sell is yourself. That's the first person. So when I went to my finance officer at the bank to get $500,000 was my first loan, he said to me, after the discussion about the license and collateral and all those things they've talked about, he said to me, my bank board won't go for that. You don't have any collateral. They won't go for that. And I replied and I said to him, I know your board you won't go for it, but I want to talk to your board because I can convince your board and they'll go for it. He said, what do you mean? I said, just give me an appointment with your bank board. And when I walked into the bank board that morning, after greeting all of the members of the bank board, the first thing I said to them, I come to offer you gentlemen an opportunity to go in business with me today. And they all looked around at me like I was about half crazy. And I said, well, I want to start up a radio station, and it's going to be a Christian station. I'm going to connect with the faith-based community. First of all, the faith-based community has more money laying in your bank this morning than anybody else in town. Because all of these churches take up their money on Sunday and bring it to you on Monday and just deposit it. I said, that's the community that I want to serve. And these are the people who buy all of the products and services that everybody else buy. But more than that, these are the people who are reliable and who will pay for the products and services that they buy.
If I may I make one statement here?
Sure.
It made me think of this. This may be surprising to everybody in this room. When you talk to a loan officer today, he or she, they are basically salespeople. The key instruments in banking today, large or small, is your credit division. They make the final decisions in most cases. Once you leave them, that credit company picks it up.
That's right.
They will make that decision.
Thank you for that, Mr. Perry. Our time is getting short, but before we go to questions, one of the things I think is important to talk about, or that we talk, and I ask you to be brief in terms of your responses, is our barriers. Exactly a year ago, Mr. Alarcon and I were in the room when Chairman Pai came to make the announcement about the FCC's support of the Fair Play Charter Doctrine. What this simply was the ad industry coming to the broadcast community to say that we realize there are problems with multi-billion-dollar media buying agencies doing business with African American and Hispanic broadcasters.
Yes.
And we are launching this Fair Play Charter to help level the playing field. So I like, unfortunately, we have to have a short amount of time to your responses, but I want to talk about ad revenue is the lifeblood of broadcast businesses.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And where marketers and their agencies are making decisions not to include African American and Hispanic broadcasters in their buys is something that it's an area where the FCC saw that it could have a role in getting the ad industry to do the right thing. So I want each of you, starting with you, Mr. Alarcon, to talk about that. But if I would, given our time, we limit your response.
Yeah, I'll be quick. It's particularly galling, Sherman, when you have the ratings, as we were fortunate enough to have in New York City. I won't mention the department store, but we had a number of top 5 radio station in New York City. And it was a department store in New York City that wouldn't advertise with minority media because they felt that if they advertised with minority media, their shoplifting would go up. And that was told to me.
Sure.
And that was galling. No? And I think a lot of progress has been made, but as you know, Sherman, there's still some of that going on. Despite your having the ratings and you're having the purchasing power and you can prove it. You can prove it in graphs, you can prove it in analysis and in documentation, and you still today, 2019, you still come across that problem.
Urban dictate.
Yeah, and let me, because we've talked about this before, Sherman. One of our properties, Jackson, Mississippi, is a perfect example. Now, we're ranked number 3, by ratings in the market, but we hire locally. We do more community events than any of the other stations in the market. Everyone loves us. People come by the stations all the time. And the challenge is trying to get, like you said, under fair play, to get the advertisers to understand that we're local partners. We hire locally. We do business locally. We're out in the community locally. We listen to the diverse voices of our community and make sure that it gets out. And that because of that, we should be rewarded, not penalized. And in this case, we're being penalized.
Mr. Perry, I think you wanted to weigh in on.
I agree with that, but I'd like to go a little further. I agree with everything everybody said. But here's another issue, and no one in this industry, in my opinion, and I've been in it over 20 years, will address it. When you go out and purchase a mortgage, do they give you 60 days, 90 days, 120 days? Well, this is what small broadcasters are faced with today.
That's right.
Agencies will go up to 150 days before they pay you.
Yes.
And then after they pay you, before they pay you, it's 15 plus 2% that they take from you. So, but people are afraid to address that.
Yes, sir.
And I have put this before a lot of people, but they will not address it.
Well, I'm glad you raised that issue as one of those barriers, Mr. Perry, because you're right. That is a major issue because we're small, we're basically small and mid-sized businesses. You can't afford to wait 150 days to get your money. I think
We need to go to the floor. We need to take some questions from the floor. We've got a bunch of more questions here, but we need to give the people a chance to ask their questions. So is there anybody, please?
Good morning, Jose Nino. Problem you had 30 years ago, maybe 40 years ago, access to capital.
Yes, sir.
My experience with what we do in media, what we do in towers, biggest problem today we have as minorities is access to capital.
Absolutely.
Okay, I mean, that hasn't changed at all. What do you recommend to those small businesses today, mostly diversity, of course, that's why we're here, the extra avenues that are out there? Because even when we go to Goldman Sachs or we go to your bank, we find with that, still got that problem. What are your assets? If I'm building a tower, my tower's costing me $400,000. I already put up $150,000 for that tower. If I have an agreement with a radio
sir, in
station.
the interest of time, the question.
Yeah, well, that's the question. What are you doing, and how do we do that? What's your recommendations?
Good on Steve.
Okay. A real simple, because we're in other businesses too. We find that even with our great success, we've taken a couple of companies public, we still have to explain the nature of the tower business, the broadcasting business, what are the revenue streams are coming from today. It's tough. So I always call it almost bootstrapping, where you go to friends, family members in the community to get that signal turned on or get that tower built, because then the floodgates open in terms of everybody wants to give you money at that point. There are groups today, and we've had panel discussions here at the FCC and MMTC and NABOB and other places where there are funds that are being created that are investing in folks interested in telecommunications. So I would suggest that you look at any of those websites and go after some of the folks who now are saying that this is a good business to be invested in as an investor or partner.
I'm on another panel, but I couldn't wait to ask this question. In terms of, Mr. Perry, what you said about the time that it takes for these advertisers to pay us.
Yes, sir.
I'm in the business of television, and we have that same problem, which I don't think the FCC can really answer.
No, they can't.
That's up to us, and I would just like to see how we can connect all of us in minority media to address the advertising agency industry, get meetings from them on that question of how long they are taking to pay us. We can't operate on that premise of how they may pay other networks. So the question I would have is, how can we come together instead of not anybody addressing it, because the advertising is is the engine that drives all of our media, correct?
That's
correct.
So how can we come together and address that issue, because that's where the engine is that drives us all.
That's really a question for Sherman, and Sherman is
Sherman, yeah.
Sherman's the man
Nabob.
that
Yeah.
carrying that flag.
That's right.
And then too, Sherman, I just briefly want to say where these gentlemen do get the agency business, I got to first get some from them to pay me.
That's right.
And so,
I'll address it in this way because this is, it's interesting for me. It's been interesting to me how important this issue is becoming for the survival of minority media. And 2 days ago, two of the largest global media entities merged. Spark Foundry and what used to be Blue 449. It's probably about a $60 billion merger. The CEOs, and part of the issue with that particular media buying industry is what we're talking about right now.
That's right.
Where it's been made, and so yes, we'll come together and address that matter here, and of course we'll be talking about. We'll look to get some of those people to come join us later on in the year at NABOB at the fall
I
conference.
think he brought a very good point, the gentleman in television. Again, it hasn't been discussed, and why not? There's something behind that.
Yes,
It's
sir.
either a foreboding fear that if you approach them, you lose the business, or something behind that, and no one's willing to discuss that.
The conversation, and I'll let this gentleman take the last question.
from the floor.
The conversation has to take place, Mr. Perry and others, in the C-suite.
That's right.
It's with the CEO and the CFOs. I had a conversation with Chesley Maddox Dorsey a couple of days ago, and she said, Sherman, I know the game that they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Those CFOs are pushing those payments much further down because there's a financial benefit in them in them paying us later.
Right.
So, sir, our time is wrapping. I want to make sure you get an opportunity to ask your
Yeah,
question.
please.
Because we only got less than a minute.
You got it. So I'm DeForest Mapp with Side Street Media. Should the conversation shift from commercial lending to venture capital? And I think some of the, I'm sure you all could speak to the, when you walk in, the game is about mitigating risk.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
should
That's right.
the conversation shift to venture capital? And I'd love to hear your take.
Yeah, real fast. That was a point I was making earlier
Right.
today. These 3 or 4 different entities are looking and have had workshops, like NABOB will have one this fall, that will bring venture capitalists. And there are funds being created. It's not enough of them, but there are funds being created.
Steve, we have to
yeah, go ahead.
stop there. I apologize.
I have to say this just for a second, because address this. I was trying to grow my company, and I'll make it brief.
Yes, sir.
And I won't call the company's name, but they sent in a team of 3 to visit me for 2 days. They left, took all my numbers, and they left and went back to San Francisco, and they said they'd give me a call to find the results. And they called me back in about a week, and they said, we got good news, we have bad news. I think I wanted $25 million at the time. I said, well, give me the good news first. He says, well, we've approved you. I said, well, what's the bad news? He says,
We own the company.
Wait, I haven't even gotten to that. He says, no, you need 50. We'll loan you $50 million. I said, no, you want my company. 3 to 5 years, you gone.
That's the problem.
Right.
That's the danger.
Ladies and
That's
gentlemen,
the
Thank you so
ladies and gentlemen,
much.
join me in thanking this robust panel.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, Sarah,
Yeah.
go for it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Sarah Lomax Reese, and I'm the president and CEO and owner of WURD Radio in Philadelphia, the only Black Talk radio station in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia. We are about to embark on the conversation Success Stories from Today's Radio Entrepreneurs, and we have an amazing panel assembled. My co-moderator is Michelle Duke, and Michelle is the Vice President of the NAB Education Foundation. In addition to managing the day-to-day operations at NAB's Education Foundation, she manages NABEF's Broadcast Leadership Training Program. So I'm going to introduce our amazing panel of 5 experts. Right in the middle is Melody Span Cooper, and she is chairwoman of Midway Broadcasting Corporation, an African-American owned media boutique whose properties include radio and interactive platforms. The 2 properties combine to provide niche programming to Chicago's thriving Black and Hispanic populations. Welcome, Melody. And to Melody's right, my left, or your left, is Chesley Maddox Dorsey. She is currently the CEO of A Wonder Media Company and the American Urban Radio Networks. Previously, she served as Chief Executive Officer, President, and COO of Access One Communications, which has 21 radio stations in New York, Texas, and Louisiana, as well as an NBC-affiliated TV station in New Jersey. Welcome, Chesley.
Thank you.
And next to Chesley is Dr. Namisha Shukla, and she is the CEO of WWRL-AM in New York City. WWRL-AM programs for the large South Asian community located throughout the tri-state area. And Dr. Shukla is a pediatric physician who also owns 7 Days Pediatrics located in Edison, New Jersey. So welcome. And next to Melody is Pedro Zamora, and Mr. Zamora is the president of Zamora Broadcasting Systems, Inc. He currently owns radio stations in Des Moines, Iowa, Birmingham, Alabama, and his latest acquisition was purchased in his hometown of Detroit, Michigan, with the support of MMTC. And all the way on the end is Mark Lipp. He is a partner with the firm Fletcher, Held, and Hildreth. He has had an extensive career in the communications field and previously worked at the FCC as an attorney and branch chief in the Broadcast Bureau. So I'm going to turn it over to my co-moderator, Michelle Duke, to ask the first question.
Thank you, Sarah, and thanks to all the panelists for joining us here today. We'd like to start the panel off by asking if you could give us just a brief description of your company or what you do in the industry outside of what Sarah's already shared.
Why don't we start with Dr. Shukla?
Well, my journey is very different because I'm a practicing pediatrician. And many people have asked me, what am I doing in this industry? So I acquired WWRL 3 years ago. And because I'm in this country now for almost 27 years, and I do not see that there was no voice for our community. The community didn't have any voice. And we are about 3% in New York metropolitan area. In country, Asians are about 5.8%. But still, very few, even here in this room, we can see that there are hardly any people of Asian descent. And so I didn't find any voice for my community, and that's how I decided that I would try and create this voice. And that's how I'm in this radio business.
Excellent. Chesley Dorsey.
Okay.
Maddox Dorsey.
Thank you. So happy to be here. So I'm the CEO of a Wonder Media Company, which actually has 2 companies, AURN, American Urban Radio Networks, and a related company, Super Radio. We just did this formation of a Wonder Media Company in 2018. So I'm actually a newly formed company, Black and female owned. And an entrepreneur once again. The role's not new to me. I'm managing 2 companies that we had previously under our control in Access One. So let me just tell you a little bit about the companies. American Urban Radio Networks is the #1 Nielsen rated national audio network. We reach about 25 million listeners each week. We offer the advertising community 4 programming networks, as well as marketing and digital branding opportunities. And again, it's a national platform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Melody, please.
Well, thank you for allowing me this forum today. My name is Melody Span Cooper. I am a second-generation owner of Chicago's only African-American owned and operated radio stations. Our flagship station, WVON, is an urban heritage station that our company acquired. My dad actually, back when WVON went on the air in 1963, he was the second disc jockey hired, and he went on to own the company that he worked for. VON went on the air in 1963, and its call letters stood for the voice of the Negro. And for the past 55 years, that's just what we've built in Chicago. We have been the voice of a very vibrant community that supports us and has gone the long haul with us through generations.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pedro Zamora. Thanks for inviting me. And for many years I was on the other side negotiating with radio because I've been a concert promoter for almost 30 years, and what I found in the smaller markets that it was lack of radio broadcasting presence, and that's when I started acquiring in the small markets. Well, that was one of the reasons, and because we didn't have that much presence in radio, and in my community, I concentrated on the regional concerts, regional Mexican concerts, but later in the last 10 years we concentrated on all Latin concerts, and I deal with in the bigger cities. There's no reason for me to get into the radio business. It's too competitive, first of all, and the prices, to operate or the cost to operate a radio station is insane. But I prefer to deal with my good friend Chesley for some years in the past. But basically, I got into the radio business just to have a radio in some of these markets, and that's the reason I got into the radio business, and I'm very, very proud of these 3 radio stations that we have.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lip.
Yes, I'm happy to be here as well. I'm an attorney representing broadcast stations, and started out at the FCC back 1974, 45 years ago. It was a time when AM stations were dominant and there weren't that many FM stations, and my role at the FCC was to allocate and distribute those FM stations, and we created thousands of them during the 70s and 80s. And when I left the FCC in the late 80s, joined some firms, my specialty became helping radio stations improve, better class, change the city of license, just try to work with engineers and find creative ways to help them improve their facilities.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for giving us some background on your work. So we have about 5 questions, so we're going to target the questions to specific panelists. But if you want to add in, if you want to jump in and contribute to the conversation, please feel free. So the first question is, my first question is for Pedro Zamora and Dr. Shukla. So in general, we know that the radio industry is confronting a lot of disruption with digital technology and social media, and just all media is really going through a lot of transformation and disruption. And so I want to know what you all are doing to remain vibrant and to confront these different challenges that are facing the radio world, and particularly when we look at the immigrant population. Apparently, radio is considered the #1 medium of choice for first and second generation immigrants, for whom English is not their first language. So if this is correct, like, what are you guys doing in particular to really capitalize on this and to stay relevant? So I'll start with you, Dr. Shukla.
What you said is very true, that for first generation immigrants, radio is very important for them. I see it because of 2 reasons. One is music, because music is, when you come from your country, you are used to one type of music, and music is soothing, music has healing power, and radio provides you music. That's number one reason why first-generation immigrants like music. And second is they want to stay in touch with all news back home. It's not that they have cut their umbilical cord. So radio really is very vibrant. It's the only medium which is local and live. So it becomes like the DJs on radio become like their friends whom they have been missing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Pedro Zamora?
Thank you. Radio especially in the market that I am in the regional Mexican, the audience is very loyal, and we've realized that the Hispanic people in general are the ones that listen to radio the most among all the markets, because it brings their culture into through the music and through the news and through all kinds of things that you can put in the radio, that they become very attached to the radio broadcasting in Spanish. So and then you give them incentives like, I'm in the business of entertainment, so we give away tickets, we raffle tickets on the air, and all those things, so that you keep the audience captive, and they become very loyal to your broadcasting.
I don't know if I'm sorry, Dr. Shukla?
I just wanted to add one more point.
Sure.
That for first-generation immigrants, through radio, actually, what my vision is that they actually get Americanized. They understand this culture and they assimilate into culture, because sometimes you come from one country and you are here and you probably know everything about back home, but you may not know what's happening around you. And radio, actually, it is not just for connection to their country of origin, but it is very important for them to assimilate into this country. And radio does a very good job for first-generation immigrants. And second generation, we can give them and hope to give them some heritage of wherever they've come.
Excellent. I don't know, Chesley or Melody, if you want to add anything about how you stay relevant and vibrant in this new market.
Yeah, I just want to make a real quick comment. So the way we stay relevant on our syndicated product is we use immigrants to produce shows. So we just started a show with a U.S.-born but Egyptian heritage person who was the #1 afternoon show host in New York, Nessa. And she brings that whole cultural experience, which makes her really, really relevant. In addition, we have a show that we do with Chubb Rock, who is a Jamaican. And we can't do radio, we can't do current radio without the experience of immigrants. I had the experience of working with Pedro on Regional Mexican, and it was just an amazing experience. When it got to South Asian, I couldn't do anything, so we sold the station to Dr. Shukla. She's carrying it.
Excellent, excellent.
That's terrible.
Well, go ahead, Melody.
I wanted to just add how important this conversation is and how it's really reflective of who we are in America. We're talking about immigrants, and I'm a little, I think we need to remove that and just look at it in this big, vibrant country we're in. We do urban talk in Chicago, as you do in Philadelphia. We serve our community, just like Pedro is serving his community, just like Doc is serving her community. The important is that these voices are reflective of communities, and we tell our own unique stories. We are hyper-local in these areas that we are, and we're reaching an audience that oftentimes agencies don't see and don't count and don't find us relevant, and what they call non-efficient. And we are so relevant to our communities for what we're doing. I'll give you a perfect example. There's a mayoral race in Chicago where there's 2 black women running for mayor. This never happened. On VON, that's been the topic of our conversation. And we saw it coming, right? So that's what makes us important. It doesn't take away from the general market mediums, but we are the voice of our communities that we serve. And that is so important in the American landscape, that we are heard and recognized.
Absolutely.
Mark, you've been able to work with a number of broadcasters. Do you have any examples that you want to share on this?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to share one of my clients' success stories. This is a gentleman that came over from China and Taiwan in the 60s. He had a background in radio, actually being a DJ in Taiwan, playing American music. Couldn't do that in China, of course, but he went to Taiwan to do it. He settled in New York in the 70s and had no money at all. But his idea was, in New York City, you can't buy a radio station. They're very expensive. But he convinced one of the larger FM stations there to lease its subcarrier channel. That was, back then, something people did. Muzak was a subcarrier channel. And he borrowed money to obtain receivers specifically tuned to the one frequency that his subcarrier channel was on, and distributed over 250,000 receivers to the Chinese community in New York. Became well known in the Chinese community that way, and actually back then was the only Chinese language station that they had. They had no other Chinese language station to listen to. In 1982, actually an FM station became available in New York City when someone lost their license. He applied along with 20 other people, and it took 10 years before he was able to actually win the hearing. But he actually got it and operated it for several years and found out it was valuable. This was a time when stations in large markets were very valuable. After a few years of operating it, he sold it for over $100 million.
Wow.
And with the proceeds
That's a success story.
With the proceeds of that sale, what he did was he acquired over 50 AM stations in all the large markets across the country, so he could provide minority programming to different groups, Vietnamese, Korean, Chinese, and a lot of Spanish stations as well. And he's been doing that ever since.
Well, I want to jump to the AM question since you brought it up. So we know that AM radio is a platform that really is home to about 2/3 of minority broadcasters, and it's threatened with extinction. I know I have an AM, so this question is very relevant. So we know that AM radio listening is steadily declining. We know that cars, like newer cars, are even questioning whether they're going to include AM in cars, and that's really where people listen to radio more and more, at least terrestrial radio. So what do you see as the steps AM radio can take to compete within the framework of this new media context? And maybe I'll start with, who wants to take that? I'm going to look at Melody. I'm going to ask you, and then we'll go to Mark.
Right. So I think that is something that we would love to take up with the FCC, to explore different ways for us to be able to do something new with AM. And I know that they're working on that. And I think hearing from some of us who are in the weeds on this would be so helpful. But I also think that this is a time when we talk about extinction. That is something that entrepreneurs cannot accept, is extinction, right? So I think it's an opportunity for us to get innovative. I think about the platforms. You can hear VON, and a lot of my listeners listen to VON not on the radio. It is through iHeart Digital. I was sitting in, I got 3 Echoes for Christmas, Alexa. I said, Alexa, can I hear WVON in Chicago? There it was. Yeah, sure. So we're at your fingertips, sounding much better than we sound on terrestrial radio. And so between that and the fact that we have got to stop looking at radio as if it's listenership and look at it as it is audience, and you look at the entire audience of it. When you talk about radio, it's the original social media. So we can be just as much engaged, if not more, with digital, with social media, with every other platform that everyone else is using. It's available to us. And as long as they continue to encode so that listenership is recognized as well, I don't think that it's I don't worry about AM ever totally going away. And then what I always do, also, Sarah, is I look at the big owners. The big owners aren't trying to get rid of their AM stations. Of course, they pay more for their FM stations, but if they're holding on to them, it's something there. You don't see this broad sale of AM, somebody just trying to give their signal away. No one wants to give away anything that has the power to influence the public. There's value there. And so I don't worry about it from that standpoint, but I would like to continue, the FCC to continue to explore the options that will make us more competitive in the marketplace.
Does anybody else want to jump in? Mark?
Yeah, Sarah, as you mentioned, most minority broadcasters are in AM stations. And there are some things the FCC can do. I know the chairman has been very active in assisting AM, and he has allowed AM stations to acquire FM translators, which there's several thousand out there now with AM. But in the larger markets, where your target audience often is, where the immigrant communities are, where the minority groups are, it's very difficult to acquire a station there. There's certainly no opportunities for new stations there. So the challenge is for minority broadcasters wanting to reach their target audience, how do they do it? And FM translators just are in very short supply in the major markets, in the central cities. So suggestions I have are much more extensive than what the FCC has done so far. For example, right now, if you're outside of an urban area and your target audience is in the urban area, the FCC actually has roadblocks that are created. You can't move into an urban area. It's called the rural radio policy. That should be lifted for AM. There's a proposal now before the FCC to decrease the protection for the large, high-powered Class A stations, Class A AM. And if they adopt that proposal and the lower-powered and daytime-only AM stations are able to take advantage of it, again, it may involve some available spectrum in a larger market where their target audience is, but this rural radio policy prohibits them from moving in. That's an area that the FCC could certainly help AM. Then, something I've been working on with a lot of groups since 2007, filed many pleadings, is all the vacant space in the VHF band, in particular Channel 5 and Channel 6. I counted very recently that there's only 26 full-service stations on Channel 6 and 50 full-time stations on Channel 5 nationwide. There's some low-power TVs, but less than 100 on either of those channels. That's a lot of space available for AM to move there if they want to. This is what a lot of other countries have done. European countries, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, they've all switched their AMs to FM. And of course, there could be a transition period where you remain on your AM while you're moving into the VHF band as an FM station. There's also room for translators where there's interference existing, or for new translators. I know Dr. Shukla has a FM translator interference problem that she's dealt with before.
So, Mark, I'm going to have to put a pin in it in a second, just because we're running out of time, and you could do a seminar on this for a day. So
Okay.
your expertise is really valued. But go ahead, Michelle.
I'll go ahead and shift gears a little bit for the panel and focus on the three women and ask if you can give us some insights on your journey as a woman in radio broadcasting. Let's start with you, Dr. Shukla.
My journey is very short, actually. It's only 3 years. But as women in any business, I have come to believe that it's women have already, this century, the educational empowerment is already done, right? Because right now, there are more women coming out with degrees than men for almost now last 7 years. So what happens in business is we have to conquer an area called emotional empowerment. Unless you have that emotional empowerment, which really no man, no country, no religion, no community can give you. It is only women themselves have to develop from within. And that is the only way you can be successful in any business, because that's what is there at every step. If you are not empowered, if you have not done that for yourself, you can't really, break that ceiling.
Thank you. Chesley?
So I agree with everything Dr. Shukla says, as always. But in addition to that, I think we really need good mentors. And I was really fortunate in my career to have good mentors. I was a banker working in broadcasting, lending to the broadcasting industry, and I had John Oxendine come along and say, you really need to be an entrepreneur. Give me some money and let's do it. And that, I couldn't say no. He's very convincing, so I couldn't say no to him. Hi, John. But it was an excellent mentor. I had Norman Wayne, Robert Weiss, Fred Joseph, all men, all mentors, because I came out of the finance side of things. And then, of course, the unforgettable Sydney Small, who mentored me into the start of the company that we're in right now. So I think you have to have that emotional courage. You have to have a little vulnerability, but you have to have people who are willing to reach back and show you the way. And that's critical from my standpoint.
Well said. Thank you.
So I got into business, as I said earlier. I'm a second-generation owner. I started when I was 15 years old as a punishment because I was hanging out with a crowd that my parents didn't want me to, so my father started making me go to work every day. Child labor laws at 15, a W-2, something's wrong with that. Anyway, I became president of my dad's company when I was 30. He actually owned it with another broadcaster, and they stayed in court. They didn't like each other very well. So at 30, I was president of the company. Went to court in 1999 as part of the settlement. The judge, the female judge, said, sell the controlling interest to Melody, and did some creative financing that they talked about earlier with my home, and put some of my personal stuff involved, and I bought the controlling interest in with my dad's 36% and my 14. We are the majority owners of the company. My journey in terms of being at the table and as being in female media remains a very male-dominant industry, but I've been in it long enough that when I'm at the table, I don't see that. I see a sharing of ideas. I see input and value in everybody around. But I will say, when I sit back and watch panels, and I do look for, are there women present, to know how far we've come. I've had many mentors in this business, both on air and off. Kathy Hughes has been a tremendous mentor to me on my journey. She started at an AM station similar to the one that we had in Chicago. And I think there's just great camaraderie. I mean, I can be mentored by Steve Roberts and by Mr. Perry, who was here, just as much as I can by Chelsea and Sarah. We all got stories to tell, and they're all helpful because we're just, all here to kind of survive. So that's kind of been my journey.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
I know that each of you is paying it forward based on what I've read about all of you.
And I just want to add that Melody and me and
Karen
Slade in LA are working as 3 Black women owner-operators of radio stations to collaborate and share content and different kinds of things. So that's an example of woman power.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go back to this question of access to capital, because that is clearly a theme. We heard it in the first panel which I thought it was really powerful to hear the stories of some of these pioneers. And access to capital is an ongoing obstacle and challenge, I think, for all radio owner-operators. And so I wanna see if we could talk a little bit about that, and I want to start with Pedro Zamora, because in having radio stations that are geared towards the Mexican population, the immigrant population, did you find, or do you find there are additional challenges associated with accessing capital based on your target market?
The access to capital is very hard, especially with people that like myself that work in small markets. When 6 years ago, when I was doing some tower construction, we tried to get financing for that, and it was very, very hard. I mean, it was going to take easily over a year to see if I could get financing. So it's been a challenge for myself, and especially because the small markets, and I don't. At that point, I didn't own radio stations that were. I only, I had one radio station already, but it was in a small market, and I was leasing it out to somebody else, and there was no income coming in. So it was very hard, and I decided to, get a loan in another way to do the construction, but. Through my other businesses, but it's been very challenging. And from what I hear from people that I know, it has been very challenging, everywhere. So I don't know. I hope that one day there'll be better ways to get financing, and they don't make it as hard as it is today. And I know they have to, banks have to secure their money, but they make it too hard, and especially for minorities that we own a few radio stations, or that they want to buy their first radio station, and they don't have history, and they tell you, oh, it's a piece of paper what you own, but behind that piece of paper, it's a lot of work and equipment that costs a lot of money, the towers and transmitters and all that. I was very fortunate to buy 2 radio stations, and we were able to buy them at a cheaper price, and then build towers, the one in Des Moines and the one in Detroit, and that's how I got to build them cheaper. And find the financing, the money, through my other businesses. But I don't know if I didn't have that primary business of the entertainment and the venues, that I would be able to own radio stations. And I am a firm believer that radio stations, especially in this market that I am, that are very important for our community. But I just hope, like, the situation with the AMs, because I own one AM, that improves, how, or the FCC finds a way to give us more support, the way people are perceived the AM stations, but then in the Latin industry is just radio stations are a very important part of that of their culture.
So I think we have time if one more person wants to address that question around access to capital, and then we're going to go to questions. So if anybody in the audience has a question, you might want to queue it up now. But does anybody else want to speak to this issue of access to capital? No? What?
I'll speak to it, because we keep speaking of it.
Yes.
And there's still none of it.
Yeah, and it's across all industries.
Yeah,
it's not just
yeah.
radio or media.
Right, and we've got to move this dialogue somewhere further, because everybody, Mr. Shaw said it, you end up loaning your own personal selves to keep your business afloat. Sarah, we talked about this last night. I'm in the middle of a move that I bootstrapped, $250,000. I can't go to a bank and say, you know what, I want to move, can I have a line of credit? You know, so we do what we have to do to move these businesses forward. But our conversation isn't any different at this point than the guys at Cumulus or iHeart. There is no access to capital in industry anymore. We might be doing better as hyper-local businesses and smaller broadcasters than some of the big guys. So when we figure this one out, we'll get the $64 million question answered.
Well, I thought that what Mr. Perry said in terms of like over-leveraging, and that is what will lead you down the path of losing your business altogether, was so powerful and a cautionary and a really important note to take out of this.
And to add to that, I'm a member of NABOB. We have lost members because they were over-leveraged when they wanted to expand and grow through venture capital. We've actually lost members because of this. So this access to capital is
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain our radio station, my father purchased WURD in 2003, and I'm almost certain that the reason we're still in the game 15 years later is because we have no debt.
Yes.
He was able, which is really remarkable, was able to purchase it outright. If we had debt service, we'd be done. We'd be done. So anyway, questions from the audience? We have more on our end, so anybody have a question?
Someone right here.
Yes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Patrick Buddington. I don't think the mic is on, but I can talk loud anyway.
It is.
I run a grassroots marketing agency out of New York, and I deal with a lot of the radio stations there, particularly the ones that are serving the immigrant community. So my question is, in light of the importance of this community as well as the African American community and the connection with AM stations, what are some of the challenges or opportunities in getting funding or advertising dollars from the government?
Who wants to take that one?
Who wants to take that? I'm gonna throw it to Chesley.
And I'll catch it. So I think it was in January of 2019, there was a report that the U.S. government was the #1 advertiser in radio. And that is very, very interesting because you wonder what agencies are those. And we deal with a couple of them, but the question is for local advertising, can that filter down to that level? So for example, Center for Disease Control, all of their initiatives on health, on diabetes, and that sort of thing, which are really critical to the communities that we serve. We get some of those dollars, not enough, but we get some of those dollars, but can those dollars be pushed out through the local stations? And that's really an important thing. I think it's going to take an initiative, a group initiative. In fact, this is one of the things that Jim Winston under NABOB has been able to be helpful in doing. I think there needs to be a focused approach, and so those dollars that are coming from our taxpayers' dollars that are being redistributed through radio stations around the country, there needs to be a concerted effort to go and source those and then, get advertising for local radio stations that serve the community, from Dr. Shukla's station all the way through. There's all the minority stations really need to be benefiting from that, and they do not. The larger companies have people who do that. That's part of their, the lobbyist efforts, and we don't have that.
Does anyone else on the panel want to address that question? No? Well, I would add to what Chesley said. I know for us, the government spends enormous amounts of money on education, outreach, and mobilization. And I know at the state level, we've been able to unlock some access to state government dollars that are trying to reach the African American community in Pennsylvania. So I think that point of government advertising is huge. We have another question.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the conference today. I have a question. How do you keep yourself abreast regarding the new media on internet like Spotify, iHeartRadio, and the podcasting system? Because I've seen that the numbers are increasing on those new way of streaming music and news, and I see the numbers decreasing on the radio. So how do you manage to keep your audience captivated?
I think if you broadcast a unique format, I'm very fortunate to have that a very unique format of broadcasting with the especially to the regional Mexican music. If you give them a good combination of music, news, and good environment on the air, and you connect your DJs with the audience, I think we're able to keep the audience captive and to keep a flood of everything. People have obviously the option of listening to everything on the phone, but if you give them something special for them, they're gonna keep there. I mean, at least that's our case in our market. That you have to always keep on top of that with the DJs and the music and news and everything.
So I can add. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Don.
Dr. Shukla?
Yeah. Actually, you were saying about this disruption. So, in fact, I invite that and I say more disruption, please. Because this is actually an excellent opportunity for radio because this has expanded our distribution. Right. And not only we are just local now, but we can be heard all over the earth. So in fact, some of the programming that we air in New York, I know back home in India, they listen to it because they are curious to see what Indian Americans are doing in New York. So in fact, I say that is an advantage. Facebook is an advantage because now we can do live streaming. So it is like competing with television. So if there is an internet stream, I know a lot of Indian Americans are in information technology, and we have that stream on the website. So when they are coding, they are listening to it. So in fact, I say that let's have more disruption.
Excellent. And
So
Melody?
I just wanted to add something that we just started. We partner with a station that is a conservative station. This just started yesterday, WIND and WVON. They're conservative. We're African American Talk. We took my morning host and their afternoon host, and they started this segment called Uncomfortable Conversations. And they are dealing with issues of
I'm going
race.
to steal that.
Yeah, So, but where did we put it, Sarah? We started it on the radio, but to hear the conversation, you've got to go to the podcast. That's why my push is that we get out here and we sell listenership, but look at your audience share, because you can activate. Matter of fact, you can do it probably better than most in terms of interfacing with podcasting and digital and all these different platforms. This is a real opportunity for us in radio. And I just was looking at my phone and the guy said it went through the roof. And so that's
fantastic.
Yeah, a way to be creative.
So we're just about out of time. Oh,
Okay,
did somebody-
everyone, I think that's exactly right. The podcasting, the streaming is all really helpful. For example, we used to say that content was king.
Right.
And now it actually isn't content that's king. It's the consumer. The consumer wants to digest content when they want it and where they want it. And all these disruptions have given us the ability to fulfill that, as opposed to you could only listen to April Ryan for 1 minute a day. You can now listen to April Ryan, our White House correspondent, on a podcast. And so it really has given consumers many more choices.
The only thing I would push back on just a little bit, is it also makes it much more complicated and challenging to manage all of these different platforms.
Oh, yes.
Because, you're not just dealing with radio, you're now having to deal with social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and to be relevant and to, it is like 24/7, minute by minute. I mean, the expectations are just through the roof. So it's great because of all of the things you guys said.
Yeah.
But from an operator standpoint, it's a lot.
Yes.
It's hard. So coming back to the access to capital, you need more resources to really build what you're doing and do it at a really great level. So
I think in the interest of time, we will close out with one brief remark from each of you for future broadcasters in the room who would like some of your advice. Why don't we start with you, Pedro, please?
Well, I just want to say that don't be afraid to get into radio business as the way it is right now. But it's something unique, and that it always be there. And if you provide good content and connect with your community, it'll always be there.
Thank you. Melody?
He's 110% correct. And just remember, you're not just dealing with listeners, you're dealing with audience share, and you get them however you can through every medium that you can, understanding that radio is your original social media.
Thank you.
I think it's all about connections. We essentially provide connections, consumers with empowering information and entertainment, brands to influential consumers, and influencers with audiences, and it doesn't get better than that as a business.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla.
I actually want to say more to FCC that they should provide access on Sirius XM for minority and diversity. And second is to ask Nielsen to do rating for different ethnic radio stations, because without that, we cannot get any advertising.
And Mark, we'll end with you.
Mark?
Yes, thank you. I would encourage people who want to get into the business, or existing people who have stations, to look at creative ways with their engineers or their assistants to reach out to them. There's improvements that can be made and make their stations much more viable.
Excellent. Thank you all, Dr. Shukla, Chesley Maddox-Dorsey, Melody Span-Cooper, Pedro Zamora, and Mark Lip. Thank you so much for your time and your great information.
I'm going to ask everyone to gather as we begin the next panel. I was about to say, taking my pen like that, you're crazy. I'm going to ask everyone to gather as we begin the next panel. Perfect. Well, welcome back to the conversation. My name is Dr. Nicole Turner-Lee. I'm a fellow with the Center for Technology Innovation at the Brookings Institution. I'm excited to actually be moderating this panel because I have a long career working with the Multicultural Media, Telecom, and Internet Council, where we focused a lot on working and empowering broadcasters of color. So excited to be back down memory lane with all of you. Now, I want to introduce the panelists before we jump into the conversation, which is around success stories from today's television entrepreneurs. We heard it from radio, and now we're going to switch towards television and broadcast. The panelists that are with us today are Dujan McCoy, who is the president and CEO of Bayou City Broadcasting. Let's give him a hand. Don Jackson, who's the chairman and CEO of Central City Productions. Jeff Chang, who is the president and CEO of Chang Media Group. And Maxwell Agha, who is the CEO of ICNFV Network, or television. TV. Perfect. All right, so that we can actually maximize the time, and also time for Q&A, I'd like to just jump right in and get an idea of what each of your companies do. So if you can entertain for just 3 minutes, give us an idea of what you're working, who you are, how you got started, and what your company particularly caters to in terms of audience. Okay, Maxwell, why don't I start with you?
Well, we have a television station in San Diego, California. I'm a lawyer by trade, and it's been a long journey. TV business is it's not easy. I started with an analog spectrum, and the main objective was just to serve the community. But I didn't know what I was getting myself involved in. It was very challenging because having a spectrum at the border requires a great deal. You know, specifically, your engineering has to satisfy the domestic requirements, as far as TV, radio, cell phone. The countries, the border countries, specifically Mexico, and Canada have treaties with the United States. So in essence, it was a long journey, and basically today we have a TV station with a very good coverage of the city and a signal penetration into Mexico as well. And I also have a cable transmission agreement as well, and also have network affiliations. Specifically on the ethnic side, I have Spanish, Nuestra Vision, which is a company that is a part of America Mobile, one of Carlos Slim's company. And basically, they have come in, given us a contract, and made a great deal of offers as far as promotion and some of the other things that goes with network affiliation. And also I have Bounce TV as well.
Okay.
I have 2 other digital spectrums that I lease out to content providers. So basically I've survived many obstacles as a low power. And most of the spectrums in our market are controlled by major companies. Truly the only small business minority-owned company in our market. And I've done a great deal of things as far as engineering, because when you have a spectrum, the key is to have a good engineering that gives you a good market coverage. And then with a good market coverage, you can have contents from major networks, and in essence, with good contents, then that will give you the revenue stream, which is sales. So basically, the 3 elements.
Perfect. So thank you, Maxwell. And then for the others, again, just what does your company do? And if you want to say a little bit about your programming, that would be great. And if you can keep it concise so we can get to some more questions.
Okay.
Jeff?
My company is Chang Media Group. For the past 20 years, we've owned and operated full power as well as low power stations. Markets such as Los Angeles, San Francisco, also had some stations in Hawaii and Colorado. I might add our Colorado station was acquired through MMTC. And I actually co-owned that one with my wife, who is actually a Latina. She's Mexican-American. So you don't get more diverse than that. I'm not sure what we can do about that. I mean, but it's pretty diverse. As far as our programming, we've aired a variety of programming. The Colorado stations with NBC's Cozy Television. We've done some diverse programming on some of our other stations, such as in Los Angeles, especially with the ability to multicast. And we're proud of that. And we've also recently gone into radio.
Great. Don Jackson.
Okay, thank you. Next year in 2020, we will be celebrating 50 years in the television industry. We've taken a different route. We're not a network yet. We're in broadcast syndication. That means we produce programming, we sell it to advertisers, and we syndicate it, getting distribution on television stations around the country. It's an exciting opportunity. We own all of our content of some 5,000 hours of broadcast programming that we produce, from parades to quiz shows to our staple Stellar Gospel Music Awards, which is now we're producing at the end of this month. It'll be our 34th annual. So it's a different route that we've taken. We love what we do. We own the programming, and we're looking now to go into our own network on the DigiNet side of it, called Stellar TV. And I'll tell you more about that later.
Perfect. And Dijon?
That would be Dewan.
Dewan.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm from
though.
New York.
Happens
I'm
all the
sorry,
time.
my accent.
The best way to remember it is the one and only.
The one and only.
No, just joking. So my company's Bayou City Broadcasting, and I currently own 5 broadcast TV stations, 2 Fox affiliates, a CBS and a Fox in Evansville, Indiana, a NBC, Fox, and My Network in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Perfect. All right, so let's get kicking into these questions, all right? What I think I've heard everybody sort of talk about is there's this conversation around spectrum assets that have come into this television space. Multicultural programming is particularly keen, using syndicated models, and I think what we're actually looking at with your company, Dewan and Only, is around just having different affiliate connections, it sounds like. What I'd like to know is the financing around these models and what that looks like. I mean, what has been the business model that you all as professionals in this space have had to employ, particularly given the likelihood of streaming now, right? It's very different. And so just sort of throw that out there. Jeff, you want to talk about what's been your experience with getting financing and funding your network?
Well, before we got into station acquisition, my company was in media representation. This was back in the 90s. This was before there was a lot of JSA and LMAs and such. So we represented a lot of independent television stations. And we were able to take that cash flow and acquire our first station. And I think it was really important to note this because we came from the angle, since we already had the contacts with the advertising community, that we could hit the ground running with every station that we purchased. We could go to the advertising community and say, if this is something we can do, if this is the programming we can offer, is this something you can support? And right off the bat, there was established cash flow. In some cases with agencies, fortunately, that pay in advance. That's usually with direct response. But that was our basic model to this day. We don't buy stations thinking this would be great in this market. Especially, I've seen a lot of people go into Hawaii with that model. I'm going to go to Hawaiian Islands, I'm going to own a station, this will be great. And then they come back to the mainland. I go, what happened? They go, I hated it. That happens a lot. They go to like a really nice locale and they realize it's not what they expected. So the key, I think, with anybody here, I think I'm going a little off topic, is make sure that you have that base of the advertising revenue in line, because I mean that's ultimately, even if you get lending, they're going to want to see that cash flow there.
That's right, Dewan. I was actually going to have you jump in too.
So for me, when I've gone around with purchases on two separate occasions. My first occasion was back in '07, right before the recession, and that was a different type of purchase that I did 3 years ago. Okay, because the industry has changed. Back in '07, which was important, I used an SBA loan to get my first stations, okay? These stations that I bought were Fox affiliates in small market West Texas. San Angelo and Abilene were the markets. And they were on the market for sale for 10 years. Nobody bought them. They were on the market for sale for 10 years and nobody was interested in them, okay? I got lucky. I heard about the stations and they fit my eye. They fit what I was good at, okay? So at the time, that was '07, you guys know what was about to happen in '08. Okay, so we had made the announcement, hey, we're going to purchase these television stations. Then the bottom of the finance world fell out. So what I relied upon when I bought the stations was seller financing to start. Seller financing to start until I can get somebody to give me senior debt, because nobody was loaning money in '08, remember that? Until I can get somebody to give me senior debt to take my seller out. So I used a $3 million seller note until I got a small regional bank in West Texas to give me a SBA-backed loan to take my seller out, okay? So that was back in '07 and '08. Fast forward, I ended up divesting those television stations in order to move to larger markets, different type of transaction. I wanted to get into the larger market arena on big market affiliates, ABCs, NBCs, CBSs, and Fox and whatnot. So what I had to do is find bigger money. I had to go to larger private equity people to get that money, okay? So I had a friend introduce me to Bain Capital. How many people have heard of Bain Capital?
Right.
Big money bank, they provide private equity, they do mezzanine financing, they do senior financing, you name it, they have it. But I ended up doing a $30 million transaction in Evansville, Indiana, which was totally different than the SBA loan, okay? Then 2 years ago, I used that same financing arm to do a $46 million purchase in Lafayette, okay? So the financing is different depending on the transaction. The larger the transaction I had, the more big money that I needed. The smaller the transaction I had, I could use a regional bank. So hopefully that helped you.
No, that's actually really,
Yeah.
Maxwell, I want to switch to you because you're sort of in the same space. It sounds like you sort of built upon a government resource of the SBA loan and then use that capital and equity to keep building and building. What's been your experience as well? I mean, is this a similar pathway that people should be looking at?
Well, not really. I think part of it is just that if you have a license, before thinking about finances, just to make sure that you do your good engineering.
Okay.
True engineering, maybe low-cost engineering, maybe you'll be able to have a station where bigger networks can come in, and that's what I did in association with the networks to be able to create the revenue stream. But in the beginning, I had to be able to self-finance to do the engineering work. And in the middle of that, I had to survive the 2 auctions at the FCC, and those auctions somewhat was disruptive as far as our business. And basically, some of the engineering that I did as far as being able to have a channel, which in one case, it was able to, during the analog to digital transition, I had a channel 38 for San Diego. The commissioner approved it, and then sent to Mexico for coordination. While I was going through the coordination process, then there was a national security issue at the border, because there was a big Mexican broadcaster who had a digital allocation that was wiping out all the national security communication infrastructure, the Border Patrol, Los Angeles Police Department, and as well as the U.S. Navy. And basically, in that process, I was asked by the commission to sign off my license to solve that problem. Then, so in essence, those type of moves was very disruptive. In essence, trying to go to a bank or to an investor. However, we're in a very good market. Right. Most of the licenses that in the market are controlled by a few companies. And the last auction, some of the people in my position who was lucky to get Class A did very well. They did very well as far as the auction process. I have someone who never had much on the air.
Right, right.
It was paid off by the government, about over close to $40 million.
Yeah. And Maxwell, if I could say, excuse me for interrupting just a second, because we're limited in time, but I think what I'm hearing, though, it's probably not an either or, but it sounds like, and this is the purpose of this workshop today, that you have 2 different scenarios, right? One which was an equity-based, but I appreciate what you're saying because the engineering does matter, particularly in your ability to expand into different markets, and this disruptive digital shift has actually affected television as we know it today. Which leads me to Don. I want to jump you on the conversation in terms of the model that you use around syndication. Is the funding model the same as we're hearing from your colleagues when it comes to syndication, or had you had to deploy something else?
No, it's totally different. You can imagine going to a financier or a bank and talking about a program concept that you have. And explaining that to them, it's almost impossible for them to get your vision and to say, yeah, and understand all the process of how they're going to get a return on that. Right. So we went the traditional model when we started, and that Jeff mentioned, and that's the advertisers who is where all of our funding really comes from. At that time when I started, there were not a lot of African-American programming out there. Right. And we did everything from parades to documentaries. But we first went to major advertisers, the McDonald's, the automotive, the insurance companies, and created relationships where we got commitments before we would even produce those shows. So that worked quite well for us, and that's where we get all of our financing. We don't initiate programming until we are fully funded. So that is our model, the track record that we built up, and it's been successful. So that framework worked for us, because for us in syndication, it's a triangle approach where you have your basic base of that triangle as your programming. And if you're doing programming that there's not a lot out there in African American original programming, that's original programming. And then with the advertising that you can get is that one leg of that triangle, and get those solid commitments, and then you're able to produce it, and then you get distribution in terms of stations who need that kind of programming. So that's how we've built our model, and that's the model we use today.
Yeah, that's a different model, right, than I think what we are used to. Which brings me, though, we're in a different marketplace. So Dewan actually talked about that. This is a video streaming marketplace that is very disruptive on television. It's also very disruptive on advertising models that have traditionally been tethered to broadcast. I'd like to hear from Jeff. Let's start with you. You know, how are you dealing with the video competition that's actually existing when it comes to online? Right, because that has to be something keeps you up at night, particularly as everything's migrating there.
Actually, I'm very happy.
Oh, good.
I'll tell you why I'm very happy. Well, I'm usually a happy guy too. One of the things is we got to remember we're in the broadcasting business, but we're also in the entertainment business. And if you can tell me I've got a new way to reach people, and suddenly I don't have to rent a tower, pay X dollars to my utility bill, and I can reach that many more people, sign me up. And I'm actually particularly excited about the new world of streaming. Now, there's a lot of lawyer stuff we have to go through. You know that, I'm an attorney, you're an attorney, got contracts this thick that you have to work through, but we work through it. And, I think we're past that trepidation. If you go back to the history of television, the movie theaters and the movie studios were very, very hesitant in television. They wound up embracing it. I think we're embracing it a lot faster, and that's a good thing. And, in a way, it's very difficult because there's now millions of channels, but you just have to be nimble. You have to be smart about it.
Yeah. Dewan, what about you in terms of, again, these affiliates and making sure your content also reaches the internet?
So I'm generally not concerned about streaming. The reason being is if you guys remember the internet revolution when you had all these search engines that were popping up and so forth, then all of a sudden you only have one or two available. I think we're going through that phase right now where there's a lot of streaming services, and when the rubber meets the road, not all of them will make it, okay? And for me, being a broadcaster whose buying strategy is to buy network affiliates, Big Four network affiliates, I think I'm in the driver's seat. Why? Because Big Four affiliates usually have really, really good programming, and the markets that I buy, if I don't have a news, I put a news on, okay? And most people don't know this, but for broadcast TV stations, most people think the highest rated product week in and week out is a Voice or American Idol or CSI, something like that. It's not. You know what it is?
The news.
Local news.
Yeah.
It's local news, okay? And that's local product that I produce. That's the relationship between a network affiliate and a local broadcaster that forces and helps local broadcasts strive, and those two really work together in a positive way. Last I checked, all the big product exclusive of the news is football, football, and football, okay? Secondly, it would be basketball, it would be sporting events, okay? And most networks understand that for them to survive going forward, they need those sporting events, and as long as I have one of those networks, I'm happy.
Yeah.
So.
Don, the same thing with you, because that's interesting, and I actually appreciate you actually saying that it's about local news. In the age where the internet has sort of galvanized, I think, these local markets, I love to hear that with broadcasters, that's something that has been our original purpose and something that I was near and dear to when I was at MMTC. But Don, same thing. Does the syndicated model work over the internet, particularly since you're doing a lot of local programming as well?
Well, it does. What we are finding is a way to monetize it. So in terms of what we approach these advertisers with. So right now, for us, it's added value that we provide to them to keep our rates where they are. We're happy with it. Some of the advertisers, however, are trying to get syndicators and programmers like us to take away some of the linear television for a digital offering that's lower than what we're getting, which we're examining right now to make sure we don't lose the base of advertising support on that level for television. I think, we're excited about it to have our product on more platforms, but at the same time, from a business point of view, we haven't been able to monetize it to make it as a single offering, streaming to an advertiser.
That's right. Now, I know we're going to open it up to questions soon, but we did get a great question from the internet that I actually want to drive to real quick. For any of you that are actually up here, the question from the internet is, the FCC's Minority Tax Certificate Program proved to be a success for broadcast owners of color. How can we urge the FCC to reinstate this program? Actually, it's Congress actually had to do it, right? Not correcting our very well-informed and well-engaged person. But is there room to reinstate the tax certificate program? I'd like to hear from anybody who's had experience with that in the past.
So I haven't had experience with it, but I would say that to convince Congress or the FCC or whoever you have to convince, you need to have the folks that will be doing the divesting, doing the pitch, as opposed to the people doing the buying, doing the pitch. Why? Because they control it. They control the properties that minorities want to buy. So the bigger the group, the more stations you have. When you want to divest, you should be the one pitching the government to say, hey, here's why a minority tax certificate will work, because you're going to benefit from it.
Yeah, I would just say years ago, a lot of years ago, I had a joint venture with Tribune Broadcasting, and that was really the first instance of an incubator model where it permitted my programs that Stellar Awards, also Soul Train Music Awards, to get off the ground. But what it did for Tribune was to the credits that they got to go in and say, here's what we're doing in African American programming. And it permitted us to get off the ground, to get these programs on their stations. And I'm hopeful that the FCC here will play a role in making an incubator model to find advantages for broadcasters to help encourage African American ownership, as they've done with radio.
Right.
That's what I'm hopeful will come out. Some action will come forward. But that initial relationship with Tribune enabled us to really launch our programs on their stations. It gave Tribune a return on waivers they got, credits they got, and it worked quite well in creating, for us, programming-wise, stations to have our programming air on. And it can do the same today. So I'm hopeful that those tax credits can be an incentive for broadcasters to get involved with minority ownership.
Yeah, no, I think, Jeff, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I have to agree. In fact, our most recent transaction from a few years ago with Gray, I mean, there was no tax certificate involved here. It was the foresight of a major established company, and Hilton and Kevin were very, very helpful. And it goes beyond just that. They're helpful after the fact, too. I have to add that in Colorado, they said, okay, here's what's going on. Their engineering was very helpful with us. So I think from the standpoint of the established broadcaster, for it to have that insight, that's where it's going to be, and then it will lead into their certificate.
Right. Max, do you want to say?
I think it's, as far as the TV market, there's a lot more consolidation than companies divesting. So, and that's because of the importance of the TV spectrum. And I know there's many streaming services, online streaming, but without a spectrum, you can't stream. And most of the spectrums are controlled by major companies.
Right.
And there's a way that the commission may be, as far as there are some licenses, maybe low power licenses, but if you're a low power license, if the commission is able to grant you a Class A, or if the Class A window will ever open, you're valuable. You're a serious broadcaster. And there are opportunities in low power TV, but without Class A, it's a lot more difficult. But with Class A, I think that's something that the commission should be able to do, even though the commission think they don't have the power because the window has closed. But with low power licenses in some of the major market, as a minority broadcaster or a women-owned company, you can be a major player.
Yeah. Now, before we go to Q&A, audience Q&A, I want to kind of summarize where we're at, and also, again, thank you all for being here. It's such an interesting conversation. Just want to say on the tax certificate program, I think there's still work being done on that, and I think, again, Congress has to ultimately authorize it, but at the end of the day, I think the intent of it is very much around how we actually increase voices, which goes back to a lot of what you all talked about, you know, minority-owned stations create minority-owned news, and that's very important in content, and that's important, I think, to the livelihood of this country. I think the second thing I'm hearing about is an incubator program for television. I want to shout out to my colleagues that sit on the working group of the advisory. We've already done one around radio. I think we're charged at the FCC to actually come up with these kind of ideas, so thank you in advance for projects that we're going to continue to work on to ensure that you have the right resources. I think the third thing we're hearing, and again, think about your questions, yes, spectrum matters. And as we see much more content go online, it is going to be imperative, and I think that's the point that Maxwell keeps bringing up. Programming matters, but infrastructure matters. And we've got to keep being sensitive, particularly for minority-owned broadcasters that are trying to, television owners that are trying to keep expanding their models. So for the purpose of this workshop, I do need to ask, what advice would you give to the individuals that are sitting here today that want to take a similar path? They want to become owners, right? They want to sort of walk in the footsteps that you have. Why don't you each kind of give me a 1-minute plug of what you would say to everybody, and then for those of you that have questions, please have them ready. If you don't, I have more. So let's go here. What advice would you give?
So for me, and we didn't talk about it much, but what got me into ownership was one, my drive. I've been in the business since I was 21. And when I was 23, I realized I wanted to own, okay? But what really got me over the edge was the class or course at the NAB called the National Association of Broadcast Leadership Training Program. And I'm sure a lot of you have already heard about it, and that's Diane's baby. But that was the crescendo that kicked me over to actually go out and buy TV stations. So my recommendation, if you're interested in owning, sign up for the class.
Don?
You know, I'm on the programming side, and I got excited about the opportunity to do and produce programming that we could own that in terms of African-American targeted faith-based programming, entertainment programming. And I would just advise, that's a different route. There are not many African-American syndicators out there right now in terms of companies. We're one of the largest. But I would suggest and advise, get relationships with major advertisers first who are looking for content, who spend billions of dollars where they can make a difference on supporting your programming, where you don't have to pay the money back to them other than give them airtime on when it airs. The ratings are there. It's really a simplified model, but it's a traditional model of how soap operas got on the air, programming got on the air. These advertisers supported that. So right now, with the programming that we have in our library, we are launching our own network now as a DigiNet. And because it's easier for us to go to use our programming, our relationships with advertisers to make that happen. So that's the, but I would just advise to, even if you know you're going that route, all of us should be looking to have a real relationship with the engine that supports all of our shows.
No, I mean, you're telling the truth. I've watched many of the syndicated and the televised parades that you have with my children and friends, and guess what? minority communities or multicultural communities are a $1 trillion marketplace when it comes to advertising dollars. So I think that should not be discounted, that there's space for that. In addition to the fact for programmers of color that want to do mainstream content, you still have a large consumer base that's actually willing to do advertising. Jeff, advice?
A couple things. I'll make it brief. I hope to make it brief. I started off in a small station. I was actually on air, and I told the GM at the time I wanted to own a station. And he said, well, get off the air and go into sales. Now, nobody wants to be Herb Tarlick, okay? No one wants to go into sales when you're on air. And I was like, no. And that was the smartest advice he gave me. And because you got to know the sales side. You got to know the advertising side. And then he also told me while I was on that side, he said, now learn everything you can at the station. It was a tiny station. I got to add, it also sold in auction for like $85 million, so not a tiny station anymore, yeah. But I learned everything I could there, and especially engineering. I think you'll agree with this, because you know, there's a lot of good engineers out there, and there's some engineers that also want to spend every dime you have. I think you guys will agree. I don't need a desk that costs $5,000 that holds monitors when I can go to Walmart. So that's one thing, because you're going to be on your own. You're going to be writing some checks. You don't want to be writing checks to some major equipment purchases that depreciate on day 2.
Yeah.
And the second thing, this is actually a little more, I'll get to it here. I read this in an article last week. It said, ego can help you build great things. Too much ego can destroy everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are in a business with a lot of profile, if you will. And I've worked at stations where, you know, just because there was a bunch of Emmys sitting in the GM's office, that wasn't going to make payroll, you know. So not to, you know, discredit winning an Emmy. That is, you know, that's well received. But at the same time, you need to focus on the dollars and cents of the business. When it comes down to it, you're still running a business. It's great to be able to serve the public, but once you serve that public, you need to transform that into cash flow, because without that, you can't pay the tower rate.
That's right. I think for all of you aspiring entrepreneurs and owners, Uncle Jeff just gave you really good advice. You might want to listen to him.
It's not rich Uncle Jeff, so.
All right, Maxwell, what bit of advice would you give to people, and then we'll go to question and answer.
Well, I concur with Jeff that it's a business ultimately. Because when I started getting involved, because I was in the legal business, a lot of people think that this was a hobby for me. So in essence, the people that was working for me, some of them had that mentality. So I had to learn, you know. So I have to, if we have a tower, I have to know where the tower is, and also the capabilities of the station as far as the signal coverage, and also stay informed as far as the changes in the technology and the laws, the auction laws, the people who knew about those laws, they knew, I mean, I know a company that before the auction, they invested up about close to $400 million. In 2 years, they made about $7 billion on buying stations like our stations. So basically, staying informed, knowing what you are doing, understanding the technology. And another, about to stay informed, the TV is now moving into a new standard, you know, called ATSC 3.0. I know it has not been discussed here this morning, but it's going to be, it's a revolution that likely will, as a broadcaster, you're just not just a broadcaster, but you're providing the platforms to lease out your spectrum, to do other things, including possibly internet transmission.
Right. Yeah, and those are great questions. Let's move over now to Q&A. I'd ask that you follow with a question, and we like your commentary, but we don't have a lot of time for anybody who's asking questions. And if you have somebody that it's directed to, just let them know, and then they can answer in a concise way so we can take as many as possible. All right, let's go to the first question.
Fantastic, thank you.
Say your name, too. Just say your name so we know who we're talking.
Absolutely. So this is to the entire board. My name is DeForest Mapp with Side Street Media. So my question is, what is a likely pathway to original content and not just one-offs like a documentary or anything like that? And I guess along with that, I mean, how long can your venture last with doing like Martin reruns until, like, at what point and I enjoy Martin, right? But at what point must you pivot into original programming? Let's say a series, for example.
Don, you want to take that one?
No, that's a very good question. I think you'd be surprised at the viewership of programs that have been out there for a long time, but you have to get to a point where you can get into original programming, and I might add that you own. I think that's a key so that you can have some stake in the future of that programming, repurposing it, licensing it to others, and that's the only way you can do that. Because with our 34 years of the Stellar Awards, we can repurpose all of what we've done with performances into 5 or 10 years of shows that you will think are new, but and then also weeklies. We're doing more weeklies now of original programming. But you have to go into that arena because an episode of Martin right now, and there's one major African-American network who own all of that, they pay over $100,000 per episode to re-air Martin, which is an exclusive arrangement that they have. So the other stations cannot air Martin. But it's, I think, a key to getting into producing Monday through Friday programming series that are out there. And again, approaching advertisers with what they are interested in doing can get you the dollars to do that. A different route other than just running specials on or documentaries on shows.
Right, great question. Let me go first to this gentleman with the glasses, and then we'll go to the gentleman with the blazer, okay?
Thank you, Monty Taylor, Communications Daily. I was wondering if you guys, and this is to the whole panel, think that joint sales agreements, sharing agreements like that are a good way to increase television ownership diversity. Chairman Pai has pitched them that way, and that's kind of how the incubator programs work, but I notice everybody here keeps bringing up the minority tax credit, which isn't in place right now, and the FCC somewhat rejected the advisory committee's suggestion for the minority tax credit. So do you think JSAs, SSAs, and that kind of thing are a good way to increase ownership diversity in television?
So, yes, but with the caveat, I think there has to be an end game, there has to be an end date to JSAs. I don't think they should be perpetual. So if you do one, there has to be some type of finality set in the onset of the agreement for it to work. If not, they become GSAs and SSAs forever, which defeats the purpose of growing minority broadcasters into ownership.
Anybody else?
Okay. Anybody else want to answer? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the gentleman in the blazer.
Hi, I'm Charles Cantu with Reset Digital, and I support a lot of the broadcasters here in programmatic advertising. My question is a little bit different. You talked a lot about local news, and I think local news is very important to our democracy. I think our voices are important to our democracy. And I think that there's a thing in the industry we hear a lot about is fraud and deep fakes that are coming along. Are you doing anything? Is the government doing anything? Are you working with the government to get funding to stave off deep fakes and inoculate fraud in the industry?
No, we're not.
We're not on the programming side.
Yeah.
Max, not?
No.
Not? Okay. I did have a comment that just came through. I'll read the comment and then see if any of you would like to respond. And if there is another question, we have time for one question. If not, we'll wrap up with the panelists. The FCC cannot technically reinstate the tax certificate program, but they can assist in providing statistics, facts, and figures, and anecdotal information that support the need for reinstatement. The FCC could also undertake the Adirondack studies, which many of you know about, to support a minority tax certificate and not a new entrant or small business tax credit. I guess with that commentary of what could actually be done, do we have enough information and data about your experiences on record to be able to, at least on the policy side, push that? What do you need from us as policymakers? And I'll sort of wrap up with that.
Well, I think we need the advocacy, like the NAB. They're in support of an incubator program. It doesn't have to be, I think, a waiver or a tax credit itself, but bringing that to the fore. We did this with Nielsen, who were not giving out African American ratings to the advertising agency. And it wasn't anything that we could force them on, but just bringing the folks, important media and black advertising agencies together to correct that is what made Nielsen responsive to creating those ratings. So here, I think the incubator program, just the advocacy of getting behind it, for broadcasters to see opportunities that can benefit them will go a long way in having sessions like this and maybe modeling something around what you've already done, the FCC has done for the radio part of it, I think would go a long way. And if further actions come down the pike, I know when Tribune did their incubator program with me, it was not any specific waivers they got, but they were after more stations. They had radio and also newspapers, and they didn't want to divest any of that. And it went a long way down the road for them keeping those properties as well. So that's what I would hope would come out of here, that would, I know, encourage more African American media, especially in television ownership out there.
Anybody else?
Well, I think we should not overlook the opportunities that minorities can have as far as low power station. But I think the commission should also be able to find a way, if you're a station and you're serving your community and you are doing everything a broadcaster should be doing, they should find a way to protect you by giving you the Class A. When you look at the history of TV from VHF to UHF to low power, you have to know that most of the TV stations in the country, about 80%, are low powers. And most of those stations are owned by major companies. And they do very well. They do very well. And there are some licenses that are available that could potentially, at a low cost, that individuals can get into and be able to make the license a very viable license. Because low power TV stations with Class A do command good price.
That's right. I think we've run out of time, so I'll just summarize by first of all saying let's give everybody a round of applause that participated on the panel. And I have to put in just this last little statement because I'm just very excited to see all of you here, sitting here, because we know that the state of the television industry and the state of ownership in the television industry has been somewhat dismissive. And I would say that the conversation that we had today, where you all put out the desires of access to capital, infrastructure, and the ability to create content is really important, and we've heard that. And hopefully for all of you that have participated in this, take the advice of Jeff and do what's uncomfortable to make others more comfortable in the space of this democracy so they could see images of themselves. So I would just say to you, thank you. I appreciate your time with us, and I appreciate the work of our committee to actually keep pushing these things forward. So again, thank you, everybody, and I think Henry is going to come up and who's next is going to tell us what to do next. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, man. Good seeing you.
Appreciate you too.
All right.
All right.
We have one more commissioner here to speak to you before we break for lunch, so please welcome Commissioner Carr.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the chance to offer a couple of quick remarks. I understand full well that I'm the only thing between you and lunch, so I will try to be quickly on the stage and off the stage. But this is an incredibly important work that's going on here, and it was great to hear a little bit of this panel. We've been working at the FCC pretty aggressively to update and modernize all of our media regulations, and one of the key goals there is how do we reduce unnecessary barriers to getting into this space, financial or otherwise, and we've been making, I think, some progress, but there's a lot more that we can and should be doing. At the end of the day, we want to promote more diversity in this space, more opportunities for ownership in this space. We've made some good progress, I think, as we heard the incubator program that I voted for can hopefully help open up some additional opportunities. It was good to hear some of the successes that incubators, even outside of the FCC's approach, have been having in the industry. And I'm certainly open, for my part, to expanding the incubator programs outside of radio into television, if we can sort of build on some early successes we've had. I think more broadly, there's a great job story going on in the media space that's sort of adjacent to what we're talking about today. We're going through this big television repack, for instance. And there's a lot of jobs that are created through that repack. The industry sort of total in terms of the tower workers that are doing that work, about 29,000 people working in that space, and they're looking to add about 20,000 jobs. I've been working with a lot of diversity groups that are focused on that repack and the work there. There's a group, the Women of NATE, sort of the women that own and operate a lot of these tower crews and companies that are engaged in this repack. I've had a chance to do some work with them and looking to see where we can partner with community colleges and other opportunities to spread the word about the good paying jobs that are available, and not just in the repack, but on tower work more generally. So that's one of the additional sort of areas that we're looking at. But more directly on point here, I think the FCC needs to keep pressing forward on our media modernization initiatives. I think we have to continue to push to reduce the barriers to entry into this space and promote investment in diversity. I mean, it always feels like we need more investment in news gathering, whether it's the radio side or the TV side. And so hopefully we can be a good partner. Very much look forward to the recommendations and outcomes of this event and the advisory committee's broader work on these issues and seeing where we can help implement them. So thanks very much for all the work you're doing. Thanks for volunteering your time for this. And I will move on so you guys can move on with your lunch. So thank you.
Okay, I'd like to see the working group. Jamila's got a room for us. If you don't know where that room is, see Jamila. We're going to start promptly at 1:15, that panel. We'd like to have those panelists here in place and the moderator at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. If you guys leave the commission to get lunch, make sure you leave yourself enough time to clear security to get back here in time for that 1:15 panel. We've got a terrific afternoon planned for you, so you don't want to miss it. So with that, we're adjourned until 1:15. We all take our seats, please. We'd like to get this 1:15 panel started right on the money. Thank you very much.
Are you really? Well, let's maybe not talk about that.
No, not
No,
that,
of course.
not anything that, yeah,
Okay.
directly relates to this.
Don't give him the easy questions because of that, okay?
It's 1:15. Unless.
No, this is-
So somebody might be trying to get him right on time.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alfredo Rodriguez. I am a vice president for Dish Network, and with me is the esteemed Dish Emerita Howard University School of Communication, Dr. Janet Dates. And together we will be the co-moderators for what I think will be a fantastic panel this afternoon, the theme of which is success stories from today's broadband, over-the-top, and content provider entrepreneurs.
We are so happy to have this panel, this distinguished panel with us today, for them to share some of their experiences And some of the ideas and the motivations and the things that they were able to think of to do in order to work the system. So the system worked in their favor and in ours. And you have their bios before you. We're going to ask them when they have an opportunity to just give us a few minutes, brief ideas about some of their backgrounds. As you know, our panelists are Frank Washington, Victor Serta, Paula Madison, Sheila Brooks, and our last one is Augusto Valdez. Let's start with Frank Washington. Just say a word or two. And as they are speaking, if you have questions, would you please, as you've been asked before, write down your questions so that at the end, we'll have a few minutes at the end for you to ask the questions of the panelists. Frank?
So thanks to the FCC and Chairman Pai for holding this, what has thus far been very informative. I must say in my history, since I was the Deputy Chief of the Broadcast Bureau and Legal Assistant to the Chairman Ferris many years ago, and when I was at the White House, was the person that came up with the idea for the tax certificate, which I later put in place when I was here at the FCC. I have to say this is deja vu, but I'm hoping it's deja vu with added momentum behind it. So I have a long history of ownership of broadcast radio, TV, cable television systems, which was the inspiration for about 10 years ago creating Crossings TV in the Central Valley of California when I realized that there was a huge Asian population and virtually no local content focused on their interests. So I will leave it at that.
Okay.
I'm Victor Serta, and I'd like to say thanks again to Chairman Pai and the FCC. We're talking about success stories today, and one of the successes I see is that we're having this conversation here today, and hearing the stories, a lot to share, a lot to learn from, so I think that's been a success, and give the FCC the appreciation for that. I represent Veme Media, Inc. We're based in Miami. Yes, this is my only sweater that I have now, but I'm glad I brought it. We have 3 networks out there, 2 in Spanish and 1 in English, Veme, Veme Kids, and Primo. We actually originated with PBS as a PBS Latino on the OTT, and subsequently are now displayed on various cable platforms throughout the United States.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Madison, and I am of a number of diasporas. I am of the African diaspora in that my family is African Jamaican. I'm of the Chinese diaspora in that my grandfather was Chinese, and so my Chinese name is Luo Xiaona. I was formerly the Executive Vice President for Diversity for NBC Universal, and with that title I participated intimately in the acquisition by Comcast of NBC Universal. My career at NBC included being Vice President and News Director at WNBC in New York, President and General Manager of KNBC in Los Angeles, and I was also the Regional General Manager for NBC's 3 Telemundo stations in Los Angeles. In my retirement, I have been the owner of the Los Angeles Sparks, a WNBA team. I have been Commissioner of the Los Angeles Public Library. I've been Vice President of the Los Angeles Police Commission, and I'm a filmmaker and author, and now about to have a feature film. And my family is the owner of the Africa Channel.
She's a hard act to follow.
Finally, Samuel Lowe.
And I've been following her for so many years. I'm Dr. Sheila Brooks. And I am president and CEO of SRB Communications, which is a 29-year-old advertising, marketing, and PR agency. We're the only multicultural agency in the Mid-Atlantic region. We serve the utility sector, energy and utilities, gas, electric, water companies from here to New York City, as well as higher education, convention centers, and sports arenas, and the government. Formerly, before starting my business, I spent 13 years in television news as a reporter, anchor, documentary producer, as well as news director. My firm is headquartered here in Washington, D.C. We have offices in New York City and Baltimore, and I am a recent author.
My name is Augusto Valdez. I work for Condista. I'm a partner at Condista Networks. Thank you for putting this together, FCC chairman and the committee. We're excited. We've been in business for 20 years. It's the first time that we have a chance to be here, and we hope that our story can benefit others. We have 3 lines of business. One is channel representation. We represent 30 channels from overseas that we try to find carriage on cable and satellite and pay TV in the United States. We do advertising sales. The division that does advertising sales, and we sell these spaces to advertising agencies that want to reach that community, and we own and operate 2 channels.
Okay. Well, we've heard a lot through the years about the digital divide, Frank, and that's a fancy way of saying low-income people don't have access to broadband and other kinds of technology. As an entrepreneur, how have you overcome various impediments to reaching that audience as well as the other audiences that you aim for? Can you share that with us?
Absolutely. There is a small bit of irony in that question being directed to me as the head of an Asian language television network, because whether most people know it or not, Asians significantly over-index in terms of their use of technology. So large portions of our audience are very much on top of this. However, there are segments. For example, the Hmong, who are in the Central Valley of California and in Minneapolis, and the Vietnamese population to some extent who don't. And so one of the things that we have done in that regard has been in partnership with a partner of ours for carriage purposes, Comcast, who has a program called Internet Essentials, which focuses on initially providing subsidized internet connection to poor students, but it has now been expanded to older people as well as other groups. So we work on cross-promoting that program to our audience as one way to try to deal with that situation.
Does anyone else want to address that? Are there any unique things you'd like to share related to that? If not, then we can go on and ask another, which is how can we persuade some of the huge conglomerates to do more to reach those audiences and to bring them in so that they can, in fact, have more access? And I would think some of the work that's being done by women, particularly, who are incubating. We need to do more incubating of women and minority-owned businesses where they are targeting some of those groups a lot more than some of the others are. Can anybody address that? Maybe Sheila?
I think that one of the things that we have done, particularly as a African-American owned business, is we have to continue to establish partnerships and networks in the community. That's important. We have to certainly hire the best talent that comes in so that we are producing the best quality product. And we also have had to, over the years, that what women and minorities have had to struggle with for so long is we have to know when to change our business model. We can't do the same things all the time and pivot our business. And we need to begin to embrace new technologies, not just embrace them, but invest in them in our business and for our employees. And that's so very important in order for us to remain competitive.
So another question for the panel. Some of you have businesses that include providing content on different video platforms. And we'd like to know and share with the audience, what have you done to achieve carriage on these platforms, and what barriers for entry have you encountered? And maybe we'll start with you, Augusto.
Yeah, thank you.
as I said, we rep 30 channels and we own 2. It's hard. Over the last maybe 20 years or 10 years. Sorry. Right there. Over the last 10 to 20 years, the business has gotten more and more complicated. When we started the industry or the market that we try to serve, the Hispanic market, was starting, and we were successful. We brought some of the best channels from Latin America, and we were able to sell them, mostly in every single major cable provider and satellite provider. But over time, it's gotten more and more complicated. We always kind of dreamed of having our own channel, but it was just a dream. It was never going to happen. The way it happened for us was through the Comcast MOU and their commitment to promote and support minority-owned networks. And we launched together with Primo at the same time a couple years ago. And that's been something that, even though we never thought it was going to happen, happened, and we're glad to have that opportunity. With that also comes a lot of responsibility. One of them being, you have to perform, you have to succeed. Last year, we received some information on viewership from Maltese, and we were ranking higher than Cartoon Network and Disney XD, which for us is tremendously, being 2 big brands and us being so young. In addition to that, on the Comcast VOD, we had some of the top performers on the VOD for kids last year, and we won 2 awards, which we didn't think we were gonna win, but definitely help us just make sure that it was reassuring, and we were happy to know that what we were doing, our commitment to the market and to the product was being recognized. In addition to that, Alfredo, we not only having the opportunity and performing, but in addition to that, what's been great is that last year we were able, solely because the fact that we were owning a channel, we were able to pitch another product to, in fact, Dish Network, and they believed in us, and that helped us launch a second channel, which we would have never had a chance to do if it wasn't for the MOU. It's brutal out there. It's hard to own, operate, and launch a channel on the pay TV side, on the pay TV business. But I think regulatory support and commitment from big companies definitely help just companies like ours.
Victor, I know that you're in the same space. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think I echo what Augusto. We have 3 channels that are on platforms, MVPDs, and satellite platforms across the country, and that's been over a decade of hard work. And as the doctor said in the opening remarks, it's working the system. It's working the system to try to, frankly, the question is, what have we not done to try to get carriage? It's that difficult. And so, content is important. As we've talked in the past, content is relevant, but it's kind of like a yin-yang situation, where if you don't have the distribution, you're not going to be able to invest in good content either. So content is there. I do think, we were having some chats before, where I do think the industries, the carriers there, do really have to recognize independent, and particularly independent minority-owned platforms like ours, where we shouldn't be compared to the Viacoms of the world. We shouldn't be compared to, the large conglomerates out there that have been doing this for years. And so one thing I said is, you take away a penny from me, it's 20%, whereas if you take that away from somebody else, they can just cut some more fat off a program or something. And that's the challenge, is right now, there is no finance, as we heard this morning. Financing is difficult. And for us small independents, which are very fewer and fewer with the consolidation in the markets, for us truly minority-owned, operated, managed networks out there, we do look to the carriers as a critical source of revenue for us, because we're not finding the financing there. We've had to be creative in financing. We're talking about people loaning their homes and stuff out there in TV network land, which, if you go to the big industries, you don't hear that. So for us, I think it's working closer. The MOUs have been a godsend. I mentioned to Alfredo, for us, it was a lifeline with Comcast and the MOU because it allowed for greater distribution. And frankly, they put their money where their mouth was, when they signed that MOU. And I'm just hoping that as the progression of consolidation occurs, I'm hoping that the FCC does play a good role in this to encourage that. We're talking about incubators. Hopefully that plays a role in it. And also, as the boardrooms of these big companies out there, I hope they recognize that it is in everyone's interest to have independent, minority-owned networks out there, not just the big gorillas out there. It is important because we bring different perspective. We actually hire community people. We are small enough to be able to pick and choose and develop talent in productions, in programmers, in content providers. And I think that's a lot easier to start from there versus starting from the ground up, have these people have good content but nowhere to show it. So I think it's a mix of everything.
Yeah,
Alfredo.
thank you, Frank. You wanna jump in here?
Yeah, please. We, from the very beginning, mostly because I had owned cable systems, set it as a goal to make the cable carriers symbiotic partners. In other words, we designed our whole approach around things like cross advertising, cross promotion of their services, et cetera. Because of my background in government here at the FCC, I was able to be of assistance to both Comcast and Charter in that regard on some transactions that they were interested. Currently, we're talking with Comcast about their OTT program and providing some form of Asian programming that we can source much better than them. So, as my fellow panelists have already pointed out, it's all about working the system and how innovative and creative you can be in figuring out ways to add value for the carriers who, aren't necessarily going to just give you that carriage.
You have to earn
Just
it.
what
Almost
to
you.
what Victor was saying about the pressure that the conglomerates and the consolidation exercises over the market. There is Nielsen says that the average household in America receives 190 channels. 90% of those channels are owned by 6 companies. So imagine how hard it is, and the power they have to negotiate and push, and eventually minority-owned networks are just pushed to the side and left out in the cold. So it's hard for us. Definitely, we've seen in the last 30 months 2 mega mergers, and none of those have any commitment to help minority-owned networks flourish, or at least a chance. You gotta perform, but at least a chance.
Well, in keeping with what you're saying, the Census Bureau is saying that in the next 30 years, it'll be minority in the United States. And so the question is, what do you think that climate will be like in this field at that time, and how should and could we prepare for it, particularly in the minority community and among women?
Well, I think that a lot of things will change, just like nothing will change, right? You still have to focus on the consumer and pick a segment and target it and understand it, speak their language, super serve it. Competition is not going to get any lighter. It's probably going to be even worse. So you gotta pick your winners and be the best at it. But I think in order to compete, smaller companies like ours, independent, just need regulatory help and support.
Yes.
It's just hard to pitch after Viacom, and think you're going to win.
Excellent.
And for us as an advertising agency, what I see is that content marketing is really important for us, not only now, but in the future, because what we're seeing is that in order for us to have some relevant and creative content, we have to figure out for our clients and internally how to engage that audience, and not only engage them, but how do we keep them to stay with us? Yeah. And that's going to be important because we all know that it's paid advertising that engages the audience. So we're finding that we have to partner more, as I mentioned earlier, what I find myself doing a lot of is taking that talent that we have in-house and making sure that they have the professional development, not only that, but all of the other nuances that comes with getting them ready so that they are part of the digital revolution as we enter all of this.
Can you, go ahead.
No, I was just curious, Paula, with your impressive resume, do you have anything to add? Because the world is changing, and with all of the experiences that you called out at the beginning,
Right.
What do you see?
So I think I'm looking at it from a different perspective than I'm hearing mostly here. And I'll say as a matter of background, when I mentioned earlier about my involvement in the Comcast acquisition of NBC Universal, it did mean that I had to, on behalf of Comcast and NBC, go to a number of congresspersons to explain to them how at the time NBC was a leader in terms of diversity initiatives and programs, and there was an acknowledgement that Comcast wasn't so great. And they wanted assurance that Comcast would adopt NBC's policies, which at the time I was Chief Diversity Officer, so many of those I initiated. Few of those exist today. And I'd like to talk a little bit about what I've been hearing in terms of the MOUs. I was a part of the team that constructed those. One of the things that I think is important to understand is that as we talk about incubators and we talk about people getting ready to address and deal with the changes in the business, I heard this morning a panel of pioneers talk, and it's labeled as success. I'd like a definition of success. Because what I heard this morning was there were hurdles, many, many, many hurdles to overcome in order to access capital. Many, many, many hurdles to overcome in order to not have to float your business 90 to 100 days because the advertisers are not paying. These are all things that I think are not necessarily part of the discussion when here at the FCC there's the talk about, well, how can we help minority and women-owned businesses? For example, in the case of the Africa Channel, I had to recuse myself from anything having to do with the Africa Channel when we were negotiating Comcast NBC. But one of the things that was said, and I think it was important, was that there would be a launch of 9 Black-owned cable networks, and there'd also be a launch of Latino-owned cable networks. What that meant, however, was that any of the Black-owned cable networks that already existed were getting no assistance. So when we talk about incubation, oh yeah, we even came up with a second channel, which would have been a brand new launch. And we were told, no, because we're already carrying Africa Channel content, so you guys don't count. It would be really interesting for the FCC, I believe, to take a look at how many of those businesses that have already been launched are just treading water. And it is not because they're not innovative. It's not because they're not ready for the new digital onslaught. None of that is the case. As Victor just said, we can create incredible content, and if there is no distribution, if you get no commitment other than a launch, right? There is the commitment to launch these networks, but launch in how many households? 5 million? Maybe. 20 million? No. 100 million? If that minority targeted, not owned, but minority targeted network is owned by the distributor. Go back and take a look at how many of the ones that we watch today that we think are minority owned are actually minority targeted and are owned by the major conglomerates. And they are distributed in 100 million homes. The rest of us are eking out a living. And thank God there is OTT, because that gives us an opportunity to find other means of distributing our content. But again, I think that it's short-sighted to keep talking about launching and incubating. After it's incubated, what is in place in order to ensure longevity and that these businesses are sustained?
So what do you want to see?
Oh, thank you.
What do you want to see happen differently?
Well, you know, there's these things called recommendations, right? Which I think are worthless. In my business career, you can recommend something, but I don't have to do it. The FCC has a portfolio, has a right, can decide you can do this, or you can do that, or you can't do this. What I'm looking for is finally when there's going to come a point, and I hope I'm not offending anybody, but I would like to see some real working operational knowledge being applied to how difficult it is to maintain and sustain and grow these businesses. For example, where we are with the Africa Channel, probably 80% of our programming is our own, mostly produced on the continent of Africa. We are one of only 2 Black-owned cable networks. The other one is Byron Allen and us. He's that big, we're this big, right? We cannot repurpose our content. So if I put a program on the air and I have a daily show, which I do, it's a news program and entertainment and lifestyle, I can't repurpose it on another distribution network for 4 months. Because those are the deals that we signed with the distributors, because this is what they insist. They want us to believe that us taking our small distribution and sharing that content on another network, on another platform, means that it takes away from what they get. When in fact, their own content is repurposed multiple times. Watch MSNBC, watch CNBC, watch NBC, watch Shop NBC, watch NBC Sports, same content. We can't do that.
I see just a lot of nodding and a lot of writing. Does anybody in the panel want to jump in and add, or?
Well, I don't want to take anything away from those comments, which are pungently correct. But I do want to go back to the census business, because I think there's a bigger factor that's going on there. Late last year, the ANA published a report which showed that by mid-century, virtually 100% of the advertising growth for the major brands was going to come from multicultural sources. And yet, at the moment, only 1% of their budgets are being spent in that regard. So at some point, there is going to be a reckoning, and it's going to be based on, it's in the self-interest of these entities, and I'm talking, you know, not about advertising, but just in general, for them to recognize the value that the multicultural audience brings to the table.
But where does the Africa Channel, where does that kind of operation fit into this picture?
They're part of the multicultural.
Yeah, but
Well, we are part of the multicultural, and what I'd say to you is that if it's a 1% that is in effect set aside, then the likelihood is that we're all scrambling for a piece of that tiny amount. And the reality is that, again, once we start talking about incubating and launching, let's take a look at what was launched. Competitors to the already existing content. So you have the same population being picked apart, and instead of watching it on this channel, let's watch a little bit of that on that channel. I'm not saying that those competitors don't deserve a right to exist, but when there's a limited distribution, when you're not going to get any more than 5 million subs, right? When you're not going to get that. When we start talking about now as we want to go to OTT, let's bring up net neutrality. Oh God, did I bring that up? Let's bring up net neutrality, and let's consider for a moment that the internet is a utility. Because I live on this block doesn't mean that me turning on my lights is going to be more expensive or slower than the guy living in Beverly Hills. Why is that? Which is what we're talking about. That is truly what we're talking about in terms of who has access to the spigot, how quickly, and who's going to pay for what. So what I would say to this august body is that when the conversation happens with the FCC, I think it has to be a bit more granular and a bit more forward-thinking than incubating. Well, let's make more. Make more so that, we can all share the 1%? How about talking to the guys who really, I have an example. Let's say there's a hair care product company that has existed with black hair care products for decades, and they do well, and then the next day, a Revlon introduces black hair care, right? What we've just done is cut the guts out of the market that is minority owned and minority targeted. What I'm getting at here is that I appreciate so much the opportunity to have this discussion, but I think to keep talking about incubating, I'm not trying to kill it. I'm saying there's another level of conversation that must be held if we really want these businesses to be successful. And please, 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 please give me the definition of what success means. Because this word is being thrown around here today as though everybody sitting up here is actually succeeding the way they thought they were going to be. I no longer have to write a check every year to cover the cost of the Africa Channel. But I did for a number of years. I didn't consider that to be successful.
I do want to know what mechanisms you want to see put in place to make some of these things happen that you think would be successful or lead towards successful ventures.
So what I was mentioning a moment ago about the limitations regarding the MVPDs, how about removing those limitations from those of us who are the independent channel owners, independent cable network owners, so that what we can do is not have to wait out that 4 months, right? Let's encourage, the removal of the favored nation, the MFNs, right? So, you're co-signing, okay. I'm sorry. Encourage the removal of MFN from the contracts with cable operators so as to allow small operators to negotiate competitive rates with a variety of platforms.
Okay.
And then to support the carriage of the digital offerings on virtual MVPDs, so that what I was mentioning earlier, if I want to get a deal going with Sling or Hulu, that I can. That the major carriers will not say to me, no, when it's just a small amount.
Yeah.
Very good. We want to leave some time for questions, but maybe our last question, and we can go across here, everybody. As we're transitioning from more traditional platforms to over the top, and it was mentioned before, some of you have experience with that. What is the number one piece of advice you'd like to convey to the public here today on the potential and the future of over the top in your businesses? Maybe Frank?
Well, I think it's a combined response, at least from us. Part of it is exclusively owned and obviously attractive content. But the other part is that nobody, in my opinion, has an answer for this yet. Nobody really knows how to do it. And for particularly little companies like that, to me, that cries out for some sort of partnerships, combination, some way of doing this as to insulate yourself from the risks and also to give you the kind of money it's going to take to explore these opportunities.
I think one of the good things about OTT is that it eliminates one of the excuses the cable companies constantly gave us, independents, in terms of carriage, which is bandwidth. No, we don't have the bandwidth, so that's off the table now. That being said, now we're facing cost. We adapt to the market. We've adapted in all our content and programming licenses. Like, the market is demanding it, and we agree with that. But still, we're facing issues in terms of carriage, cost issues. And, going back to your point there, what does it take? I think I'm not going to rely solely on the FCC to save this situation. It is rough. What she said here is exactly correct. It's like, it sounds great that we have our channels, but it's a rough life. It's not that easy. And you got people depending on you on their salaries and stuff. So it's difficult. It's more than FCC, it's corporations themselves. It's like, if we all say diversity and commitment to independent minority owned, then let's do it. Let's get the corporation on the advertising side. on Nielsen, on the MVPDs, everybody has to come in and say, are they really committed to this? You know, are you committed to this? And as she said, it's not just launching, but can we create an environment that's going to help these channels thrive and create these truly independent channels out there? So OTT may be an answer to that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that the opportunity for OTT, there are benefits, particularly if you don't comply with the sort of geopolitical boundaries of the world. So we have the Africa Channel. One of my goals is to try to get distribution in China, right? Because China certainly is a major investor and developer in Africa. The other thing is
You should talk to me.
Okay, we can talk.
Please.
I'd say that it's also important that if you know your audience, one of the things that this does allow for is this sort of hyper focus on individual audiences. Before it used to be, in my work days on TV, it was scattershot. It'd be, well, we hope that this advertising or this program will work with this group. These days, because of the ability to get very deep into the analytics, you can know who you're talking to at what time and target your content that way. So I think that'll also be a big help.
And for us as an ad agency, we have to really expand our digital marketing concepts. We have to make sure that we're being more creative, more innovative in our content for our clients. We have to keep that content very short, sweet, concise, because we know we have to grab our audiences right away. We're doing a lot of podcasts for our clients, and what we see is that you got to keep those to the car drive. I mean, under 40 minutes. You need to keep it, you got to have that optimal time for the audiences. And in the advertising area, we are also seeing that for some of the video content, the pre-roll and the post-roll for video, that's fine. But when we're looking at the advertising in that whole mid-roll, it doesn't allow the content to always be there. So we're really taking a deep dive into those areas.
Augusto. Well, you know, for us, we've been trying to sell channels for a long time, and it's hard. You know, persistence is maybe the one piece of advice. Your persistence will always outrun their short-sightedness. Eventually, you'll have a shot. Partnership, just bring products and offer products and content that they really need. It needs to be a win-win. You know, from a regulatory perspective, I think it's important to, ideally, you know, to have the big brother that, you know, we littles don't have, and maybe find a way to, not to push, but to encourage MVPDs to maybe require them to have like X number of, you know, independently owned networks. And not only that, but also, as Paula was saying, offer some sort of balanced treatment, you know, where your opportunity is not only getting in, but it's also as good as the average channel for a conglomerate. Just because otherwise it's always uphill, and there's never the opportunity. You gotta perform, you gotta have the ratings, you gotta have the numbers. Absolutely. You gotta give me the same chance. That's kind of what we would like to see.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Now we've got to have an opportunity for some questions to be asked of our panelists. So if you have a question, please go to the microphone, and we're looking for questions also from the audience online.
Don Jackson, Central City Productions. Paul, I heard your comments, and you're right on target. My question is, what can those of us who are looking for distribution on MVPD, what can we do as a group to the cable industry, to the carriers, to send a message? Because I turned down their offer to be one of the next African-American networks. I thought it was bait and switch. Once they get you in, they don't support you. So, But I know that as a body, what would you suggest we can do instead of just taking what they give us?
So Don, that's a good question. That's a great question. And I think a part of what we can do is being demonstrated here today. I think that at some point when there are these conversations that go on, and again, I'm going to raise this again, this is about success. And I continue to say, give me the definition of success before we feed that as a line to the populace. I'm not saying that people are starving, but there's an awful lot of moving things around, robbing Peter to pay Paul in order to stay in business for a lot of us who are independently owned, whether it's broadcast or cable or name the entity. So what can we do? I think it really is important that the FCC understand that within its power, there is an ability to make moves to have these minority and women-owned businesses be truly successful, not successful with air quotes around the word. So I think that by being here today, it's important, but I'd really like to see a conversation like this happen in an FCC discussion around economics. Because this one is about getting all the people of color in a room. And is this really a discussion ultimately about color, or is it really about economics and who has power and who doesn't?
So if I can just kind of follow on to what Paula said, having worked here, okay, having maybe the one magic bullet that I think ever existed for minority ownership no longer exists. That was the tax certificate, which I, as I said, created. I hope there's something else out there, but I don't think you can count on that. But there are other things, and there's a term as it applies to federal or any agency called the raised eyebrow. In other words, that the agency might not have the power to dictate under its regulations or laws, but it does have the power, as Paul has indicated, to devote scrutiny to what's going on in a way that clearly sends a signal to the industry. I think just having this conclave is one way of doing it. But I think, as was also, obvious in your comment, that's a starting point. There has to be an ongoing focus on this area. And I think that does have the promise, the likely promise, that there will be some movement in the right direction. So I would just add that to her comments.
So you see today as step one, and we need a step 2, 3, and 4 maybe. That's okay.
I got a question. I'm John Marks with the Black Television News Channel out of Tallahassee, Florida. We've heard a lot of...
Louder into the microphone. Say your name.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, I'm sorry. I'm John Marks with BNC, Black News Channel, out of Tallahassee, Florida. We will launch hopefully in November. But my question is, we've heard a lot of substance today. But how are we going to... It seems to me that the people that need to hear what we're talking about, they're not in the room. They sit back there. And somehow, how are we, after we've done all this today, how do we get the message to the decision makers? And to me, those decision makers are the FCC commissioners. They need to be in the room when we're talking about these things, because they're the ones that ultimately will make these decisions. How do we get that message to them?
We'll ask that question.
Yes, please.
Thank you. All of you guys are good, but Paul, I want to tell you, you made it worth me coming from Tennessee today. Because what you raised is what the real problem is not getting in business, but staying in business. And that is what I think our congressmen need to hear, people like myself in the state, and everybody in this room. We all made it. We got there. But how do we stay there? I made the statement this morning, I've made myself a lot of loans. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say you made it worth my while to come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, we're out of time. Well, that was a good note to end on. We will take the questions that came to us forward so that we'll hopefully be able to tell you some answers. And I'd like for us to all give a hand. And I don't know if you want to say anything more.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Great panel. Thank you all.
Right on time. Right.
It's a pleasure.
I am Jim Winston. I'm the president of the National Association of Black-Owned Broadcasters, known as NABOB. I've been sitting here dying to get to the microphone for a variety of reasons. First of all, because I feel very proud that we have so many NABOB representatives who've been providing this expertise in all of these panels here. We've had 7 NABOB members speaking today, including 3 members of the NABOB Board of Directors, Dwan McCoy,
Melanie? Melanie Span?
Beg your pardon?
Melanie Span?
Melody Span Cooper and Steve Roberts, who were all here today. So I was very pleased to see them doing their excellent job, as I knew they would. And so it's great to get into, and we've had a lot of discussion of items that hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about some in this panel today, in addition to the ones we specifically got assigned to us. And with that, I will begin by introducing our panelists. It's, well, first of all, I'll introduce my co-moderator, Brent Wilkes. Brent is the president and founder of Wilkes Strategies, but of course he's previously the chief executive officer for the League of Latin American Citizens for about 20 years, was it, Brent?
Yes.
Yeah,
20 years.
right. Okay, so and our panelists, I'll start at the far end there. Caroline Beasley, Chief Executive Officer of Beasley Media Group. And Caroline has been with the company, I guess, since 1983, which it sounds like this may be very similar to Melody Span Cooper's story. Her Melody this morning said her father made her start working at the company when she was 15. And that probably that sounds very close to what your story might be when we get into the details. Next to her, of course, we have Jane Mago. Jane is a legend in this town. She held every position of authority at the FCC at one point or another, from general counsel to chief strategic planning and policy analysis, deputy chief of the Enforcement Bureau. Then, of course, she went on to become general counsel of the National Association of Broadcasters, where she served with distinction for, 10 years. Then next to her, we've got Dwan McCoy. Now, Dwan, of course, has already been introduced to you earlier today, but for those of you who may not have been around, Dwan is the president and CEO of Bayou City Broadcasting, LLC. And Bayou City owns television stations WEVV CBS and WEVV-D2 Fox in Evansville, Indiana. And in Lafayette, Louisiana, he has the NBC, Fox, and My Network affiliates in Lafayette, Louisiana. And we're looking forward to hearing more about Bayou City's activities. And then, of course, another legend in this town, David Honig. David's current title is President Emeritus and Senior Advisor of the Multicultural Media, Telecom, and Internet Council. However, David is known for having been the co-founder of MMTC and was its leader for 28 years. So we've got an awful lot of expertise here on the panel and look forward to getting right into it. And I'll turn it over to Brent to begin the questioning.
Thank you, Winston. So this is a really fascinating topic, and when I first got introduced to this, it was by none other than David Honig when we were working on a merger process and trying to ensure that out of that process we would have some opportunity to ensure that there were some diverse entrepreneurs that could benefit from the process. And so I really consider him to be an expert. And so I was going to direct the first question to David about really what is it about the merger and acquisition process that really makes it an especially attractive on-ramp for minority entrepreneurs to be able to get into the business and get an opportunity to own some channels.
Stations that become available through the merger of two large companies tend to be quality assets that very seldom become available any other way. And when companies have to bump up against the ownership limits, either national or local, and have to spin off these properties, it's a rare opportunity for a group of them, potentially 10, 11, 12, 20, and so forth, to be available all at once. What we found is that when minority and women-owned broadcasters get credentialed into an auction process, and I guess later we'll talk about kind of how the auctions, these private auctions work, based on their past work experience, entrepreneurial experience, and excellence as operators, and their great properties, that's a powerful coin in the marketplace. And access to capital, when you have that coin and that opportunity going in, and you're going to have the experience of being able to bid on the same terms as everyone else, that's very rare. And it has been an on-ramp that minority broadcasters, women broadcasters have been able to use to grow their companies and sometimes to start in the business with high-quality assets going in on day one. Many people think that this is a process that the FCC gets deeply involved in, and part of the beauty of it is that the FCC is barely involved at all. It determines kind of what the rules are as far as what you can own, but it doesn't compel companies to do this. This is not charity. This is not a government edict. It's the marketplace working in a normal way. The companies that can bid fair market value can win. It's a market mechanism that promotes diversity. And the way it works, if you're the seller, when you get more entrants bidding, when you get more bidders, when you get more new money coming in, that's a livelier auction, meaning that you're going to get higher multiples as a result. So it's to your advantage, just Econ 101, to get as many new competing bidders participating in an auction, win or lose, as you would otherwise have. And it helps the industry because obviously the demographics of the nation are changing. When you get an industry that's more diverse, that industry is going to serve the public better. It's going to lift all boats being broadcasters in the industry as a whole by making it more responsive to the industry, to the population that it's going to serve.
So Caroline, can you kind of take us through how has this benefited your company in particular? Because it's great to hear the theory behind it, but then in practice, how does this work?
Yeah, so to David's point, that's exactly right. As larger companies merge, other assets become available, and we're able to step in and take advantage of that, of those potential acquisitions. Let me just say, I've been able to basically oversee M&A for our company over the last 15, 20 years, and we have been able to take advantage of doing transactions with CBS back in 2014, where we were able to acquire 2 strong clusters in the form of a swap. We also did the Greater Media acquisition in 2016, and then in 2017 we were able to swap with CBS Intercom. So we were there able to take advantage of those opportunities, and we have some great brands, great assets as a result.
Fantastic.
All right. Looking at today's marketplace, are we likely to see more roll-ups of large radio or local television station companies in the next 2 or 3 years? Dwan, I'll ask you to give us your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So right now, TV is a little different than radio. TV's hot. Okay. Private equity is lining up to get into TV. Banks are lining up to loan money to great properties. So TV is really, really growing. If you follow the stock prices of broadcast TV companies, they're going through the roof right now. One in particular, Nexstar, about 2 months ago, the stock price was at $75. Today it's at $103, okay, which is very good for the industry as a whole. So M&A for television, I don't think will be slowing down anytime soon.
And Caroline, I didn't get a chance to give people a good description of your company. Could you give us just a little bit about what Beasley Broadcasting looks like today?
Yeah, so today we're a publicly held company. We have 64 stations in 15 markets, and we reach about 20 million people on a weekly basis.
Okay, great. And what's your sense of the market, both radio and television, in terms of mergers and acquisitions?
I think Dewan is exactly right. I mean, I see consolidation further heating up. The opportunity to expand will be there, and particularly given the upcoming quadrennial review for radio and potential opportunity for further acquisitions and markets. Yes, I think that there will be further consolidation for sure.
Okay, great.
So when, I think David alluded to this, but when these merging companies spin off 10 or more channels, they typically have a private auction that's conducted by a large investment house. So really, we want to kind of check what is the private auction exactly? How does this process work? And again, how does this create an opportunity for the diverse entrepreneurs to get in and jump into this? And so I was going to ask Jane if she could kind of comment about the process.
I'm going to defer the question to the guys here who've been involved in the private auction
okay,
process.
sorry about that.
So I've actually participated in 2 private auctions in big merger acquisition spinoffs. My first acquisition, obviously, was, I mentioned earlier, was in San Angelo and Abilene, and that was just a one-off purchase. But my second acquisition was part of the Nexstar Comcore Communications of America transaction. And that was sent to an auction house. And basically, I had to bid and participate just like any other broadcast company that wanted to buy those properties had to bid and participate. So I had to come to the table with a reputation, I had to come to the table with financing, I had to participate in the auction, the multiple bid process. I happened to be fortunate at the time, I had a good relationship, a working relationship with the seller, okay? And I think Caroline Beasley, when they did the CBS deal, they knew CBS. So I knew Nexstar, I knew Perry Sook, and I knew that I couldn't pay necessarily the highest price, okay, for these properties. So basically what I said is, hey Perry, if I can get to a tie, let me win the tie. If I can get to a tie, let me win the tie. So his broker, I gave that message to the broker. The broker came back and said, you know what, Perry's big on diversity, okay? If you can hit this number, you're at the tie. You can get the deal. I went back to my financial partners and they said, you know what, we can do the deal at this, okay? So a couple things happened. One, I got to participate in the auction. Not every minority gets to participate in a M&A auction, okay? Secondly, I had a relationship with the seller, okay? Thirdly, I was willing to pay, what David said, fair market value for the product. I worked my relationship in a way where I said, hey Perry, if I get to the tie, let me break the tie. And that was the crescendo to get me over the edge. Had he not been a proponent of diversity, maybe I wouldn't have got the bid.
And this is where I can step in for just a second, because this is the policy side of things that I think is something that's very important here. And it's something that's been being talked about all day today. David alluded to it a little while ago. Some of the advantages that come from having the diversity in the marketplace are things that aren't always obvious to everybody in the marketplace. And so the kinds of symposiums that we do today, the kinds of discussions that DeJuan is able to have, the kinds of things that we did when we were at the NAB to try to keep promoting and bringing more and more folks to be able to be at the table, to be successful at the table, are exactly the kinds of messages and information that needs to be out there as we head into any of these kinds of things. And that's when the kinds of situations you come up with in an M&A situation, it can be a win-win for everybody. And that's exactly, but we have to keep the message out there. We have to keep the discussion going. We have to keep the light shining on what is really happening in the marketplace.
I had mentioned earlier in the first panel that I was on, it takes the bigger company owners to want to be a part of diversity. And I keep going back, and he's not here, but had Perry Sook not been a proponent of diversity, I wouldn't have won the tie, okay? That goes back to my stations in Lafayette, okay? When Perry had a large merger with Media General, I tried to buy the entire spinoff group. And I'll tell you what the price is. I offer $453 million for the entire group, okay? That wasn't enough money. Perry came back and said, hey, it's all about the Benjamins, and you can't pay what I need. I said, okay, I'm out. I don't want any of them. 3 weeks after I said I was out, guess what he did? Came back as a proponent of diversity and said, I want you in the deal. Here's a couple markets that I'd like for you to take a look at. Which ones would you like to take a look at? Now, he's not talking to me directly. He's going through the M&A and his broker to do that. But there's a proponent of diversity, big company guy, that's calling himself self-regulating. He's self-regulating, trying to get the hands of broadcast properties into qualified minorities when they can pay the bill, when they can finance the deal and have a true proven track record of success. So part of us to try to get in the game, we can't do it from ourselves up. We need some help from bigger companies to have a true, sincere interest in diversifying media and not just talk.
David?
Yeah. These private auctions are sort of a mystery to many people. They're big productions when you have to sell 10, 20 stations or sometimes way more than that all at once. Typically, these are run by an institution such as Bank of America, Stephens, Moelis, JP Morgan, Chase, or Citibank. MMTC's brokerage has worked with all of them. We've done, I think, 8. We're working on one now. We've done a couple for what was Clear Channel, and now it's iHeart. We've done 2 with Nexstar, 1 we're working on now. They run about the same way, and they're very helpful as means to promote diversity, because when you sign an NDA and you're credentialed in, you have access to these very good properties that get spun off on equal terms. And if you're hungry and you have good, you prepare well, and you can bid competitively, and you equal the bids of others, you're going to win and be able to bid your company, be able to succeed. Duan is a very good example of someone who came in as an excellent operator, who had bought, the first stations that you got were what, about $3.5 billion, and you sold them for 6 or 7 times that, because that was all value that as a great operator he built. Well, my goodness, who's not going to notice that? And that happened, and when the first time he got on one of these auctions, was able to get a couple more stations. That's exactly the kind of good operation that seldom gets a chance, other than in these kinds of processes, to get recognized and monetized.
That's another point, though, I think that I'd like to amplify again, and it's a theme that we've heard all day today, of being able to go into a situation actually really prepared and ready and able to make your case that I'm able to run these stations, I'm able to get the money that comes behind it. And that's where there's some of the background programs that we've also been alluding to all day today that become important. And Duan, you called out Diane's the Broadcast Leadership Training Program at the NAB earlier today. And that was one of the things that you identified as it helped you to prepare to go into the negotiation, into the situation, and be able to make your case that, in fact, you were one of the folks who'd win. I can't emphasize enough how many people that I've talked to over time have said, this is what I want. I want to have someone who's truly going to be competitive, who knows what they're getting into, because there is no point to setting someone up to fail. You should not do that.
Jane, you're taking us right to our next question, because the next question was, what should your team look like? Who should you have around you as you prepare to go into a situation where somebody's spinning stations off? What should the team look like, Jane?
I think the team needs to look like they're competent, that they know what they're coming into, they understand, again, the issues that have been being talked about here all day today, the finance issues. They need to understand what the station should look like. They need to be able to explain what it is about what they intend to do. What's my market? Who is it that I'm trying to reach? Where am I going to get my multiples on my advertising? Where am I going to get all of the various pieces that will make me a successful entity, and an entity that can stay in this market? And you've got to have your lawyers. Okay. You got to have your lawyers.
Shout out for the lawyers. That's what I'm looking for.
Let me add to that as having done a ton of deals over the years. I mean, a great legal team is a must. Also, a great finance team. And you have to have your engineer, IT people involved as well, and operations. You have to have the complete package going in, your list of due diligence items, checking off, and just be very prepared going in and making an offer.
Next one's yours.
All right, great. So since the Clear Channel AM/FM merger closed in 2000, there have been over 8 major radio or television mergers, from which a sizable number of stations had to be spun off to comply with the DOJ and FCC rules. In nearly all these mergers, several stations were sold to minority broadcasters. So can you cite some examples, or citing 2 examples, I should say, the Clear Channel merger, 45 out of about 450 radio spinoffs went to 8 minority broadcasters, And with the 2017 Nexstar Media General merger, 3 of the 11 television stations went to Dijon's company, so congratulations there, via broadcasting. So the interesting thing is that no FCC rule required this. So why do the broadcasters do it? Now I heard because they're good people, but at the same time, there's probably a business reason behind this too. So can we get into perhaps what's the business reason of why they're doing
the multiples get bid up because new money, new energy, new bidders are coming into an auction. The livelier the auction, the higher the multiples. You may get a winner's curse. The highest price ever paid for a radio station in history was in that 1999-2000 Clear Channel auction. Radio One bought a station in Los Angeles for $453 million in that auction, which we represented the seller in, working with, which was Clear Channel. 18.3 times multiple.
Wow.
I think Clear Channel was pretty happy about that.
So is there any sense though that so I understand that obviously that it's a good deal for them, but is there any sense that when you're before the FCC and you're trying to make the case, well, this isn't too much consolidation, it's fine for the marketplace, and it's also important to try to lift up voices with those diverse voices with the spin-offs that you're going to have to do anyway.
It's the only mechanism that has the advantage of both advancing diversity with no without more consolidation at the other end. So there's less consolidation, more diversity, and a financial reward for the seller. It lines up in every conceivable way. Nothing else like it.
Yeah, well, there used to be something better, of course, which was the tax certificate. And there was some conversation about the tax certificate earlier this morning, and I was talking with Congresswoman Yvette Clark's office and Congressman Bobby Rush's office yesterday at the MMTC event, and both said that they were looking to revitalize discussion of the tax certificate again this year. So it's been 20 years we've gone without it, but hopefully there may be new life for that conversation. I just thought I'd throw that out there. But there were a number of items that got discussed earlier today, I wanted to pick and choose a couple of those to come back to. One of them, Dwan, I've heard you talk before. It was mentioned earlier today about the gentleman who was on air, and his boss said if you want to own a station, you got to go into sales. Mm-hmm. So, Dwan, you might be giving me a little bit of how it all began for you.
Yeah, I started in TV back in 1989, right out of college, selling airtime door to door in Indianapolis for an independent TV station, WTTV. Did that for 5 years. Then I went on the train or the television moving around thing, trying to move up the totem pole, and ended up buying my first stations in 2007. The reason I ended up buying is because I had become a general sales manager or VP of sales for 13 years. That's a long time as a VP of sales or general sales manager. What I couldn't get was a GM job. Every time I interviewed for a GM job, I got a no. So in July of 2007, I said, you know what, I'm tired of getting my own no's. Let me see what I can do on my own. I've made enough money for everybody else. Let me see if I can go make some money for myself. And I ended up buying 7 television stations out in West Texas for $3,037,500. Then ended up divesting those stations 5 years to the date that I bought them for $21 million in efforts to move on to bigger and bigger size markets.
Now, another thing that came up earlier was the question of federal and state government advertising. I'm just curious, Caroline, is federal and state government advertising a significant source of revenue for any of your stations?
No.
Okay, I gather in states that have lotteries and things like that, the state does a lot of advertising. Is that something that...
They used to, Florida being one example, but we are not seeing that much advertising from Florida any longer.
So I'd like to ask a question from earlier too, the Paula question, I should say. So you got the channel, you've got the station, you're able to stand it up, but her case was that, okay, that's just to get your foot in the door. Now you have to be successful. So I guess to the panel, how do you define success for your stations? And is that really where the challenge is, more in the successful operation, or is it really getting your foot in the door? Which have you found the most obstacles in doing?
So I think that we've been talking about buying radio stations, TV stations today, and this is going to be an indirect answer to your question. It's very important. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the owner of a business makes the decision. And to Juwan's point earlier, you have to have contacts. You have to know the people in your business, that you're in your industry, that you will potentially do business with, and establish those contacts. If you can meet the criteria, maybe even be below financially, an owner would like to see diversity within their industry. So if you're able to if you know the owner, potential seller, and you hit the criteria, or almost, then you have a very, very, very good shot of winning.
So for me,
and cash flow is king for me. I don't know.
Cash flow is king. For me, I look at success. The success is when you buy the property. Okay, when you buy right, you have a strategy. You know the business. You're a success because you know what you're getting into, because you've done it before. You paid the right price for it. You didn't overpay for it. So for me, a success is getting in the property with my vision intact. Does that make sense? So if you're, I would never, me personally as a business, I would never do a stick deal. Okay? Why? Because that has too many moving parts. I would never launch a station on cable without fees guaranteed for a long time. Why? Because that sets me up to fail, because fees are part of your model when you're at a 190 channel universe. So it just depends on the individual strategy, their business mindset, and how they're approaching that station when they buy it.
Excellent.
I actually agree with that too, that you have to have a plan in place, a mapped out strategy, knowing what you're going to do the minute you close, the minute you walk in that door, what your expectations are 6, 12, 18 months down the road, because we're financing these stations, and we have an obligation to our partners, our banks, to pay them back.
Hopefully you guys are going to stick around for the finance panel, I think immediately after this one. And some of the guys on the finance panel, they'll tell you, if you don't have a vision and they're comfortable with your vision going forward, you can't get financing. Right. If you start a stick deal and you don't have a plan to generate significant revenue to cover your loan, you can't get a loan. So stick around. I'm sure they're going to talk about a little bit about that.
I think the next 3 panels all have the information that people are going to need. I mean, I looked at this. You're talking about the entrepreneurs. You're talking about the role of the incubators that we've been working on for the last 15, 20 years, and how that might be able to be something. And then you're talking about some of the ways to do this. But if I can go back to your question for a second on the success for it. You know what? I think Juwan's a success. I think Caroline's a success on these things. I think it's because they have a vision, and they've been able to look towards the future and being able to grow, and have been able to implement the plans, because they made the background, they did the preparation, they did all the work that it took to get to that. And it's not just getting your foot in the door. I don't think that is success. I think that's a step, but I don't think that's, I think you gotta be able to keep it going for a longer period of time, and that's why the policies and the things that we are talking about should be looking towards that longer term success, and how do we keep promoting that.
Excellent.
Yeah, I just want to come back to something that both Juwan and Caroline addressed, which was knowing the people in your industry before you come to them to talk about a deal. And Juwan, as you pointed out, if you didn't know Perry Sook, and he didn't have respect for you as a broadcaster, that deal would not have taken place. And I was thinking, I learned this in an interesting way, This was, David, you were talking about when Clear Channel took over Citadel, wasn't it, in 2000? And AM/FM. And I was meeting with Lowry Mays on behalf of NABOB, and I said, you've got to spend some of these stations to NABOB members. You've got to, and I started throwing out numbers of stations I wanted to see going to African American buyers. He said, well, wait a minute, Jim. I've got to divest some of these stations to my good friend Mel Carmazon. And it blew me away because they were the two biggest radio companies in the country at the time.
That's right.
I'm assuming they're fighting for market every place they are. But as persons, they had respect for each other and they enjoyed each other's company. And that's when I realized, oh, okay, who you know is important. Now, I mean, Lowry did go on and spin several of the stations off to minority buyers, but it was just very interesting to understand that there's a certain club. You know, we've heard about the old boys club for many years. There's a broadcasters club. It's not just, fortunately, it's not just old boys anymore.
That's right. And there was another large transaction that just recently happened, and believe it or not, I didn't get invited to the auction process, okay? And I had to lobby to get invited to that auction process, although I've been the most visible entrepreneur, if you will, in the last 8 years in buying TV stations. I actually got in, but I didn't want to pay the price for the stations, but when the deals were done, guess who the purchasers were? The seller's friends. The seller's friends who had not participated in any auction whatsoever in the last 10 years, but it was the seller's friends.
You know, it's true. When you get to the second round, and these things often go only 2 rounds or maybe 3, and everyone's done their second round due diligence, what will happen is people who know what they're doing and look at these numbers and look at all of the other information that's provided will typically value these assets within about 1% of each other. That's right. And then the question is just, can they close? And at that point, it comes down to they'll report it to the client, and at that point, it's just who do they know and trust and want to have a long-term relationship with, if they're going to pay fair market value. And that could be the person who just has developed and cultivated them over a period of time. They've got discretion. No one's going to be asking for special privilege. It just comes down to who has done their homework and done discretion. And done the most to, over time, build a relationship that will seal the deal.
But Jane, wouldn't the FCC look at this and say, hey, he's just spinning these off to his friends, or is that not going to be an issue?
You got to look at all the circumstances that go into everything in this, and the FCC doesn't choose one buyer over another buyer. And this is the way that David described the process to begin with. Mm-hmm. That said, the commission does like to see diversity in the situations and does like to encourage people to go and to look around. And it's not, and sometimes I think what you want to see is you want to see the deal get done. How many deals have we seen over time that took a long time to get their way through the process, and then all of a sudden something fell off at the last minute and the financing fell through? And so as a rational business person, you do have to be able to say this is the deal that can get done. Now, again, there have been deals also where the commission has looked and said, is this a real deal? And you can't go down that road either.
Yeah, and it's one thing to sell to your friends. It's another thing to not sell at all, but pretend to sell.
Right.
And there are people who've gotten into trouble with that, trying to evade the commission's ownership rules and trying to pretend that they were selling, but really maintaining control. So there's a difference between selling to your friends and trying to game the system.
Right.
See, we're at the point where good, and we've got Monty up there ready for a question. Monty, please.
Yeah, Monty Taylor, Com Daily. I actually have 2 if I can slip them in. First question is for Ms. Beasley. If the incubator program the FCC has out offers these ownership incentives, and the minority tax credit, which doesn't currently exist but that everybody's been talking about today, offers these tax incentives, is one of those more attractive to you as a large broadcast company, as someone who would be an incubator, than another? Do you like one or the other better?
I actually like them both.
We're a
taxpayer, right? So that would that would be very attractive to us. And I think the incubator program is good as well. So, I mean, I think it has to fit within the corporate structure. Both of those fit within ours. So I like them both. I would want both. So.
And then real quick, for the FCC attorneys up there, we had a panelist a little while ago suggest that the FCC intervene in or take action to keep existing minority businesses going. And some of the things she suggested sounded like the FCC getting involved in contract terms and things like that. I was wondering how viable some of what she asked for is. Is there a chance the FCC would do that, or do you have an idea of how the FCC would keep existing minority businesses going?
To be clear, I haven't been an FCC attorney since 2004, technically.
Attorneys who practice before the FCC. I just phrased it badly.
But again, something that Jim missed in his intro of me is that I was actually the first designated federal official for the Diversity Committee way back when we started it, back in 1990s period of time. That's why I'm referring to some of these ideas that have been around for that long. But in terms of, and one of the things that the Diversity Committee has taken seriously over the years, and I have continued to be involved in it, has been trying to say, do we have solutions that are viable? And when you say what solutions are viable, you have to say, okay, do we have to look at constitutional restrictions that may have come into play somewhere along the way? And how do we deal with that? How do we get the information that may be needed to be able to make the right case, to do the things that you want? You do have to recognize the tax certificate that's been talked about so often today is one that is in front of Congress. The FCC has been saying we are pro-tax certificate. The NAB has been saying we're pro-tax certificate for all of these years. And yet it's never been able to find exactly the way to do it. I think we got close once, but we got real close, and it didn't quite make it across the line. So the short answer to your question, Monty, is that I think any idea has to be run through that filter of what you can do within the legal structure. The commission, to my experience, has always been open to trying to find the ways that can do it. I'm so glad that the incubator program made it through after the 15 to 20 years we've been working on it. And I think that there are other ways that they can provide those kinds of incentives, and certainly shining the light on what exactly is another thing that was said in a panel earlier today was talking about how do we get the companies to have the incentive? I think having regular programs that shine a light on who's been involved and who's helping to promote diversity and helping to promote that is the way that you can do it. But to be honest, I don't think they can get into contract terms and start, readjusting contract terms.
And to go back to your question too, I mean, I think that like tax certificate, that applies if I were selling, and the incubator would apply if I were interested in buying. So I think you're sitting on two different sides here from my perspective. That's why I say, I mean, I'd like to have both because, it depends on the situation you're in.
George Simmons, I'm with Binge Now, which is a OTT platform provider focused in on African Americans, Latino, multicultural content providers. My question is, are you guys seeing any use of this tax advantage of called opportunity funds to help in the growth and development of new businesses like OTT platform providers or broadcasters to emerge and grow?
I've never seen one.
Is there a reason why you think? Is it just like communications is not an area for opportunity funds?
I'm not sure. Our finance panel's coming up. I'm sure they may have an answer for that one.
Okay, thank you.
They don't understand the business. It's not a collateral business per se.
All right. One of the people that spoken recently on the last panel talked about who should be receiving the message that we're delivering today, and how do we get that message to them. And of course, they pointed out that the commissioners have not been here all day, but as we know, the entire proceeding will be being videotaped and will be available on the commission's website for anybody and everybody to see. And I know from experience that oftentimes, even when the commissioners are not here, they may have this feed on in their offices, or they may have their staff with the feed on in their offices. So I don't feel concerned about the commission not getting our full message, but I do wonder if there's a way that we get this message to the broader industry. You know, if we look at the captains of our industry who are not in the room here, and as Dawn, as you said, the kind of diversity we're talking about needs to come from the top down. Is there a way of getting this message to them? Is there a way of having this meeting with twice the number of tables around here and having those captains of the industry in the room with us?
I wish the FCBA would do a CLE about M&A and how it works to promote diversity. The first thing that we look at when we see someone coming in wanting help getting into the process is, who is their FCC counsel, and have they done this before? And do they have experience with how this works and how to shepherd a client through the auction process? And a lot of new lawyers coming up have no experience with diversity, don't know anything about how auctions work, don't know anything about civil rights and how it intersects with economic opportunity, as it happens that it does in this instance. They didn't learn it in law school. So they need to learn it in a CLE so that when these opportunities present themselves, they can provide good representation and good advice for their clients.
We have a question.
Diane.
Diane.
Please.
Diane Sutter, Shooting Star Broadcasting, and actually I just wanted to provide just an additive comment to what was being said. Caroline also serves as the joint board chair of the National Association of Broadcasters, the first one to have held that position. And one of the things that I know is going on at the National Association of Broadcasters is they have created a Diversity and Inclusion Council. And they have CEOs that are getting together to talking about how they can work with the industry to do that. And on that are major group heads like Caroline and others in the industry that are serving on that board. And part of the charge is to make sure that diversity and inclusion become a topic that is talked about not just in the Education Foundation of the NAB, but is talked about at the National Association of Broadcasters as a whole, and that it's an agenda item that comes up frequently and often. And so that making diversity and inclusion a priority, because it is something that is on the table, it's on the agenda, it's talked about, I think is the way that, at least at the National Association of Broadcasters, they're looking to ensure that the right people are talking about it, that the conversation is being held with those who can affect change, and that there are things that will be going on and programs that are being developed to support that.
I'm delighted to hear that. And if they need to talk to somebody,
I don't think that's a problem, Jim.
No, Jim, trust me, I'm on that committee along with Diane, and I represent you too. So, yeah.
And as I say, I think we have a joint board chair
That's
who's
right.
pretty amenable to the idea.
I'd like to add to Diane's comments too. So the NAB is putting that committee together, if you will, but the FCC, Commissioner Pai, if he did an invite of all the major players that own broadcast properties, we know M&A is not slowing down for television. We know M&A probably is not going to slow down for radio, okay? This is a perfect time for the FCC to do a symposium like this, not for us because we're almost talking to ourselves, but for the bigger guys that own these companies so that they can hear from the FCC that the FCC is serious about diversity, not just talking about diversity.
And that goes exactly to the history of the FCC, because before there was a tax certificate, before there were formal policies, the FCC let it be known to broadcasters that if you're coming in here asking for a waiver, because no matter what the rules are, there's always a broadcaster who wants a waiver of it.
That's right.
I want to get around it for this purpose or that purpose. And the FCC said, if you're coming in asking for a waiver, it really would be nice if you had something to say how this process is going to promote diversity. And so they would come in with the proposed spinoff even before there were rules about tax certificates and things like that. So there was a mention earlier about the raised eyebrow of the FCC. The other way of putting it is the bully pulpit. The FCC can affect and influence the industry without having a rule in place. So I think your suggestion about a meeting like that would be exactly what we would need.
Thank you, Jim.
That's exactly right. No one's going to turn down Chairman Pai's invitation.
An invitation to the industry to do something that everyone knows is actually in their own interests anyway, which makes it easy.
All right. And we're out of time. I want to thank our panelists here, David, Ron, Caroline, James.
Thank you. All right. All right, please take your seats. I'll say it again. I'm sorry. I didn't know about the photograph. John and Ron, you guys can go ahead. Okay. Let's get her started.
Okay. Good afternoon. Our clock has just began. My name is Ron Busby. I'm the president and CEO of the U.S. Black Chambers, Inc., headquartered here in Washington, D.C. We represent roughly 140 African-American chambers across the state. Across the country, we're in 40 states and have a membership base of over 300,000 African-American-owned businesses. There's this old saying that goes, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm probably in the right room. I'm going to make sure
like that.
I'm going to make sure that we have a good conversation. Ours is really about, as what has been discussed, show me the money. And we are truly honored this afternoon because not only do we have folk that have been shown the money, have done the right things with the money, but most importantly, we have bankers on this panel to really talk about how to access the capital. And capital access comes in so many different forms and versions of how to get it, but more importantly, we talked about starting businesses, but in our effort, it really is about sustainability. And so John has been a successful business owner, entrepreneur, has acquired a great deal of knowledge in this space. And so I'm going to ask him to say a few words about himself, and then we'll ask the panelists to introduce themselves, talk a little bit about their background, and then we'll get into the questions.
Sounds like a plan. Am I doing this right? Yep. Okay. Hi, I'm John Oxendine. Thanks for making me rich, FCC, NAB, all the rest. You can read about me.
That's the way to start.
But that was a long time ago, so I have to come and freshen my money tree. So I'm just going to defer to Dina and Garrett and Brian and Dan, because these really are the money people. These are the people I came to. So let's talk to them first. Let's each of them say a few words, and we'll get into the questions. Fair? Fair.
So I'm Dina Myers. I'm with Kagan. We're a research division in S&P Global. So I've been covering media. I'm not a lender. I've been covering media, though, for over 20 years, focusing on TV programming, networks, internet, and broadcast.
I'm Garrett Kimiati. I'm with U.S. Bank. I've been doing media lending for over 20 years. I've known Brian McNeil that entire time, and half that time I've worked with Dan Damon at GE Capital and was instrumental in bringing him over so that we could work together at U.S. Bank.
I'm Brian McNeil. I run a firm in Boston called Alta Communications, and prior to that, I ran a firm called Burrigan Deliage. So for 30 years, we've been doing providing financing equity and mezzanine capital to successful companies, successful entrepreneurs in the radio and TV industry, including Diane Sutter and Dwan McCoy. So two of the prior panelists are longtime partners of ours.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Damon. I'm also at U.S. Bank. I've been in the banking industry for over 25 years. I focus specifically on the media, telecommunications, and sports finance businesses, exclusively in those businesses. So I've been lending to companies in this room for over 25 years. I think, in fact, my first transaction in radio was probably with Diane's company in the early 90s. Our organization banks Dwan's company. We bank Caroline Beasley's company. So I think all the panelists here have a good background in this industry and are big fans of the NAB and the FCC. So we're looking forward to a nice discussion.
If you ask any small business owner their number one concern, it will be access to capital. But if you ask a minority-owned business, and the folk in this room, they will say their number one, number two, and number three concern is access to capital. Now, all day today, we've been talking about financing and growth and leveling the playing fields to increase the number of minority and African-American-owned stations. But really, give us some real examples of how and what that means. The old school days of me going to a bank and filling out an application and going down and finding a deal, those deals and days are gone. And we've heard a lot of examples, good and or bad, of how entrepreneurs, especially from the minority communities, are gaining entry into the industry. But can you give us some examples of how it has worked and what is the best methodology of creating that capital that so many of us need?
Let me jump in, and I've got a, again, real life example that involves both Brian McNeil and Dwan McCoy. I got a call from Brian probably 3.5 years ago. It was probably earlier than that, saying, hey, there's a guy I want you to meet. Didn't give me the name, no disclosure. And I get a call from Brian saying, hey, there's a guy, Dwan McCoy, I want you to meet him. And he goes, you'll be hearing from him. So, didn't know Dwan at all. So I hopped on the internet, see what I could pull down. And literally the next day I get a call from Dwan. And, typically when we look at a broadcast deal, we will require 3 markets, just because you don't want to have all your eggs in one market. And it's sort of the standard by which banks that are in the business will lend. So Dwan calls me and says, look, I've got 2 network affiliates in Evansville, Indiana. And I'm like, Dwan, that's just not something that we normally would do. And to Dwan's credit, didn't take no for an answer. And he goes, look, let me give you a little bit more color. And Dwan, then explained, hey, I bought these turnaround stations in Texas in 2007 at the worst possible time. And, the fact that he was able to get financing and turn those around in the worst economic environment that we were in, spoke immediately to his ability to deliver as a manager. And so that, the endorsement from Brian, Dwan's ability to, deliver in a challenged environment, and then I think by virtue of Brian's connections and Dwan's performance, Brian got him in touch. Again, I may have my facts wrong with the folks at Bain. So you add those components together, and we did our due diligence and checked around in the marketplace. Everyone spoke highly of Dwan. And the more I peeled back the skin of the onion and said, wait a minute, there's a deal here, and I was willing to advance something that we normally would not have done because it didn't meet sort of the 3 market rule. And had a preliminary discussion with my credit guy, and the other thing too about Dwan that I was told as part of our due diligence and experienced myself is that he's a great negotiator, he's a grinder, and he knows the business, and he's done everything in the business. And went to our credit committee and basically laid this out, and you looked at how Dwan performed relative to others in our portfolio, credit guy said, yep, let's do it. And 6 weeks later, we ended up writing him a check. And, since then, he's over-delivered on his budgets. And, it's his investment in Evansville and in Lafayette, grand slam.
So you're really saying it's about relationships.
It's relationships, but and especially in broadcast, and more so, it's management as well. I mean, you need that, and he has over delivered. I mean, on his original projections that he gave us, and you go back to our credit guys, and it makes it an easier discussion based on, hey, this guy's delivered.
And the next
Relationships are wonderful, but I think what you just heard was that this is business 101. To be able to, prove the concept, and having proven the concept, you scale. Now, this is an analytics person here. I'm talking about you, Matthew. The analytics are critical. You got to look at the capital structure from senior debt to subordinated debt to common equity to preferred stock, because all of these, each of those tiers is important as we talk about financing. It's access to capital. You need to know what kind of capital you want, what layers, et cetera. But I don't want to get in the way. I mean, aren't the analytics important? That makes a big, big difference. The world's changed.
Yeah, it definitely makes a big difference. I mean, I think that you have to look at other things too, though. Like you have to look at the programming. Whether someone mentioned earlier about exclusivity of programming, you have to look at embracing technology. I mean, because things are changing, and I think you need to look at OTT and podcasting, or there's a lot of different dynamics that I think all make sense in putting together and growing your business. And you can't do that, I don't think, just with a in the old traditional way anymore. If you want to grab that new audience, that's definitely changed the way they view television.
Well, I think all of you know that what's happened in my days, many, many years ago, you had broadcasting, high barriers of entry because you had big hardware and 3 networks maybe. Fox came in 80. Then you went to cable, but that wasn't the best because it was copper. Because you and I would be on it, but if Garrett and you joined, then it degraded. Then we had the fiber, which was cable with glass. So we moved from broadcasting to over-the-air broadcasting to cable to satellite to now OTT, that's over the top. So you do have to know more in order to get in the business. Now, the good thing now is that the barriers are down because you need less hardware and more technology. So maybe we need to talk a little bit about what you said. The analytics are important, but you also have to evolve with time in the banking structure.
Yeah, I think, sorry, what you were saying, the barriers for entry are really much lower for OTT. But there is so much competition, so you have to find a way to stand out for that competition. And programming has certainly been a factor for that.
By the way, we have people in the audience like Kelvin Boston you need to talk to who's there. But you want to ask some questions? Should we be good? And
now, one of the things, Brian, that I've heard from the audience is that we will go into a bank and have a deal that, say, requires, and I'll just use hypothetical numbers, $100,000, and the bank will look at the deal and say, this is a great deal, we'll give you 40. And it's just enough for you to fail. And then once you fail, they'll turn around and take that same deal and offer it to someone else, the majority community, and give them exactly what they need, plus a longer window to pay it back in better terms. How can we, as an audience and members and advocates, as well as bankers, ensure that we're going in early enough so we're establishing those relationships, making sure that we're getting what we need, and that we're not walking away with, in our community, we've always said, well, we'll make it happen. Give us what we can, and we're creative, and we'll make that dollar stretch, knowing going into the deal that you don't have enough to have sustainability. What do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, my experience, those are unfortunate situations. And in my experience is, and it's a little bit unfortunate, the smaller deals, if the deal is too small, sometimes it's hard to attract sophisticated, experienced people for that deal, and that's unfortunate because bad things can happen if the bank doesn't really know the business and the investor doesn't. In most of the deals we end up doing, they're a little bit bigger, but we do some small, medium-sized deals as well as some very big deals, and I think it's important to make sure you're dealing with an investor group that knows what they're doing and that is not going to undercapitalize a business. It's important that you go to sophisticated, media-savvy banks. The first call we made when we were dealing with Dwan was to Garrett, because Garrett personally knows the business inside and out, and his institution is supportive of the business. And I think the other two important things are, besides relationships like that, is number one, obviously the track record of the key entrepreneur is probably the single most important thing. And the second most important thing is the economics. I mean, in these days, it's hard. You're not going to really steal anything. That's not easy to do because it's a pretty sophisticated world out there. And it's hard for small to medium-sized or startup companies to compete with existing companies that have debt capacity and are financing acquisitions with 6% money rather than a blended cost of capital that's somewhere in the teens. So I think you have to have really talented entrepreneurs that can buy something based on not only what the trailing cash flow is, but based on what they can do with it. And you have to have a guy who has really strong vision, a great plan, is very convincing, and convince the investor group that don't just look at the trailing financials, look at what I can do with it. And that's why you need a sophisticated investor group and sophisticated lenders to be able to do that. Otherwise, it's tough. So I think you need all those things. You need relationships with the right people. You need a great track record and someone who really knows what they're doing. And you need to be able to articulate. I think for entrepreneurs, you got to be able to buy underachieving assets that have some operational upside, because the business by itself just isn't growing fast enough to generate the kind of returns you're going to have to generate if you're buying a well-run asset and going to run it the same way. So those are my two or three thoughts.
What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, look, I think, I sort of break into a number of components. I mean, our organization, we cover this sector. We're in the business of lending to the sector. We want to lend to the sector, but what we find that the most difficult thing that potential entrants in the industry have, and this might sound not really believable, that the bank senior debt piece in our minds is the easiest piece to raise.
True.
I mean, these businesses are very efficient businesses. We know how they perform in good economies. We know how they perform in bad economies. We can look up who are the competitors in the market. Mm-hmm. The most difficult thing in our mind is raising the equity. Because when we look at someone coming in, we can say, okay, this is the market they're in. This is how much they want to pay for the asset. Okay, if the economy goes down 10, 20%, we can figure it out. But if something goes wrong in their plan or in the economy, does that owner have deep pockets to weather the storm? How can they handle it? And so when we look at these things, and Brian is right, I mean, our organization, we skew to slightly bigger transactions, some because of the nature of our organization and who we do business with. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. I mean, we want these businesses to be successful. I mean, if loans go wrong, there is a real economic cost to us, number one. And number two, we have credibility with our own senior management. If we bring in transactions that don't work and then we bring in another one, they're going to look at us and say, well, guys. So we all have the same interest in having these industries succeed, but I think it really is key when you're starting out and maybe you need to give a larger percentage of your company away to someone else to finance you, but unless you have equity behind you, it's very difficult for a commercial bank to sit there and say, well, trust me is a nice concept, and obviously individuals, and I think a lot of banks get into trouble lending to people that they don't do enough diligence on and how capable they are and what their character is. But at the end of the day, the loans have to be paid back, and if there's a blip, you need to have an equity partner who is supportive of your transaction. But as I said, I think that the biggest issue that Garrett and I have in our business is not enough deal flow. We don't have people lining up. Now, a lot of it is because of the consolidation in the industry. I would also say, 10 years ago, the recession, a lot of banks that used to be in the media finance business lost a lot of money, and they've never returned to the business. So now, in terms of the cheaper forms of capital, there's less of us who do it. There are other participants in the market. They're more expensive. The last thing I would say is, we find that a lot of transactions we do, the company's going to be headquartered wherever they're going to be headquartered. There are a lot of local banks in where the company's headquartered or where their stations are who want to do business with local companies. So I'd say the overwhelming percentage now of our sort of mid-sized transactions are put together with people like ourselves who are media-centric organizations and local banks who want to do business with companies in their markets.
Okay, I'm going to cheat because this first question we were supposed to ask was about whether or not there was impediments to capital, and if so, are the broadcasters working around it? You can't work around it. You need to have capital. So I'm going to cheat and say, let's forget that question. The second question, what are some of the new financing options available to new and small broadcasters? Because SBICs and MESBICs aren't around. I know that because I had SBICs, and I know they're not around. Okay. Now, third question, so we can quickly get to what you have to say. Third question, private equity has played a predominant role in lending in the last 10 years. Has this been beneficial? My question is this. The question, we're talking about new entrants in the market now. I think the real question is, what financing options are available not to new small broadcasters, but to new small people who want to get into the media world? Because it's not broadcasting anymore. It's broadcasting, it's over the air broadcasting originally. So you have to go from OTA over to OTT. You have to go from broadcasting. You still got to be a broadcaster, still have your local market, and still have the world. And people are talking to me, well, we do podcasting now. And the broadcasters who do so well, the reason why they do so well, they've been there so long that they managed to evolve. So us little people are going to be able to get in. How do we get in? How do we motivate the small, or how do little guys get in? I think we get in one way. The new world we live in here has what? Cell phones, 600 million. We started out with radio and a transmitter, and a TV and a transmitter, and then the cable. But now we got 600 million cell phones here. Now, Kelvin, you want to get in it because you create apps and you help us out. Where's the other guy? Patrick creates, okay, you work with him. He creates podcasts. How do we provide financing so that we can all work together? Broadcasters can still be broadcasters, and now they have a market in a local market, but they can expand their market. So we've gone from broadcasting to narrowcasting to streaming to really narrowcasting. That's what all the streaming is about. How do we get people in the audience to get involved, and then how can the FCC and NAB help? How do we deal with that? Because you're the money.
All right. Well, I'll take a shot at
Sorry
it.
for cheating.
One of the tough things about going off and being a podcaster, what are the barriers to entry? Zero. Right? I'm a lender. I'm going to give you money and you're podcasting on topic A. What's to prevent another 100 people coming in and replicating or providing podcasts that's just narrow to yours? I mean, there's nothing to defend that. And as a bank, not to sound, it's about getting paid back. If you get attacked, or your podcast, doesn't get the audience and you're not generating cash flow, a bank wouldn't do that.
Okay.
It's more of an equity play. And
Fair. So what if Mr. Boston over there who creates apps, what if he says, I'm sitting in my house in my bathrobe and I'm creating this storytelling podcast? I have. Okay, help me out. Come on.
Just real quickly.
Loudly, so we can hear.
On the OTT space, I think you want to look at what companies are selling for. Like Bob Johnson just sold one of his OTT platforms for $300 million. So they have value. And so I think you need to look at these different channels and these new opportunities, especially when it comes to OTT, that they are valuable assets that people can measure. They have, EBITDA and all that kind of stuff. It's a real business. So I just want to share that with you.
Okay, but fair enough. We know that you're talking about internet TV. We're going from broadcasting to internet TV, and you're saying regular TV owners have a market. They have 100,000 people, 1 million people, etc., and they do broadcasting. You create a podcast platform, and you allow them to not only have 100,000, but you allow them to spread out to whoever has these cell phones. And so now they go from 100,000 people to 130,000. But I'm suggesting that in a new marketplace, we have to begin to look at specific audiences, Indians, blacks, whatever. We have to look at specific programming that's not out there anymore. You know, that we don't know about our own culture, we don't know about our own history, we don't even know about our own lifestyles, okay? And there are sponsors who want to get to us. Because when you look at 45 plus million blacks, 45, you got 100 million people who are minorities, or 1/3 of the population, and the dominant population controls everything. Who's going to be smart enough to fund the people who are going to take care of those? Because when you look at Phoenix has got 4 million people, it's got 46% of it's white, 40% of it is Hispanic, 6 is black. So when they go on their podcast, or when they go to find out what stores are around, the dominant population will say what kind of restaurants are around. There won't be any Spanish. Where will they get it? From the new. So is that interesting at all?
Yeah, look, I would say on this topic, and I think one of the panels this morning, someone had mentioned, or one of the questions was, I mean, these new businesses, to some extent, this is really private equity, venture capital kind of risk. It's not what regulated commercial banks do. So I think it's really, because obviously it's new, it's small, it's risky. And and I think smart money, when it finds the right product, will finance it. I just think it's a little bit early for the bank stage. I would mention, you know, so Mr. Johnson's company, RLJ, obviously anyone in the industry, the finance industry who probably financed Bob back in the 90s at BET knew him. He had a reputation. His company had its own financing. It probably wasn't the cheapest financing, but he had financing that got it to a size that AMC just paid, you know, a big number for. So, excuse me.
But they bought was an OTT.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think it's a question of matching up. I think financing is available, and there's a lot of smart money running around trying to find places to invest. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is very difficult, particularly with individuals. I mean, I look at it's more of a problem of whether it's a small business or an individual raising financing. Obviously, society is more complicated than that. There's other reasons behind it, but I think you have to match the risk profile with the capital you're raising. And when the company gets to a certain size, you know, then it falls into the world that Garrett and I are in.
And if it's if it's really a startup rather than, I mean, it's probably not a bank debt discussion. It's probably not even a private equity discussion. It's a venture capital discussion, which is a little bit of a different pool of money. But there are a million venture capital companies out there. And one of the things that's really happened over the past 5 years, a lot of those ancillary businesses that seem to have a lot of upside, whether it's digital or over the top, they're being done within the traditional media companies. I mean, Radio One's done a lot of different things to broaden from just radio. So a lot of these things are getting done, in radio companies or TV companies because they have the established cash flow and a platform to be able to finance some of these newer technologies like podcasting and digital with having more upside.
And the existing audience to promote it to.
Yeah.
And that's a huge advantage.
And that's what I'm kind of suggesting, that offline is old-fashioned. That's the traditional. Online is the new stuff. So when you get a blend of offline/online, and the traditional work with, us older guys, ladies, work with the younger folks. Because what happens is the phone companies and all the other people in communities that have less than 1,000 families in a square mile, big folks don't deal with. There's a lot of communities like that. So
And
why
there's
can't we?
there's an opportunity for someone to come in.
That's what I'm suggesting for the new folks. What we need mini-me's.
Yeah. No,
Okay? So I think somebody who has a small ISP, create their own little ISP, and someone who's got a small station, and someone who knows how to create apps. So all of a sudden they say, you know what, We've done this thing for entertainment and local news, but we can also do it for our lifestyle, et cetera, and that's in the public interest. And then we can get the commissioners, his attention and her attention. That's what I'm suggesting. We need a blend. So we need to think outside of the box, because you won't look at it if it's just totally entrepreneurial, but you will look at it if a regular broadcaster, whether it's radio or TV.
Because you've got that cash flow there that let me sleep at night knowing that I'm going to get paid back.
Absolutely.
But and then the broadcast. I mean, from the broadcaster's perspective, the podcasting, the streaming, that's giving them the growth.
Absolutely.
And that's the future. And then to your point about targeting specific audiences, I mean, the opportunity's there. So if you've got to have the existing platform and the resource sort of fund that.
Yeah, well, if you can look at Skyview Systems, look it up on the internet. What do? They take, in 60 days, they can do a couple of things. They can create programming or content, they can be an aggregator, they can syndicate it, and they can put it on their own tech system because they're ISP people. Then they can manage it going out to the folks who have the cell phones, who have the iPads, who have the TVs. Those are millions and millions of people. So they're creating a specific content. They got the backbone themselves, because now they can produce it and store it in the sky. The library is the cloud.
Yeah.
And they got all these phones, and they can market it for you. So they say, I will create a network. That's what a network is, and I will stream it to whoever you want. I mean, narrowcasting meant, in the old days you had like 100 million households, 33 to ABC.
Yeah.
Now, what was narrowcasting? You had 1 million, you were a winner. Because with that 1 million on cable, 30% of the 100 people who looked at that, 30 were diehards, and the advertisers loved them. This is even more narrow.
Yeah.
So a smaller space with a smaller architecture, great circuitry, can produce a lot. But you have to put that in your business plan and come see you.
Yeah.
I don't know if people come see you. I mean, so our question here is to ask, how do new entrants get into the business? And the world is different than it was 30 years ago. And how do we get the FCC to get involved? No, they say, well, I'm not responsible for the tube things go through. Yeah, but you are responsible for the public interest. And we lived in a world where and I wrote to myself, we lack the right images of ourselves because we never owned anything. We can change that now, slowly, in a blended way. So, what's our next question? Before we get to the folks in the audience.
Great. In the past, it's always been equity financing. What is the future? What does that look like? And how can the audience leave with good ideas about taking back to their local communities to say, hey, here is what we learned while we were in D.C. if we want to get financed?
I would say, look, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion today about, I know Duan had mentioned, relationships. I mean, it's an overused term, it's a simplified term, but I think it's key. If you want to start in a local community, you need to know your local bankers. You need to know your, the local, organizations in the community, the local politicians, and because it's a very competitive world, it's hard to distinguish. Like in our business, we look at probably hundreds of loans a year. So we have to sort of figure out who's good, who's not. Well, a lot of it, other than simple, spreadsheet due diligence, is relationships. And I think it's a long process. It's a difficult process. But I think relationships to get in an industry, Duan is very successful. If Brian hadn't recommended Duan to Garrett doesn't know Duan from anyone. And so the relationships matter. Putting in the time matters, and I think having a track record of whatever industry you're in or whatever your skill set is in is important, because we lend to a lot of companies in broadcasting. Some perform better than others, and we scratch our heads sometimes like, well, how is that possible? You have two people who operate TV stations in XYZ city, and one has margins that are better. Well, some people are simply more capable in terms of managing. So forming relationships, having a track record, I think is key to getting the meetings. And then at the end of the day, the numbers will work or they won't work. And unfortunately, that's what it'll come down to in the end. But to get in the door, I think forming these relationships is critical.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Garrett.
I would also, the other thing I would also say, even though it's sort of counter to what we've been hearing today, a lot of the local banks that are out there are dying for loan volume. I mean, it may not, people out in the audience may not believe that, but, in their local community, these guys are looking for loan volume. The regulations that's came out of Washington, D.C., cut out a lot of the stuff that these guys could do.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're looking to be able to put money in their backyards. And we did a deal with a radio broadcaster last year. We were the lead bank, and we were looking for other banks to come in. We went to the banks in Alabama, where the company was headquartered, and we had more banks than the financing amount was needed.
And that's what we did in SJL too. We had a local bank that really wanted to put money into this company that was based in California, but they needed the knowledge and expertise of Garrett and U.S. Bank, which made it work. And on the equity side, one of the things that Dan mentioned earlier is true on the equity side too. And unfortunately, if you go back, I don't know, 15 to 20 years ago, there was a lot of specialized investment firms, private equity firms, that were doing a lot in the media. And also the world was less consolidated then. So there was a whole lot of private companies to finance. But a lot of people did lose a lot of money in the Great Recession. And a lot of those guys on the equity side left the business. So there's clearly fewer private equity guys that have capital, that have expertise. So there's fewer of us, unfortunately.
Do you have any closing statements here? Because
We've got a couple questions.
We're going to get the question now. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Everybody's good?
Yeah, I guess the last closing statement I would say very quickly so the questions can start is I think with all the new technologies that are out there, ironically, while it creates a lot of pressure for the broadcasting industry, I think it really gives them an opportunity to compete. Because obviously, younger people, I have 3 kids, they consume their media very differently, probably in lieu of their homework they consume it. But the technology is out there that really can help both radio and TV and give it a leg up against some very large competitors on the West Coast. So I think it's not an easy process. Obviously, the FCC can do certain things to help. It's obviously a political organization, so it has its limitations. But at the end of the day, the opportunities are there, and we've seen it in valuations and deal flows. And if there's a good deal, there'll be financing for it at the end of the day.
Great. Well, I have one question or a statement was given to me, so I got to read it, otherwise they'll fire me and I won't get paid today. And then we'll get you, okay, brother? Okay. It says here from Larry Witherspoon. Oh, Larry. Larry, he's a California guy, and he owns Connect to Your City TV, and he says, the subject, OTT advantage for broadcasters and investors. Podcasters are becoming broadcasters because OTT, over-the-top TV, OTT operators allow the content to be amplified to a significantly greater audience size. Millions of podcasters are now providing unique community-relevant content with the built-in audience of eyeballs that will support any product advertised on the shows they create. Content is king, and investors have the opportunity to acquire massive content archives that will produce revenue for replay years to come. And that's an interesting statement we need to think about. Thank you, sir, or ma'am, or whatever.
Larry.
Okay.
First question.
Thank you, Larry.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherman Kizart. I'm Managing Director of Kizart Media Partners in Chicago, also a member of the FCC Diversity Committee. My question to you is centered around the reality that there is going to be some evolving new broadcast ownership models, and it might be incubated models on both radio and television, and that those opportunities are going to be a combination of maybe new entrants or smaller broadcasters strategically aligning with a Cumulus or an iHeart or someone like that. so my question to the U.S. Bank representatives and to you, Brian, does that create an opportunity for you to look at doing business with these new evolving broadcast models kind of going forward? Because the reality is that the landscape is changing, and will iHeart be what it is a year from now, based on the fact that as it's coming out of its Chapter 11, that it may have to shed a couple hundred properties, and that might not necessarily create another opportunity for a bigger broadcaster like someone like Beasley or others, but it may create opportunities for entrepreneurs in individual markets. So, and I asked that question to you, Brian, to Daniel and Garrett, because I'm not so sure I was hearing that there's an appetite for y'all to want to work with those. So I'd like to hear.
Yeah, about two things. Number one, I mean, you know, just one of the things that'll probably happen, because I think one of the clouds that's been hanging over the radio industry that has not been hanging over the TV industry over the last 5 years. In TV, if there's a divestiture process or TV stations are for sale, there's a number of private and public companies that want to buy and can buy, et cetera. In radio, it's been tough the last 5 years because the two biggest companies have been in, if practical speaking, in bankruptcy and clear.
But the industry still is kicking off good revenues, nice cash. I mean, you look at the kind of cash that a broadcast radio kicks off, it's as good or better than television.
Well, it's good. I mean, radio has been hurt by two things. Number one, it doesn't have the second revenue stream. But look, we're in a lot of radio investments, including Radio One, and like the business. But when you're financing a new company, you know, whether it's Garrett and I or another private equity firm, one of the things they do look at is when you're getting into a business, what's the exit going to be in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years? And one of the clouds, one of the general gray clouds that's been hanging over the radio industry the last 5 years is you really haven't had the same type of vibrant buyer pool that you do in TV, just because the big guys, the two big S guys, haven't been able to do anything. But that's getting fixed, right? I mean, iHeart's getting fixed, Cumulus is getting fixed, and I think hopefully you'll get to the point soon where two things. Number one, there are some spin-offs in radio at economically interesting prices, and number two, I think you're going to get to a point where the biggest companies fix their balance sheets and have the ability to start selectively buying, and it's just a healthier dynamic. So that's one thing. The second thing, if I'm understanding your question, is sure, if there's a clever way for entrepreneurs to kind of partner with a bigger company to do something that, you know, whether it's, you know, share costs or share overhead. Sharing costs, I need to be a little careful these days, but sharing costs, sharing overhead, or even just as a strategic investor, I think those kind of things would make a project.
Do you have an appetite for something like that?
Sure, yeah, we look at everything.
So Chairman, I got to fire you now. This man behind you. That was great about the strategic partnering is critical. And by the way, we need to strategically partner as entrepreneurs ourselves.
Well, and I want to hear from U.S. Bank on this too.
Okay, but hold on. So I think two things. A, we need among ourselves to raise capital. So the Henry Riveras of the world need to get with me, the younger ones of us. So we should strategically partner, but we should also strategically partner with the big folks, not to compete, but to complete. But let's let this other gentleman give us a question.
Hey, how you doing? My name is William King from Omaha, Nebraska. I own a low-power radio station. We haven't talked about two modes where we can raise capital without needing bankers, because I didn't go to bankers. First, I use collective economics. The brother talked about it earlier. I called friends and family. I collected many amounts of money, and I collected together. That's how I brought my first antenna and transmitter. And so collective economics, as advice to those that are listening, because, I mean, they have barriers, is one mode. And then also the Job Act that President Obama passed, where we could do crowdfunding. And that's the next adventure that we're going to take on, where we can sell stock for the first time to unaccredited investors, your neighbors, since 1933. And so the same philosophy as the brother talked again from Florida, that we go to our neighbors, those people that love us, that know us, and then we collect the money from them. We can leverage that, and then we can go to the bankers, because now we have a collection of neighbors that love us, that believe in us. Then we can move forward. So I want us to at least bring that to the forefront, because they have barriers. And so collective economics, and then a new crowdfunding law where we can actually sell stock for the first time to unaccredited investors from $1 to $5,000 a year. All right, thank you.
Well, that's excellent, because then you made me think that the president has just created this opportunity fund. You talked about the opportunity fund, John?
Opportunity fund,
Well, the opportunity, you can talk about the opportunity fund gets people to invest in the fund for certain communities, and there are going to be a lot of them. It's happening as we speak. And I'm talking about big bucks for people to come in for us to have the money. But go ahead, you talk to the
First
issue.
of all, my name is George Sims with Bench Now. I agree with what you guys are saying in terms of the investment. We've gotten friends and family, okay, and then we've gone to wealth investors. And then there's some unique things that are happening. For example, the state of Maryland is investing in our startup because they see an opportunity of new businesses creating new jobs, because they know that's where the jobs are coming from. So, and the other thing, let me back up for a minute. Also, when you're doing this, sort of separate and understand this whole new OTT world. I'm a technology provider. That is like I'm an edge platform. So I have software, I have IP, I have copyright stuff, and I help a lot of these providers do that. Well, let me get to my question then. I've talked to, I know in Maryland, there's some banks that have high net worth investors who are looking to say, how can I take these capital gains and invest in these opportunity funds? So my question is, do you have high net worth investors who are seeking to put money into opportunity funds? And if so, give me a call.
Perfect timing.
Nice plug.
It worked.
Well, we are exactly ending on time. We as the moderators truly appreciate your enthusiasm, your questions, as well as the brain power that's on the panel. From the U.S. Black Chamber's perspective, this is enlightening, and we look forward to increasing the number of Black-owned TV and radio stations across the country. As we start talking about expanding and telling our own story, this is going to be critical for the future of the African American community. So again, I say thank you. John.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you for having us.
That one's open.
Okay, sound good. So if we could, if I could have your attention so we can get started, please. Is this on? Okay. I know. Okay, so we are, if I could get everyone's attention, if we could start our seventh panel for today, and we have one additional one, and then we'll be done. We're the only thing standing between closing and going home, and so we're going to try to stay on schedule. It is a great pleasure for us to welcome all of you here again, and I want to thank former Commissioner Rivera and certainly Diane Suter for their leadership in putting this together. And the idea is to, and someone asked this question earlier, what can the FCC do? Well, the FCC has done a lot already. They planned this event for us, and they're looking for us to come away with some ideas and some suggestions and some pathways forward so that they can go back to the drawing board and implement a program that's going to be far-reaching and be very successful and will benefit all of us in this industry. So we want to thank the FCC for doing this, and now we have to do our part. And suggesting some ideas going forward. So my name is Ron Johnson. This is my third term as a member of the Diversity Committee. And personally, I have participated in an incubator program myself in the telecom industry for almost 12 years. I can say that it's a successful way to move your small enterprise forward. And I hope those of you who have any trepidation about joining an incubator initiative, let me assuage any concerns that you might have, because they do work. And the key is having a willing partner, a willing business partner, and a minority firm that's willing to commit to an incubator program. And so much of the conversation so far has been about access to capital. And we believe that the incubator program is one way to satisfy that void in small businesses and diversity businesses. If you have not read about the docket 17289, which spells out the incubator program, I suggest you do that when you get home at your leisure. There are some important aspects of it that I will cover later on in our presentation. And if you have any questions about that, certainly me and my team will try to answer as many of those questions as we can. We have a distinguished panel, and starting to my far left, Jeffrey is from Emmis. I think all of you all know these folks. I'm not in broadcasting myself, and I've noticed all of the hugging and shaking hands going on around here. And but I don't have those relationships with my dear colleagues. But nonetheless, Kim is from Cox Media. We know Cox very well. And of course, Brian is from Scripps out of Cincinnati, Ohio. So we've had our conversation being homeboys from Cincinnati, so we're ready to go. And my co-moderator is no stranger to all of you, or any of y'all. He is Orlando Rosales. He's president of Media Vista Group, very successful entrepreneur. He came through a mentor-protege program himself, and so he has mentored others as he has grown his own enterprise. And so why don't we just kick it off with Orlando introducing himself again and just speaking in any way you like about your experiences and how beneficial a mentor-protege program has been to you.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I came to the United States in 1996 with a lot of dreams, and just came up to own a TV station by accident kind of thing. The opportunity came, and then I went to the BLT program. I met Diane Suter, who made available for me to have that kind of mentorship through the program and meet all the people in the industry needed to grow the company and go to the next level. So for me, it's very important, all this about mentoring. With that in place, I want to ask you about, have you mentored any company, any newcomers to the broadcast industry, and what experiences do you have with that?
You start with me?
Yes.
Anyway.
I mean, I think one thing I should say is, I think in the DNA of most broadcasters I've known, they really feel a commitment to their communities and the people in their communities. And I've found remarkable willingness on most people that I've known to give back and get involved. And I mean, I can't even imagine how many people I have mentored and my company has mentored over the years. It's one of the most rewarding experiences you could have. I think the idea of formalizing the programs makes sense. Duane and I were at dinner last night, and I was sort of saying the biggest challenge we have, mentoring helps prepare people to run companies. The biggest challenge we have still is access to capital. I hate to be redundant on the earlier sessions, but I think if there's one thing that we can do that will really allow individuals to start companies and gain more access, it probably to change the tax certificate.
Yeah.
We have, Brian talked about it in the last session, we have a horrible lack of capital, especially in radio. It's not as pronounced in television, but in radio there has been a tremendous lack of capital over the last 5 to 10 years. So I spoke to I think a group, I think it was a NABOP group a couple months ago, and I said, well, now everybody's in the same boat. Nobody has capital. It used to be that, you know, that minority broadcasters had struggled finding capital. Today, it's really very pronounced. So I think finding capital is the single biggest thing. Having mentoring programs, preparing people to run businesses, helping them grow their businesses is critical. But the biggest issue is lack of capital.
And you would probably agree that exponentially it's more difficult for diverse companies to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, positively. Yeah. Which is why, to me, the tax certificate was always the great equalizer. That you have to have an advantage to gain an equal seat at the table. And I know that people have talked about whether there are abuses. I've always said in the last 20 years that you could solve that. But the biggest thing is getting people a seat at the table. And I think it equalizes when diverse companies and individuals have the advantage of a tax certificate.
And certainly Cox has been involved in diversity for many years. You guys have an outstanding program down in Atlanta. Can you speak briefly about your experiences in programs similar to Mentor Protege or Incubator?
Sure. So we've taken advantage of the NABEF programs and have sent quite a few people through the BLT program. Thanks, Diane. And I think that's really a wonderful, formal, and a very hard program. That's not like just a weekend. That's your whole year almost. So I really appreciate, and I think that says a lot about the discipline of the people who go through that. I guess one of the perspectives I have, I've sat through most of these panels today, is I don't come as an owner, I come as an operator. And I think we focus a lot today on ownership and getting capital, but you've got to start in the pipeline. You've got to get minorities and women in the pipeline, and I think that's where we focus more, is that you've got to tap those people and you've got to reach out a hand to them and say, I think you're talented and I think you can do more. And that's the kind of thing that I think our company is really working on, and I think I personally work on. I'm a mentor every year to somebody, and I try to always have an open door. If you want time with me, you get time with me. I don't care who you are. We have 5,000 employees. None of those are owners. So that's a way, I think, to me, if we want to solve the problem at the ownership level, you've got to start by getting people in the pipe, in management, and understand. You came up through IT. I mean, it's not a traditional road to the top, but I think we employ a lot of people. And so it shouldn't always have to be about ownership, and I think if we can focus on just getting people exposed to leadership positions and teaching them how to be good leaders, I think that's really important, and I think that's where I've spent a lot of my time.
Do you have any specifics about any mentoring you have done, any of you that became an owner of media? Any specific cases that have been successful?
Not on the, not on the ownership part, but I can look at people who, I was using an example a couple weeks ago. We were putting our D&I, our diversity and inclusion group together. CMG, Cox Media Group, is only 10 years old, believe it or not. We were radio, TV, newspaper separate, and now we, in '09, put it all together. And so we had a charter diversity and inclusion committee, and we were kind of drafting people. And I said, oh, we should get a millennial on this committee. And so I brought this guy, Tim Clark, to the D&I committee, and he showed up, and someone turned to me and said, well, you didn't tell me he was Asian. Well, I didn't think of him as Asian. I just thought of him as young, and that was the piece I was looking to recruit. And I think, when you can stop labeling people like that, I think that's part of it too. He's not an owner, but he's now running all of our programming, and the kid's like 32 years old. So that's not an owner, but that's a very important role in my company on the radio side. He controls all of the programming for our 60 stations. So, and it was largely because we got him exposed to things when he was in his 20s. So he's doing a job that most people wouldn't get until they were in their 40s or 50s.
So while this initiative doesn't speak directly to workforce development as we break that glass ceiling, I think I hear you saying that another pathway to getting diverse companies in the radio space to be successful is to find individuals in your own organizations that perhaps have experience, have interests, and we kind of train them up to become entrepreneurs in the radio industry. That is another pathway. We don't speak of that specifically in this conversation, but that's a good idea that you put on the table for us to think about from a workforce development perspective. Great idea, yes. Brian?
Yeah, Ron, I probably come at it the same way as Kim. I'm an operator, not an owner. Unlike Jeff, at Scripps, I don't spend a lot of time worrying about the access to capital, but I do spend a lot of time worrying about advancing and building a workforce that's representative of our communities, that is diverse and talented. And so I think Orlando, you had asked for specific examples of some of the things that we do to focus on building a diverse workforce. And it really, to Kim's point, it really starts at the bottom. The focus starts at the top with the CEO and driving down and making sure the culture's right. And that's a priority at Scripps. But we believe that in order to build for the future, we've got to start at the beginning. And so one of the programs that we started 7 years ago, we call it the JCP program. It's a journalism career program. And we recognized that we were having a hard time attracting diverse employees right out of college. Back then, we only had 10 television stations. Even if we could attract a diverse employee, once we trained them and mentored them, they were out the door to a bigger company and bigger markets. Now with, soon we'll have 52 television stations, we're able to help manage their careers a little bit more. But the program really started as a partnership with Arizona State University with the Cronkite School of Journalism, where we approached them about being able to interview their graduates as they were in their final semester, and then being able to identify present them an opportunity to go work at our Bakersfield television station, one of our smaller television stations. We had to get creative on how we would build a program like that. We actually rented some housing, and we actually put up these graduates so they could afford to live there. But for the next year, we got to learn and know them and their brilliant skill set as they came out of one of the best journalism schools in America. They got to learn our workflows and systems, and we got to really grow and learn from each other. And following a 1 year, which is now a 2-year contract with us, the next part is all of our stations start bidding on these guys and are very interested in moving them on to the next markets, Cincinnati and Kansas City, the mid-sized markets. 7 years later, we have folks who have moved on to 3 markets, and we just had our first JCP graduate who's now in management. But we have now expanded this into, we have partnerships with Syracuse University, with the Newhouse School, with the University of Missouri, as well as Arizona State, and we also work with the NABJ to recruit folks who run through their program. We've put about 60 people through the program. More than half are still with the company, and most of them, our focus is really in growing diversity. And so that's been a very successful program. So While the one-on-one mentorship exists, the opportunity for us in every year to build a program that takes 12 to 16 graduates, put them in, mentor them at our level. And by the way, every year we bring these folks up to Cincinnati. They get time with the CEO, the CFO, myself. So they really get high exposure and access to strategy of the company. We want to engage them early and hopefully have a career of progression inside of one company.
So that leads us to, I think, the next question. It says here, the FCC recently adopted an incubator program for radio. How will you use the FCC program? How do you think overall the program will be utilized in your industry? And I would suspect, and hopefully I'm mistaken, many of you in the audience might not be aware and have specific knowledge about the FCC incubator program. If you are intimately involved with, would you raise your hand, and I won't have to read what I'm going to read. And do I see any hands? I see 2 hands, 3 hands. So, but here, just a few comments about how this program will work, and I think it would be of value to you understanding the responses that our panelists would give. So it provides new sources of capital and other support to entities that may otherwise lack access to financing or operational experience. It offers an incentive to encourage established broadcasters to invest the time, money, and resources needed to help a new or small broadcaster purchase a radio station that it could not buy on its own, or make a struggling radio station financially viable. And so who can be an incubated entity? Small and aspiring station owners that lack access to capital and need to buy and operate a radio station, and small owners of struggling radio stations that need financing. And the subject of finance just kind of emanates to all of this discussion. And so now that we've talked a little bit about how the incubator program would work and who can participate, what would be your ideas about establishing a program like this at your company?
Well, I think, again, it makes a lot of sense. It formalizes the traditional mentoring that we have done. Interestingly enough, this program provides a carrot for broadcasters that if they want to own more stations than they're allowed to own, if they participate in these programs, that allows them to own more stations. Again, whatever you can do to level the playing field, whatever you can do to get people to, embrace minority broadcasters, it is what you're going to need to increase the number of minority stations. And I think Kim's exactly right. The most important thing we can do is get people through the pipeline. As DeJuan stated earlier, he couldn't, he was ready to run a radio station. There were barriers there, a TV station, but he had worked his way all the way up through the process. Obviously, we don't get people who want to buy radio or TV stations unless they have been through the pipeline. They've been sales managers, they've been general managers, they've been program directors. So I think the idea is work with people who we know, and then also provide, a program like this program, which incents the broadcaster to formalize this project rather than just giving advice or setting up systems, but saying, okay, we are economically tied to making this successful. And if we make it successful, then we earn the ability to do something we ordinarily wouldn't have done. So that's the carrot. Again, it's like the tax certificate. Provide carrots to level the playing field.
So before I hear from Kim and Brian, there are some caveats, though, and some eligibility requirements to participate in the program, and there are 3. And so let me just share with you all what these 3 are. The company that wants to be incubated must own no more than 3 full-service radio stations and no TV stations. That's number 1. They must qualify as a small business under the SBA rule, which means that their annual revenue for 3 years running cannot exceed $38.5 million. That's number 3. And they must demonstrate that they meet both of the above in order to qualify. So if you don't satisfy both of those, you would not qualify to participate in the FCC incubator program. So having said that, who would your response be to?
Well, I think all 3 of our companies are too big to be on the incubate D side.
Yeah.
So we would have to be helping. We'd have to be the partner on the other side. So and I guess that's where we've got the capital. I mean, we're a $2 billion company. We've got the ability to help with some of our best practices, whether it's how we research or go to market. So I think the idea that the incubator is smart. Again, I still go back to you got to get people in the pipeline so that they want to actually own a station of their own. I personally have never wanted to own a station. I've enjoyed just being an operator and taking on more responsibility that way and paying it forward. But there are people who have more of the entrepreneurial spirit, so I think companies like the three of ours can be very helpful in that partnership.
By the way, I should interject. If somebody's got $38 million of revenue, they probably don't need
That's right.
my advice. They've figured it out by themselves.
But that's a good point, though, because as we tee up the responses to FCC upstairs, and if the issue is, if you had 38.5 over a 3-year period on average, then perhaps you might not need any help. I mean, so those are the kind of things we want to pass up to the
These would be people we'd be looking to lend us money.
Just a question related to that. Do you think this is well known, the program, and well promoted by the FCC, and you guys are talking about that at the corporate level?
Well, it's brand new. I mean, this is we're trying to look at the ownership rules, and I know in the NAB meetings, in the last 6 months, we've kind of put that on the table to be a way to, things are tough. Radio business is not growing, core and television is not growing, so what can we do? I think the ownership limits need to be loosened so that the good folks can run more, and the incubator program is a way to kind of also solve kind of another problem, which is to get more minorities and people of color into ownership. So it's brand new. I mean, I don't believe anyone's, okay, so.
That's right. Yeah, so noted. Brian?
Well, we're not in the radio business, so this will be the shortest answer I give all day.
Do you think it can be applied to television? In my case, for example, I own low-power TV stations. It could have been a great program to own a low-power TV station.
Yeah, I think it definitely presents opportunity. I think we'll be curious to see how it does in radio, and obviously early success would be very helpful. But I think that the opportunity also exists with all the consolidation that's happening inside the television space. I think that the opportunity for some of the larger broadcast groups to be able to be mentors and help support some smaller television stations absolutely exists. So I would tend to think the FCC would be looking at that sooner than later as well.
We hope so.
Yeah, we hope so.
So as a company that
yes,
owns
please,
2 newspapers
Kim, yes.
also, we just recently changed the ruling about the newspaper cross-ownership rule, right as all the newspapers are going out of business, so it was a little late in the game to be changing the ownership rule. So I hope that the FCC actually does pay attention. We compete with Facebook and Google every single day, and they're not regulated at all about ownership, and they take 90% of all their digital revenue. So we sit here with handcuffs in terms of what we can own and how many stations in a given market. We compete with people who have no regulation whatsoever. It's just, I hope we are a little more nimble in how we go at the rulings and how it gets in the way currently. And the newspaper is the first canary in the coal mine. Newspapers are a dying business. It's really expensive to print a newspaper and drive it to your driveway every day. And those ownership rules, if those had been changed 10 years ago when the recession hit and all the newspapers went over the cliff, I think you'd see more newspapers and more good, strong local investigative journalism by the newspaper industry. We simply cannot find a way to be profitable in that business. So I hope we learn a lesson on that. And the reason is, if you could have earlier put some broadcasts with some newspaper in the same market, I think it would be a whole different story today.
Yeah. I mean, this is good because the idea of this panel is to kind of assess from your perspective the important role of incubators and mentors, you all, in creating these success stories that we heard about earlier today in the radio space, not the TV space. So having said that, if you were establishing an incubator program today, what would you look for in a potential partner? And you mentioned some of it, but if we could be kind of very pointed in that, because I want to tee these things up to the committee and they can pass those on to folks upstairs.
Well, and the person to answer that probably better than anybody alive is Diane. Diane has dealt with training people, getting, and all of us, I think, have been involved in your program. The most important thing in making somebody a successful entrepreneur is a passion for what they do. a willingness to learn. What we can do is provide the tools. We can teach them how to build a balance sheet. We can teach them the operational budget. We can teach them what they're going to have to learn about technology, and engineering, and programming, and sales. But you have to start with somebody who has a great passion. And you know, having talked to so many people about this, the first thing you have to gauge is do they really want to do this? This is hard work, especially in an industry that hasn't grown very much. So I think you have to gauge that. But I think then, once they have that passion, that commitment to succeed, then I think we can help provide them with all the tools. All of us, you know, have done this for a long, long time. Probably isn't. There aren't many problems in these industries that we haven't seen, and hopefully we can, you know, provide advice because we've seen things that, you know, a new broadcaster couldn't possibly have seen.
So passion for the industry or working in the industry or having a radio station would be very important. The rule allows for a company with a little or no experience to stand up a radio station and be involved in the incubator program. So to your point, if you were trying to evaluate from an academic perspective whether or not a potential partner is right for your company, that overarching issue of passion probably supersedes the notion that they have to have been in business for X number of years. Is that probably correct?
And again, this gets back to Kim's point. It would be very difficult for somebody to walk in off the street and say, I want to start a radio company. I want to, you know, it would be the people who have been in my company or Brian's company or Kim's company who have worked their way through, who have a basic understanding. There is a big leap between, you know, different parts of these businesses and running the whole business. But if you have somebody who has a background in the business, who knows the business, loves the business, then I think you can work with them to teach them all the things they're going to need to know to make the leap from management to ownership.
Mm-hmm. What do you think is more important, the entrepreneurial spirit or the experience in the media?
Both.
How do you
Absolutely both. I think. Listen. I think it's very difficult. If you don't have the drive, the passion, it's very difficult to work the hours to build a business. It just is. So I think you have to be willing to work. But obviously, you know, if you start without any knowledge, it's hard to say, you know, number one, you're not going to go to any financial institutions, you know, whether there's a tax certificate or not, it's going to be hard to raise the capital. So you have to have some expertise as well as the drive. And then what we can do is provide some of the knowledge that we've seen with some experience to help.
That's an interesting comment, and because Kim, you spoke very eloquently about your experience working in a corporation like Cox Media, but not on the side of the radio broadcasting side, right? I mean, so, and having said that, it just seems to me that these companies, though they might be small, if they have the drive that you've talked about, Jeffrey, then learning the operational skills would certainly be required. I want to note, though, all the sessions I heard today, most of the panelists and the audience spoke about the need access to capital, right? We all talked about capital. Very little conversation about, I need some help in standing up and running a radio station effectively or a broadcast station effectively. But to your point, that's a very needed ingredient of having a radio station. Wouldn't you think, Jeffrey and Brian and all of you? Wouldn't you agree on that?
Well, real quickly, if you need help operating, that means you're the owner. You're operating the station. Sir, there are things we can do to help people who are broadcasters, but that means you've cleared the first hurdle to raise the capital by the station. I think we're talking about getting people prepared to buy those stations. It's a different question. I think all of us have met other broadcasters who have started a station. I've dealt with a number of minorities over time, as well as non-minorities who just their first station and, you know, what do I need to do? I see this, how do I deal with it? So I think that's, and that started with my first comment, that most of the people in this business who are in it love it and love giving back to it.
You know, I would just add to Jeff's comment, you know, clearly drive and passion are the most important thing for them to be successful. The other thing I would just add is an incubatee starts to search out a partner. Not every media company is built the same way. And so, you know, mission, purpose, culture all matter, and they're different. There's some companies that, you know, only operate small market media groups. Others have large market. Others have, big news organizations. Others have no news organizations. And so I think finding a company that's a good fit, and quite frankly, it could be two. It could be one that's a small market, really financially driven, and another one where the expertise of understanding how to run a news organization and understand what different level negotiations all can matter too. So I think it's important to note that not every media company is built the same, and I think that somebody exploring this space should really look to identify early on what do they want to be and who are the companies that would be the best fit for, the radio incubator program is a 2-year program. That's your shot, right? So you better get it right, and you better have the right partner, or you've just wasted 2 really critical years.
Yeah, what do you think can be done in the industry as a whole to promote ownership and by the FCC? We understand with all the challenges in the industry, I don't think it's something you guys are thinking every day, how can we help diversity in ownership, but what do you think can be done?
Again, your question's about ownership, so, Kim and I, we'll be greedy. We want to grow great leaders and then keep them inside our company and have them run public and private, companies. But I think at the end of the day, I think we all have a responsibility to be intentional and focused right now on making sure that our organizations are representative of their communities, not just on air, but behind the scenes, the producers, the leadership at Scripps. We track the metrics of diversity on a quarterly basis. We report them to the EW Scripps company. I know off the top of my head that 23% of the employees in the local media division are diverse. I know 27% of our newsroom employees are diverse. So, being intentional about it, making a priority, building mentor programs and other programs that allow you to grow your diverse talent inside the organization will hopefully, allow people to succeed and grow. I think that's one of the real weaknesses of our industry. I think that while we have good diversity at the low and beginning of the middle level, I think we really lack representation at the highest level, at the corporate level, as well as even the general manager level and all. It's going to take time. I think we have the priorities and the programs in place, and I'm optimistic that in 5 or 10 years we'll see the fruits of our labors really flesh up. But I think the most important thing we can do as an industry will be to be focused and make it a priority and continue to develop programs. From there, I would hope that the big public and private companies will be more robust relative to their diverse talent, and you would tend to think that some of them would break off to be more focused on their own ownership.
I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's not just about ownership. I think one of the earlier speakers said, what does success look like, define success? We will actually pick apart a newscast on our TV stations by the second. And it's called the Kovsky Report. You guys probably do the same thing, and it will tell you, of all the man on the street interviews, 14% were female, 12% were African American, 10% were Hispanic, and the other 60 whatever percent were white males. And so diversity isn't just about ownership, it's also about the message. And if I'm watching news in Atlanta, Georgia, it's not a lily white town. So I want to see reporters that look like me. I want to see reporters that talk about stories that affect the community. You've got to really reflect your communities. So it's not just about how many owners in radio and television are minorities or women, but I think it's really, it's the entire media landscape. How do we tell the news, and what kind of music do we play, and what kind of people are our sales staffs made up? If it's just a bunch of white folks in a town that's not, we need to reflect our communities, and that's what people are going to watch local news for. If it's just for 25% of the community, then what about the other 75%? You know what's going to happen? They're going to stop watching television. They're going to stop listening to the radio. They're going to go to Pandora or Spotify, where they can control what they're hearing and seeing. And I think that's really another piece of the message. I know that this is about ownership, but to me, it's all of it. And if we lose sight of that, if we stop serving our communities properly and reflecting the communities that we're trying to serve, if we're serving it to 25%, we're going to remember we talked about the newspaper business? This is going to be a different kind of death, and we will have done it to ourselves. And so I think that's a really important piece of it. You got to dissect how you're serving it up, and what are you serving to the people that are expecting this to reflect things that they want. And if they're not getting it from you, they'll go find it somewhere else.
And I guess to your point, I think, but the juxtaposition of minority ownership supports what you've just said, though, because that's another pathway to get the message out. And your point is well taken, but certainly radio ownership was one, minority radio ownership, because you'll probably have some different content, some different programming and things like that. So, yes, Jeffrey, you want to?
But yeah, to the original question about what can the FCC do for ownership, again, I go back to the same thing. I think incubator programs are great. I think if you can incent broadcasters to do things to make minority-owned businesses successful, that's great. I still think you've got to address the elephant in the room, and that is lack of capital. It is lack of capital for, I think Brian talked about the largest companies haven't had capital. They've been, near bankruptcy or in bankruptcy. But it ripples to everybody else. The smallest broadcasters, the minority broadcasters, potential minority broadcasters. The challenge is you've got to find a way to level the playing field. And I wish if there's a better idea. I think incubating programs are great. I think I've always thought the tax certificate was the one thing that leveled the playing field more. So I'd like to see it reinstated.
So are there any incentives in addition to, I guess the primary one is if you're in the incubator program and as an owner,
right,
a large owner, it allows you to exceed the radio and TV ownership limits in the
Right.
same geographical space.
Right.
Been a lot of discussion about that. As you
Well,
know.
yeah, and there's another question, is that most of these companies don't have the capital to do that anyway.
Yeah.
So,
But are there other incentives that you would like to pass on to the FCC to encourage them to kind of rethink or reprogram and imagine this rule?
I don't think you're going to have direct subsidies. I think, if you really make a decision that you want minority ownership, the single, most valuable way to do it is to subsidize minority broadcasters. I don't think politically in this country that's likely right now. So I think beyond that, ways to induce capital to flow in those directions. And I think any ways that you can induce capital to flow into underserved populations, underserved ownership, I think, is something that you need to do.
Well, I think the incubator program is just one pathway to try to get us to where we want to get in this whole industry. So do we have any questions from the audience? We have not received any notes up here, but if there's someone's, yes, at the mic, please.
Good afternoon, Sherman Kizart. And I wanted to say, Ron, great job with you and your co-moderator, but also to thank Jeff, Kim, and Brian. I actually like Ron, and I also serve on the FCC Diversity Committee, and one of the things that's interesting, particularly in this subject, is our day started with one of the FCC commissioners saying, Ron, but I wanted Brian and Kim to hear this, is that this commissioner said that he thought that that there should be a incubator program for television. And that throughout the day, that sentiment has kind of permeated, and I think that probably has to be part of what our recommendations of the committee, that we say to the chairman that there is an appetite and there is an interest around in the industry around. We've created one, and there was a pretty fast track of how we did it for radio. That and I think that we could do that for television, because as I'm hearing Kim and I'm hearing, well, especially Brian, who I think they sold all their radio holdings about a year or so ago.
Correct.
Is that that's something that you could take a look at and say, and maybe it isn't capital, but maybe the other part, and this is to again directed primarily with Kim and Brian, is that there are people in this room who are on the television side who specifically talked about, I would love to have an opportunity to meet Kim Guthrie and meet a Brian Lawler, because we are going down the path of how we're expanding television. So it's more that point I want to make, and I think, Madam Chairman, we have to have the discussion. I think part of one of the things coming out of today's symposium is that we created a model of our incubation for radio, and I think there's an appetite to do it for television.
So I guess the question for my distinguished colleagues here is whether or not this panel would support that. And would you support the notion of having an incubator program in TV, right? We would? Yep. So that's your answer. We support it.
Just to be clear, it's not that the commission is not supporting the television. I think everyone is in favor of it for television, but the idea that being able to buy a radio station was probably a smaller hurdle because of the cost of entry.
Right.
That let's get some success in radio, that then we can broaden it to television. I don't
Yes.
think it's ever the intention that it wouldn't be television. And as you may know, the Diversity Committee recommended both radio and television, and so, yeah.
And to
I'm
your,
done.
no, but to your point, that's why this is so important that we stand this up first, have some good stories to tell, because the idea was to hear from our panelists about how best to stand a program so it can be successful from their perspective. So,
Well,
yeah,
and-
great. You want to weigh in on that, Jeffrey and
Yeah,
others?
well, and one of the things the commission has sort of done in an informal way is when there are large acquisitions, I think, and Diane, you know this better than me, but when a company makes a large acquisition, they've sort of let it be known that from a regulatory standpoint, that if they found minority broadcasters, and I think David's still here too, that they have made it easier for regulatory approval if they would include minority broadcasters in some of the spinoffs. And I think, again, David, I don't know if David Honig, there's David. David, is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a way in which informally the commission can really help. So if somebody buys 300 radio stations or 50 TV stations and they're over the limits in certain markets, the commission can kind of quietly say, you know, if you find a home for some of the things you have to spin off with diverse candidates, they can make that. That frankly is a way, again, to incent, and Dewan's nodding, that's a way to incent those big deals to get done and to get some of these other assets in the hands of people, you know, who are diverse owners.
And grow the incubators as well. I mean, that's the whole idea.
Yeah. But again, you're getting over the hurdle of having access to get the deals done. Because if I'm trying to buy 50 TV stations and it's a $4 billion deal, and I have to spin off 20 stations, it very well may be that I'll put 5 of those in the hands of diverse owners, and I'll provide financing or access to some of my capital to get a very large deal done. And while that's not part of a formal commission procedure, I think it's an informal way in which you're really getting something done, and it incents the people who are making these deals to be willing to embrace diverse ownership.
Any other questions from the audience? We do have one question that was sent in. The question involves the 5G technology and what impact 5G technology would have on your industry. I'm sure you've given some thought about that. Any thought at all about 5G?
I'm a journalism major.
And a very brilliant one, I might say.
Come on, it's your turn, Kim. You got to do that.
That's okay.
Brian?
Yeah, I'll just say this. We do have a cable company also, and 5G is actually 5th generation. It's not like 5 times stronger. And I think that there's a big misnomer on that. I think technology, whether it's ATSC 3.0 for television, I think there's all sorts of opportunity that we just need to be out there in front of it and working together as an industry. And I think I see television doing a really nice job of that, and really trying to figure out the next generation and what that's going to look like. We've got to fund that, and it's hard to do it at this end when you know it's going to pay off in 5 or 8 years. But I think I'm very impressed with what we're doing on the TV side to work as an industry on that.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the audience? From my perspective, I think the incubator program will work. I've had some personal experience with mentor protege programs, and for the most part, there are 2 important things you got to remember in creating a program like this, if you're going to participate in it particularly, and that is, it has to be a partnership. And so the incubator has to be totally committed to it, and the incubatee must also be equally. In addition to that, it seems to me there has to be an overarching overseer of this process, because you have to evaluate it on a day-to-day basis, and to be sure that both partners are carrying out their responsibilities to reach a common goal, and that is to be successful. In the absence of some oversight over the partners, the incubator and the incubatee, these programs generally will not be successful, and they do require quite a bit of oversight. And I would like for the FCC to keep that in mind as they move further to stand up this program. And certainly all of us around this table will be very supportive of that. If there are no more questions, we are 2 minutes and 14 seconds ahead. And so we're good. Is that okay with you, Mr. and Mrs. Chairpersons? Thank you. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, that was good.
Diverse technology
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah, enjoy this. Enjoy it. Yeah. Just say right back to Cincinnati. Yeah. You leave the second time now? Get a little greater size. I know. Oh, you know that.
Great seeing you. Good luck with all. Good. Yeah. You look at those
Thank you, Eden. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Check 1, 2. Okay, that's 2. Number 3, check. Okay.
people that are left.
Number 4, okay.
Yeah, you'll only have to answer about 2 questions.
Number 5, okay. Number 6, okay.
Eight, checking 8. Checking number 8. I can't. Number 8. This is number 8. Check number 8. Check number 8.
Seats? Mic check, mic check. Yeah, great, okay. Excellent. I don't think anybody will mind if we get started just a couple of minutes early, which means we may be out a couple of minutes early as well. But good afternoon and welcome to panel number 8. We've been working toward this all day and we are now here. This panel is called Success Stories for Organizations whose mission it is to foster minority and women entrepreneurs. And I am delighted, as I'm sure the panel is, that you have stayed with us, both in the room and the live stream, so we'll get underway. My name is Marcellus Alexander. I'm president of the National Association of Broadcasters Education Foundation, and I am joined by an accomplished panel of leaders who will present in the order that they are introduced. And our panel is different from all the others that you've seen today. I'll explain that in just a minute, but it is different in a positive way, we think. There's going to be a lot of good information that's shared. And since all of their bios are in your materials, I'll do just a very brief introduction of each of them, and then they will present as I mentioned. I'll start out with the person we'll go left to right. Diane Sutter. She is President and CEO, Shooting Star Broadcasting. Her career has included radio and television station management, overseeing a television and radio station group, and owning and operating television stations. She currently consults for radio and television stations, media companies, and financial institutions. Today, she will be talking about, among other things, the Broadcast Leadership Training Program, BLT as it's known, which is one of our NAB Education Foundation's programs, of which she is the founder and dean. So welcome, Diane. Next to Diane is Marita Cooley-Flippin. She is the president and CEO of MMTC. For those on the line who may not know what that stands for, that's the Minority Media Telecommunications Council. She is a lawyer, social impact leader, and former media executive with extensive experience in media, telecom, and internet law and policy and business operations. She has served on the executive management team of BET, having oversight of legal affairs and television production operations. She's a former partner of 2 prestigious law firms and earned her law degree from Georgetown Law, where she has received the Law Center's highest honors. She is also passionate about media and diversity. Welcome, Marita. And then we have Maria Brennan, the president and CEO of Women in Cable Telecommunications, or WICT. It's a 10,500 member global nonprofit celebrating 40 years of serving women in the cable industry. During her time at WICT, Maria has worked collaboratively with leaders and stakeholders to steer the organization's strategic vision, resulting in record levels of membership, sponsor support, and program participation. Glad to have you here, Maria. And then we have, last but not least, Dr. Rasan Harris. He is the president and CEO of the Emma Bowen Foundation, EBF, as we refer to it. It was founded in 1989. EBF connects promising students of color to internships, advocates for best practices in hiring, retention, and advancement in the media and technology industries. He has more than 15 years of direct experience working in philanthropy and nonprofits. He received his doctorate in public and urban policy from the New School, where his dissertation was on understanding how socioeconomic diversity in the African American community affects their philanthropic interests. Rasan holds master's degrees, plural, master's degrees in management and high school science education from New York University and Columbia, respectively, I should say, and a Bachelor of Arts from Princeton University. So welcome, Rasan. Please welcome all of our panelists, if you would. Now, a very brief introduction of the NAB Education Foundation, which is soon to be renamed the Leadership Foundation of NAB. Watch for that in the upcoming months. The Leadership Foundation of NAB will be the new name of the NAB Education Foundation. We're a 501c3 supported by the NAB, National Association of Broadcasters, and the broadcast community at large supports us, as well as other partners. We produce programs that do 3 things. 1, attract recent college graduates and other talented individuals to the broadcast business. Number 2, for people who are already working in radio and television stations, we have leadership and management development programs that help them advance their careers. And number 3, for senior level seasoned broadcasters who have an interest in owning, radio or television properties, and or advancing in their own companies, becoming stronger assets with their own companies. We have the Broadcast Leadership Training Program, a program you've heard referenced a few times today, and Diane is going to give you more of a deep dive on that. Those are the three things that our programs do. And we also, as Diane mentioned earlier, launched a NABEF, Diversity and Inclusion Council, the objective and the focus of which is to develop a strategy that enhances the diversity of our business. So that's a little bit about what our foundation does. But we're going to get started today. I mentioned our panel is different. Each of our presenters will present 7 minutes, what their business, what their organization does, and some of the success stories. Or in Diane's case, what the initiative of BLT is and does, and some of the success stories. Each of them will go down in order as they've been introduced, 7 minutes each, and then if you'll hold your questions until the end, that's when we'll have the question and answer period. So with that, let me introduce, and Diane, you have the clicker, Diane Sutter, President.
The clicker.
You have the clicker, excellent. The President and CEO of Shooting Star Broadcasting and founder and dean of the BLT program, to get us started. Diane?
Thank you, Marcellus, and thank you all for being here today. The Broadcast Leadership Training Program came about when I was sitting in my television station in lovely downtown Abilene, Texas, and I was really thinking about the fact how very fortunate I was. There were very few women in ownership then. Not sure that's changed that much. And the fact is that there were even fewer people of color, that I was going to meetings all the time, and I was the only one that wasn't a white male. And I was really thinking about why that had happened. And I think there are two reasons why I was able to get a deal done. First was that I learned by working for Shamrock Broadcasting for all the years that I did. I ran radio stations, television stations. I became EVP and operations director of their radio and TV stations, and then I headed up their television group. So when we were buying stations, I was the one doing the bank presentations with our CEO of the whole company. When it was time for us to divest stations, it was my job to sell them. So I learned all of that while working for Shamrock, which was owned by the Roy Disney Company. Capital was not a problem for that company. So I had the advantage of doing that and learning all of that and getting my, in essence, master's degree in owning and operating television and radio stations on his nickel. So when it came time to sell our television stations, I sold all the stations and got down to the last one, and I went in and said, I have a great buyer for our last station. They said, great, who? And I said, me. And they smiled and looked at me and said, that's great, Diane, but show me the money. So I was able to go out and raise senior debt and equity. You met Brian McNeil today. Brian was my equity partner. Bank Boston was my senior lender. But the reason I got that done, when I thought about it, and I was sitting there at 9 o'clock at night in Abilene waiting for the later news, it was because of two reasons. One, I had learned the things that you never learn, even as a general manager, about the business of our business. Meaning I didn't know about capital structure and acquisitions and due diligence until I had to do that on behalf of Shamrock. And I had been a general manager of radio and TV stations for over a decade. So one was access to the information that I never learned in operating radio and TV stations. The second thing was I had already established the relationships with the bankers and the brokers and all the people that I would need to know to get a deal done. And so I realized how really special and fortunate that was, and I set about thinking, how do I create that same opportunity for others who don't have the advantages that I had working for such a great company? And so I thought about what were the steps I took to create my company. How did I start the company? What did I do with it? And as a result, what we ended up starting and coming up with, okay, I have the clipper, there it is, was I created the Broadcast Leadership Training Program. And as Marcellus has already said, After creating it, I took it to the National Association of Broadcasters and asked them if they would underwrite it and support it, and that was 19 years ago. And they have been our partners, and it is now their program that I work with them on to develop. And many of the people you saw and talked to today were sponsors of that program, and I'll talk more about that. The first thing you need to know is that it's always called the BLT program, and yes, that's not just a sandwich. Which, after we start talking our shorthand, everyone goes, what? The program was designed to do two things: to get you the information that you need, but also to get it from the people that you would need to know so that you could develop the relationships. The faculty for the BLT program are all working professionals in the business. Chairman Pai has come and talked to the class, which is no more than 20 in any given year, has come and talked to the class the last 3 years. Last week was a BLT class weekend, and we had Commissioner O'Reilly come. So the fact is, the program is to teach especially what you need to learn from the people that you will need to do business with. You met Garrett and Dan today from U.S. Bank. They come and talk to the BLT program about how to get money. Brian and others have come, how do you get money? The best thing about the program is that it's really designed to help improve diversity. So 2/3 of the seats are reserved for women and people of color. And those people who apply and are accepted into the program are fully fellowed. That is about a $17,000 investment in every person that goes through. We pay for their tuition, we pay for their room, their board, their flight, and all the course materials. So it's a very significant investment in their growth and their leadership and their learning. And just to give you an idea, this is who should apply. This is a senior level program. It's not an entry level program. You need to have been a manager of people and budgets. So you need to have responsibility for hiring. You need to be able to someone who creates a budget, maintains a budget. And so the people that we have had in the program are those that have been part of that. The program curriculum, as you'll see, is everything from how do you start your company, how do you achieve getting what you need for advisors, where do you get a lawyer, and who should you hire, and how do you do that? And again, the people that are coming are FCC lawyers, they are consulting engineers, so that you learn that from them. The program is 10 months long. It starts in September, and it goes until June of every year. It meets one weekend a month at the NAB, except for April, when the whole class will actually go and attend the NAB convention in Las Vegas. So you can see that the program is thorough, tons of things in it. And the fact is that you work in a mentoring group. You then also, after the end of each class, have a case study, and you have to do a Shark Tank presentation with a full presentation as if, in fact, you were presenting to private equity in order to graduate from the class. So we kind of work you hard. And as I say, the faculty is drawn from people who are in the industry. We have commissioners. We have many of the people that you saw today have been there and have spoken to the class and are participants of it. And you participate. There are brochures on the table over there about the BLT program. May 1st is when the applications will become available online at the NABEF website. And then you can apply to be in the program and for a fellowship. And I think that you can talk to the 325 BLT graduates that now exist. You've met a lot of them today. Orlando Rosales is a BLT graduate. Duan McCoy is a BLT graduate. Brian brought with him from his company at Scripps, he brought his HR person who is a BLT graduate. So they are everywhere, and I think you will find that that the graduates have done pretty well. 65% of them have been promoted at least once since they went through the program. 2 have become group heads. The head of Hearst Broadcasting is a BLT grad. And we have 51 graduates who own or have owned stations. And we've had as many as 9 that have served on the NAB board. These are our sponsors. The program is designed by broadcasters for broadcasters, paid for by broadcasters. So all of the people that you see up there are currently broadcasters that have supported the program with their sponsorships, and I look forward to having a lot of you participate. Thank you.
Excellent. Marita? The clicker.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm passing the clicker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today, even flagging a little bit for, was anybody here at MMTC's conference yesterday?
Oh, I heard
Okay, so then
I heard it was great.
It was great, but I'm sure you're dragging a little because it was a lot of great content, today. This was absolutely phenomenal, and I've been thinking whether or not, was this really a good idea? That was David Honig's idea, that we do them back to back like we did in the old days, and I think it worked. You know, we'll get some feedback from you all as to whether having the conferences back to back like this is something we can continue. But for those of you who may not know, MMTC, the Multicultural Media, Telecom, and Internet Council, we did change our name a couple of years ago, but it's okay. Everybody knows of us as MMTC. And we're a nonprofit that's been around since 1986, which we're 33, so technically we're a millennial, but I don't feel very millennial, but nice try. But we have been, I'd like to think of MMTC as one of the leaders in media, telecom, and internet policy. We have a very strong bench of leaders, starting with our former chair, Henry Rivera, our co-founder, David Honig, who spoke today. We also had on the program today Janelle Trigg, who's one of our advisory board members, Steve Roberts, who spoke on another panel, and Dean Janet Dates. So we've been around for a while, and we would like to think that we are bringing a lot of the information from the past to the entrepreneurs and professionals of the future. Since we were founded in '86, we've graduated over 80 fellows. Most of our fellows are either lawyers or communications majors, researchers. We've mentored hundreds more than that. I'd like to get to the number that Diane mentioned with over 300 graduates. That's my goal. But MMTC is primarily known as a policy organization. We advocate before the FCC on policy issues that affect ownership, diversity, all the issues you've heard today we've been instrumental in. But so all these years of advocating, and this was before I joined MMTC, so I'm going to tell you some stories that I know about. But all these years of advocating for diverse ownership, David Honig told me that it was actually Dick Wiley who basically said, you guys are always complaining, why don't you do something about it? So in 1996, MMTC formed MMTC Media and Telecom Brokers. And, 1997, we formed the brokerage. And so we think of our success story as really helping to create success stories in this industry, much in the way that my co-panelists are doing here. So it's really, we have a great story, but today I want to tell you about some of our success stories, one of whom you've met today. And just to give you an idea of what's possible, you know, when you bring together policymakers and investors with entrepreneurs who are seeking to achieve diversity in the industries that we care about. So I'm going to turn this on here. So our first success story that I want to talk about, Asian American Broadcasting. What's this? There it is, okay. Asian American Broadcasting in St. Paul, Minnesota, KFXN-AM. I had the pleasure of meeting the owner, Kangzu Zhang. We made them our Entrepreneurs of the Year a couple of years ago. In September of 2011, Clear Channel, which is now, as you know, iHeartRadio, donated KFXN to MMTC. I don't know if too many people here know about the fact that MMTC is a nonprofit, so we have had station owners who are interested in diversity who've actually donated stations to MMTC, and then our brokerage goes through the process of trying to find a minority or woman-owned broadcaster to run the station, and ultimately with the hope of purchasing the station. So this station was operated by Asian American Broadcasting for 3 years, and then they were able to acquire it from MMTC in May of 2014. and they continue to operate it with great success. They're the first Hmong broadcasters in Minnesota. And if I think you all have the PowerPoint, but we have, in the PowerPoint, we have some quotes from the owner, Kang-Soo Shang, who's the licensee. So that's one diverse success story, successful ownership story. And then the next one is, okay, KMLU-TV of Monroe, Louisiana, and KHME and KQME-TV of Rapid City, South Dakota. Sherry Nelson, who is always is a well-known household world name around these conferences. And that MMTC brokerage brokered this when Gray Television retained MMTC as a broker to identify women and minorities to buy 6 of his spinoff stations. And Sherry Nelson Surface is one of the broadcasters, owner of Legacy Broadcasting. They were founded in 2014 from Gray Television. And it's just an example. I think someone mentioned earlier today that when there's spinoffs, that often there's opportunities for minorities and women to acquire spinoffs. So this is an example of one of those. They went through a process, and after reviewing a lot of applicants, Gray selected Sherry Broadcasting based on their decision that they would be a buyer who would be able to operate the stations successfully. They acquired 6 stations, Sherry and her team, thereby contributing to the diversity without any rules, just broadcasters in the industry who are doing their part to try to create diversity. And also, it contributes to the bottom line because, Sherry paid and financed her station.
She was also very well trained.
Yes, right.
Where do you think she was? Maybe a graduate of the BLT
Another
program?
BLT graduate.
I couldn't help it. It was there.
If all 320 of the graduates, can you imagine what that would look like?
Well, but again, all of the graduates from BLT aren't going to ownership.
Right.
They're
Okay.
also moving up in
Okay.
their companies.
Okay. All right. Okay, so our last success story is Zamora Broadcasting, WDTW 1310 AM in Detroit. And that is one that's near and dear to my heart because that was a station that was donated to MMTC from Clear Channel. It was not on the air at the time. It really needed an investment to get it back on the air. I remember calling, I'm from Detroit, so I remember calling friends to see, do you want to buy the station? Because I grew up with this station. It used to be Keener 13. So it was a really exciting thing in Detroit. And then in 2014, Pedro Zamora of Zamora Broadcasting purchased DTW AM. They totally rebuilt the station from the ground up with new towers and state-of-the-art studio and have their corporate offices in Metro Detroit. It's the first full-coverage Spanish-language radio station serving the Latino community in Detroit. And we've also, our brokerage, led by David Honig and Suzanne Galgarty, who you met earlier, they also assisted Pedro and his team with the purchase of a low-power TV translator. And so these are just examples of MMTC success stories in ownership. Obviously, we're kind of a feeder for BLT, but just want to, let you know what's possible. And if you're interested in stations, buying stations, owning stations, then you can see David or Suzanne or me. Thank you.
Excellent. Maria?
Who wants this? Come on, Greg, yay! Because if I know me, it's going to stay on slide 1 the entire discussion.
It takes a team. It takes a team.
I know. There's Lord knows what I'd do without Team Wick. So I want to thank you for hanging out and making it through to the last panel. I know Henry and Jamila have been thanked a lot today, but I've got to thank them again for all the work that they do. And I want to thank our moderators to Marcellus. So I love talking about WICT because, not just because I've been here for 10 years, but also because we have this really terrific mission. We foster women leaders who we expect to change our industry. And we're like you. When we started out, it was women in cable, and now the landscape has grown so vividly. So like our friends at NCTA, which is now the Internet and Television Association, we're sort of going through that same metamorphosis as well. So I can tell you that we turned 40 in 2019, which sounds pretty good to me right now. But inside of those 40 years, the successes are tremendous, you can imagine. Because when you're an organization that fosters women leaders, we don't do a million different things. We do two things, and we do them really well. We educate and develop women so that they can move and advance inside of our industry and reach the sort of level that then can give back so that they too can foster and grow women. And we also commission original research, because as wonderful as it feels to look around a conference room and be able to say, wow, it looks like we have people of color in our company or in this conference, or wow, it looks like we have women, you know, walking around. We actually like data at WICT. We like empirical data. We're not crazy about anecdotes. So the two things we do best is we bring really important programs to the market, and we help our member companies measure how they're faring in terms of women and people of color. And we do this with our partners in the survey, NAMIC, who you all probably know well, or I hope you do. And we have to really tip our hat to the industry, because the sampling we get represents about 68% of the total workforce. So we feel, those of you in the data business know that that's a very good sampling. And I think our greatest success story is that for the 15 years since we began fielding the PAR survey, the numbers have been steadily increasing. And that's really what it's all about. It's about moving the needle forward, because you could have all the best D&I practices in the world, diversity and inclusion practices in the world, but in the end, if you're not moving the numbers closer to equal, they're really just policies that don't in the end get you to where you want to go. So WICT is a global organization, as Marcella said. We're 10,500 members, and we're 24 chapters in the U.S. and domestically. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was in Amsterdam launching our second chapter in Europe, and I can tell you that the issues and the challenges we face here are no different from our friends abroad, and they're pretty universal. So I'm going to talk about the two things we do well in the 3 minutes that I have left. We bring all of these programs to market, everything from our Senior Executive Summit at the Stanford Graduate School of Business and the Betsy Magnus Leadership Institute that we partner with the Center for Creative Leadership to bring to market. And then there are just a series of other programs that we develop. We think of them as a pyramid because there's something for every woman inside of her career journey. Another one of our best success stories is the Betsy Magnus Leadership Institute, which turns 25 at the same time that WIC turns 40. And in May, we will graduate our 1,000th Betsy. That means that there are 1,000 women out there who have gotten a really deep dive into what it means to be excellent in business, excellent in all of the things that it is that they need to do to be better at their job, but also excellent at leading, mentoring, and managing a workforce that's as diverse as the industry, as the customers that we serve. So that's a really important facet of who WICT is and what we do. Like NABEF and some of the others, every program that we do has the opportunity for at least 2, if not 8 fully funded scholarships. And when you look at a program like the Betsy Magnus Leadership Institute, that's about a $25,000 investment per person. And it's not for companies that can afford to send their women to programs. It's for companies that are underserved and smaller and entrepreneurial and entrepreneurs, because we know that there is as much need for them to be given the opportunity for excellence, but also given the opportunity to meet other women who can influence their career, but also their entrepreneurial expertise. So, you know, simply put, all the data tells us that everything about gender diversity is good for business, and it makes perfect sense because, you know, women in business make a company extraordinarily more profitable. And if you ever want to see a ridiculous amount of data points on that, we have a tremendous clearinghouse at WIC. Aside from our own PAR survey, we post a lot of other fantastic organizations' research at wic.org, and just search diversity stats and you'll get a plethora of them. So with that, I will only close by saying, as we field the next PAR survey, which is being deployed right now, if we expect the numbers to go up, and if they don't, we work very closely with the companies that participate in the survey, because it's very easy to do some minute course corrections that can really change how to get women from here to there, because in the end at WIC, we're not about more, we're not about less, we're just about getting to equal, because it's good for business and it's a competitive differentiator. That's all I got.
Excellent. Thank you,
you.
Maria. Rasan?
Thanks, Greg. Did you do it? Oh, good, because I would have never, we would have stayed right on that first slide.
Like clockwork.
Great. So thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here speaking at the FCC, because it's a part of the Emma Bowen Foundation's history. And there are many folks who are in this room that know the history a lot better than I do. So I'm humbled to be able to represent the foundation in our conversation today. So we're talking about entrepreneurs. The Emma Bowen Foundation doesn't have as its mission to produce entrepreneurs. So I'm going to admit that at the very beginning. But as we heard on the panels earlier, there are certain conditions that help entrepreneurs to be successful. Their relationships, their commitment to excellence, is having access to capital. And in order to have those things, you need to have on-ramps, and you need to be able to have access to that pipeline. And so the Emma Bowen Foundation is here because of social entrepreneurs, not necessarily traditional entrepreneurs that you knew in the past, because they recognize that those relationships, the financing, the access wasn't there unless someone advocated for them. So members of our National Advisory Council, folks like Henry Rivera and Loretta Polk of the NCTA, and Marcellus Alexander and Michelle Duke over at the NABEF, are some of those social entrepreneurs that help push to create the conditions where people of color can get access to the industry and feel like they have a place there. Ultimately, the Emma Bowen Foundation was created in a room like this at the FCC because of social entrepreneurs that wanted to give access and change the way that the news media spoke about people of color. And it was that advocacy that allowed us to have a 30-year history that we're celebrating this year in 2019 of being able to provide a pipeline of people of color to work within media companies. And we believe as those people work in those media companies, they get the confidence and they get the skill set to become the entrepreneurs of the future. So a little bit more than 30 years ago, Emma Bowen was a Harlem advocate that was really displeased and disgusted by the way people of color, in particular African Americans, were represented in the news. And so she wanted to change those negative images to be more positive and to reflect the full spectrum of the African American and person of color experience. So she went to Midtown, and she talked to some of the folks that ran the networks there. She came down to the FCC and started advocating for new types of regulations and a new conversation about the way the news was going to be broadcast. From her advocacy, she was able to reach another advocate, Dr. Everett Parker, and came to collaborate with the news industry to be able to create this internship program that was at the beginning meant to give news reporters of color in newsrooms. They were going to get these interns that were going to hopefully progress to become the news reporters of the future. Well, our internship program has developed to be more than just the news. We recognize that the messages that we get are from all the aspects of how media is created. So it is the business of media. It's the HR functions and the operations and the accounting and the sales that matter. It's the content of media, so there's the journalist and the production of the media that matters. And also the innovation of media, which influences technology and big data that allows us to target messages to specific audiences. So our internships are at over 70 companies that are across the country. Some of our partners include folks that have been around since the beginning with us: NBC, CBS, Fox. We provide interns for Comcast, Charter Communications, Forbes Media, and the New York Times. Our partners let us know what their internship needs are, and we source talented students to fulfill those needs, whether they are in the business of media, the content of media, or the innovation of media across the country. Our students are highly qualified. They have to have a 3.0 average to get into the program, and they are placed based on the needs of the company. The companies select the individuals that they want to work with them, so there is a co-ownership of the process. And we believe that the internships that they receive create a familiarity and a partnership that can allow for the success of these individuals over the long term to make sure they have careers within media. So over our history, we have placed over 1,300 interns at the companies that we've partnered with. Our alumni ranks are over 900. And all of those individuals have an opportunity to come to our annual conference where they get to meet one another, create an Emma Bowen family, and meet partner companies who are in our network. So again, they create the relationships and the familiarity that is essential for making sure that they're retained and they advance within the field. We provide scholarships that help them pay for school costs. And we also really focus on the hiring process. So as they graduate, that they have opportunities to stay in the field. So it's not just an internship, but they become professionals within the field. We believe that the Emma Bowen Foundation has an impact because we impact the way that people of color who are interning at those companies feel. Overwhelmingly, they feel that their experience at the company has made them feel better about being within the industry. And overwhelmingly, they believe that their careers have been enhanced by their time with the Emma Bowen Foundation. So the picture shows you the full spectrum of colors in the rainbow that Emma Bowen Foundation brings. The folks who were in our 2018 fellowship class almost ranked 200 folks interning across the country. And we believe that the confidence that they get and the experiences that they have at these companies allow them to have the push to believe that they belong and that they are the leaders of the future. And hopefully that spurs the entrepreneurs of the future that create access and opportunity and ultimately brings the mission that Emma Bowen had 30 years ago of really changing the way media is presented and the narrative that is out there about people of color. So thank you very much.
Excellent. So let's give the panel a round of applause. We are right at the time that the panel ends, but if we had one quick question for anyone on the panel, we would take that. Is there a question from the audience? If not, then thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Diane and Henry. And I believe closing remarks are coming up, but let's, again, recognize the panel for their work.
Diane, we gotta get on our game. Yeah. You guys have thousands of
Come here.
You can sit right there.
all for your participation in today's symposium. You saw the wealth of talent and expertise and history, frankly, that we had a chance to talk today. And that's because of the work that has been done by the committee that Henry heads, the subcommittee. And so thank you, Henry, again. But any meeting is really, that works, is really because of what you haven't seen. And that is what Jamila and her team has put together, where it all just, as you saw, this was a pretty tight schedule. And it all went flawlessly. Jamila and all of the FCC work. Thank you, thank you.
FCC rocks.
What we hope to accomplish today is to give you an idea about resources and people, and that this is the beginning of what we see as a conversation that goes on after this. So we hope that what this has done is to give you the relationship building that we hope will come, the information that you might need, and there are packets of information on that back table from most of our speakers and presenters. We hope you will avail yourself of that. We will be in this room until 6 o'clock. So that you can have a chance to meet with one another, to talk. But mostly, I want to thank the Commission for their initiative to do this, to do it, and to have it happen, and also to all the members of the FCC Diversity Committee, all of whom donate their time and their energy to make this a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And I just wanted to say in closing, we're just greatly indebted to the advisory committee as a whole, including Diane Sutter, who's chair, Anna Gomez, vice chair. Thank you both so much. We especially want to thank again Henry Rivera, who's the chair of the Broadcast Diversity and Development Working Group, and the entire working group. As Chairman Pai said, they continued working while we were on that brief but meaningful furlough. And
so nicely put, Jamila.
Yeah, thank you. And that's why we were able to have this program on the date that we actually had predetermined to have it. And we certainly appreciate all of the panelists and the experts who came from afar to share their time and their expertise with us. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you all so much. And on behalf of our Media Bureau Chief, Michelle Carey, we also want to thank Kristen Welker of NBC News for her wonderful remarks this morning, and also our chairman, Ajit Pai, for launching the symposium. And thank you also to Commissioners O'Reilly, Starks, and Carr for their participation. So we do hope that you all enjoyed the day at the FCC. We hope that maybe you learned something new or met someone that you didn't know, or that you made a connection through networking. And we certainly couldn't have done this symposium without the terrific FCC staff. I don't want to name names because I'd forget someone, but we want to give them a round of applause because they have really outdone themselves today. And so we just ask that you watch our space on the FCC webpage for more activities from the advisory committee and anything related to media diversity. Again, as Diane said, you all have this room until 6 p.m. So talk, stay, linger, and thank you all for coming.
Thanks,
Good
Jamila.
night.